It's competition day one, and we're up here in sunny Bangor for the first round. The teams are ready and raring to go after training hard for the past few months. The umpires are ready with their whistles, as always, and we are ready to bring you all the action. I'm Elaine Roberts, and joining me on the mic for today is Manchester Thunder legend and previous England Rose, Kerry Almond. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you looking forward to taking in all the action for today?
I am. I'm really looking forward to watching some players that I've never seen play before and just catching all the action and seeing how it goes.
Perfect. And some familiar faces for you as well?
A few familiar faces on the North East Infernos team as well, so interested to see how they go. But I'm more interested in these players that I don't know and seeing if we can spot any talent today.
Lovely, lovely stuff. So how does it all work then? The players all trial for the team within the county in which they either live or in which they grew up. If successful, they train then with that team before coming to compete. Today here is round one in Bangor. Round two will then be in Swansea. And then the finals weekend will be down in Cardiff House of Sport, where our winners will be crowned. Last year saw North East Inferno take the crown after a nail-biting final against Valleys Volcanoes, where Valleys Volcanoes took the crown in 2023. So this year, our Valley's taking the crown back. Our North East is going to keep that crown, or will we see a new underdog team come through and steal it from both of them? Well, we are looking forward to see what any of these teams are able to do this year. And we will be right back with you at 9:30 to get the first game going between Valley Volcanoes and West Wales Phoenix. We'll bring you the starting 7 teams and the management team. So please join us at 9:30 to get all the action ready. So all, welcome back to us here at Bangor for the Wales Netball Fleet EV National League Tournament of 2025. We are about to start our day with Valleys Volcanoes versus West Wales Phoenix for the first game of the day. Let's run through our starting sevens with you quickly. Starting with Valleys Volcanoes over here in the pink, we have Letitia Kidner in goalkeeper, Ashley Bourne in goal defence, Nick Cook, captain, coach in wing defence, Beth Johnson in centre, Tia Medic in wing attack, Keris Reynolds in goal attack, and Tia Davis in goal shooter. And in the blue, on your right-hand side, in goalkeeper for West Wales, Nikki Howells, in goal defence, Nell Edwards, in wing defence, Jessica Thomas, in centre, Hayley Lewis-Howells, in wing attack, Ellie J. Jones, in goal attack, Delith Jones, and goal shooter starting is Ellie Grant. So the girls are about to take the court. The umpires for this game, Danielle Coxey and Becky Scott, two very, very experienced umpires for here today. We do have some A Award umpires as well here today. Umpires, Kerry, don't we all need them?
We do need them. We may not agree with them at all times, but they are a really important part of the sport. We couldn't take to court without them. They do, for the most part, keep control of the game, and that's what we're there. That's what they're there for. But they're also there just to facilitate us as players having a great game. And the less time an umpire's involved means it's a better game.
Absolutely, and I'm sure our experienced umpires here today will keep things running smoothly for us, as they always do. We have a mother-daughter combo of umpires for this tournament. It's Claire Howells and Charlotte Tapp. Oh. Yes, Claire Howells is an A Award umpire, and Charlotte, her daughter, is a B Award. So that is a nice little combination. And their other daughter, Nikki Howells, is playing for West Wales Phoenix.
Oh, that's an interesting one. That's a netballing family. That's what we like to
family.
see.
Yeah, indeed. So the girls are just waiting for the umpires to take on to the court, ready to get going for the morning, and maybe for the music to die down a little bit. Were you ever nervous before getting onto the court, Kerry?
Always. I would always say that if you're not nervous before you take to court in a game, then there's something wrong. I think it just means that you're excited to play, and it was always a big part of my game that the more nervous I was, obviously the bigger the game, but generally the better I was going to play, weirdly. But yeah, nerves are a part of it.
And any pre-game rituals?
I was always left sock, then right sock, then left brace, then right brace. I have no idea why. It's just something I ended up doing, and I just stuck with it. It was
what
just
about
part
the shoes?
Of it. And then the left and then right again. Yeah, it was just, I don't know why. It just feels more natural to put the left on first.
It's very interesting. I'm sure some of the girls here as well, we did ask them to send us some information, and I'm sure I have read one of the girls on one of the teams has said the same, always puts one shoe on before the other, so you're not alone in doing that.
Some players have rituals about what hair they have, whether it's plaits or whatever, and some people have something to do with their shoes. So.
Yeah, I think a couple of the girls have rituals about having a specific coffee and eating 2 chewing gums and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
So it's important for your rituals to happen before a game, gets you all nice and settled. So here we are then. Like I said, in the blue, West Wales Phoenix, and in the pink and grey, last year's runners-up, Valley Volcanoes. Danielle Coxey is looking to be coming across the court. Gives the ball to Beth Johnson to start us off. And we're off for the 2025 Fleet EV National League. Lovely feed in from Beth Johnson to Tia Davis. And Valley Volcanoes kick off the mark-ins with Tia Davis under the post.
Excellent first phase defence there from Valley Volcanoes, forcing Phoenix all the way back to the defensive third line.
Valley Volcanoes always have been on the ball with their defence, believing in shutting down the ball early.
And that's exactly the start that they would want. A real simple centre pass to get them started, and then a turnover in defence.
Very experienced players in the Valley Volcanoes squad. Tish Kidner at the back and goalkeeper. Wales caps to her name. Nick Cook in wing defence. 45 Wales caps to her name.
There you go. See, I recognise a few people, but again, it's mostly players that I don't really know, but it's recognising the faces. Impressed with the start from Tia Medic at wing attack so far. Nice and quick.
Lovely speed from Tia Medic. Nice ball in to Carish Reynolds, who has no problems putting that ball in the net. Tia Medic, always known for her speed and agility. Also, for a very short player, she can get right up there in the air. Previous player I've coached is Tia Medic.
A wing attack that can do a bit of everything. I think Tia Davis just needs to settle on that shot and just take her time.
No problems with the rebound for Tia Davis as West Wales now come back to the centre. They are now trailing 3-0 after West Valley Volcanoes had that early turnover. Dallas Jones not quite happy to shoot from there, but a nice little 1-2 feed out.
Lovely little feed
Ashley
over.
Bourne. Lovely jump from Ashley Bourne there, gathers a rebound and follows through to take that ball up the court.
And again, those quick feet around the circle edge of Tia Medic, just landing onto circle edge and a nice simple feed onto the baseline.
As a wing attack, as a mid-quarter, knowing where your feet are, I've always been in awe of how they can always know where the circle edge is. But I guess as a shooter, you always need to know where the back line is.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's harder to know where the circle edge is, and this is why I like to play in the circle, because I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I think just knowing the space that you've got between the third line and the circle edge is key for any good wing attack or centre, and even wing defences as well. And she's absolutely bossing that so far.
Absolutely. Tia Davis there. Again, just not quite settled on that first shot, but is able to take that rebound. As a defender, did you ever have kind of that initial knowing exactly where your feet were when you had to jump back? I feel like every defender knows exactly how far back a 3 feet guard is.
Yeah, it's something you definitely gain with experience, and it's also something that you gain from working with the umpires. You learn which umpires want you just that little bit further away, and just recognising that, yes, I've got my distance and then I can put my hands up, which unfortunately the Phoenix defence just aren't doing at the moment. They are giving the Volcanoes shooters a second shot every single time, and that is exactly not what you want to be doing as a defender.
Well, Tia Medic just ran into the boards there on the side, and Phoenix have a chance to take the ball down court, but that pass from Nell Edwards to Ellie Grant just overcooked a little bit. It went through her hands. And there come Valley Volcanoes straight through the middle of the court.
That was a classic wing defence drive, and a drive that I'm trying to get my players to do, trying to get the men to do on that drive. They do like a good straight line drive down the side of the sideline, but I want them to be doing that cross court.
Bring it into the middle.
Nick Cook's just done.
You can play this for them and they can have a look.
I will, yeah, I'll be clipping this one and going, see, this is what I want you to do, yeah.
That quick ball in from Bethan Johnson. Lovely feed. Take and turn in the air from Tia Davis. And this time she's settled that first time shot.
You can just see that Valley Volcanoes are definitely dropping into a bit of a box shape, and it's working really well for them at the moment, as seen by Letitia Kidner coming out on that fly.
Letitia Kidner.
Exactly what you want when you're setting up a box.
Oh, and Nell Edwards. Anything you can do. Comes straight through for that interception. But Tish Kidner wanted another one. Just a little bit off on the time in. Quick hands from Jones to Grant. And Phoenix are on the scoreboard. 7-1 the score at the moment, with just over 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Just overcooks that one a little bit, but I think the Phoenix defence did a good job there by dropping onto a 2-on-1 into the circle, which actually forced that off the back line.
Phoenix are moving the ball around and trying to move around that defence, aren't they? But Valley Volcanoes' defensive setup is so clinical. It's very difficult to kind of then penetrate through that.
Yeah, when a defence is setting up a box, so the best thing you can do is get someone into that box, because then that will hopefully pull someone out of that box shape, which then allows something else to open up. The worst thing you can do is play around the box, because it doesn't shift them in any way. But a fly-in intercept and set up through court once again. But yeah, you cannot go around the box because it doesn't force them to move in any way. So you have to get somebody into it, either by driving through or run at the body of someone and play off them. But you have to move them out of that shape.
And Ellie J. Jones has just done that, and they are moving the ball forward a bit now. West Wales Phoenix, as you were talking about it.
That was a lovely one too, and a fantastic shot.
So they were listening as you were talking. Ellie Grant sinks a lovely shot to make the score 7-2. Phoenix moving the ball a bit faster now, not letting Volcanoes set up their defence. But once they do slow down on that ball, the defence setup gets that chance then to set up and make it harder, don't they? But there goes Ellie J again, trying to break up that box system.
Yeah, and she's doing that well. I think she's recognised that ball speed is what's actually going to work for them in this situation. The Valley Volcanoes defenders are not working off that ball speed. They're not slowing it down when they do get that up there. So just keep working on that, and hopefully they can get further back into this game. But they've done well to pull back so far.
Held ball called for Tia Davis by umpire Becky Scott. Took too long on that shot, she believes. So no goal there for Valleys. Phoenix have now scored 3 goals in a row against that 7.
Yeah, they have worked themselves back into this game. Just like to see them step up a little bit more defensively now. And there we go.
Valleys tend to be throwing away a few balls at the moment. Unforced errors coming their way.
I think Nikki Howes just needs to get on the front on that one and try and force that ball over. If you're sitting on the back as a defender, particularly if you're a little bit shorter and you go shooter, it's going to be an easier feed in. So she needs to work her feet to get around the front on that and really challenge that ball.
Dance around your player a bit more and come off the body.
Get off the body, work your feet to play into that front position. It's always harder to feed the ball when there's a defender in front. So.
Well, again, an enforced error from West Wales Phoenix means the ball over the back line for Valley Volcanoes to bring it back up. And the Volcanoes defence working well to bring the ball up court. There is Tia Medic again, feeding Karis Reynolds.
Phoenix have really slowed this ball down through the court, which is excellent. They're making Volcanoes work really hard to get that ball in now, which is excellent to see. But they have to sort out the discipline on that shot.
Nice discipline from Tia Davis. Volcanoes just wanting to get themselves into the shooters wanting to get themselves into their comfortable position. Lovely hold from Tia Davis, just overran. Maybe let go of that hold a little bit too soon.
I was just going to say that was a brilliant centre pass. I think possibly the angle that Tia Davis was holding in the circle wasn't quite right for that particular pass, but they win the ball back with a held ball.
So now a back line. Lovely 1-2. Oh, that ball to Karis Reynolds could have been an easy 1-2.
I was just about to say not quite the right setup on the defence, but she came through and won that ball. You never, as a defender, want to be in that attack defence situation, but they won the ball, so what do I know?
They did win the ball. So at the end of that first quarter, it is 9-3 to Phoenix. where we have Valley Volcanoes taking on West Wales Phoenix. It is quarter number 2. And West Wales Phoenix are about to take that centre pass. Changes on the court then for Valley Volcanoes. Ashley Bourne has moved back from goal defence into goalkeeper. And Tish Kidner has come out into goal defence, so just a switch around there. Bethan Johnson and Nick Cook have also switched around from goal defence, wing defence and centre. And Georgia Jenkins has moved into the goal shooter position. Georgia Jenkins, known for her longer range shooting.
As evidenced by that long shot there.
As evident. So maybe bringing that shooter in who is more of a longer range shooter, if Sia Davis is more of an under the post shooter for more options maybe?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that works. I think possibly she's going to sit more of a front hold and just play in for that, but then it just means that Nikki Howes at keeper does have to move her feet and get off the body a little bit to try and counteract that.
Keris Reynolds holding on to that ball right on the back line on her tiptoes. And Georgia takes second shot. Jenkins. No changes for West Wales Phoenix. Keep on the same 7. Nell Edwards coming straight through for that ball. Keris Reynolds is back up on her feet. Lovely work by Ellie Grant.
Lovely quick feet there in a baseline pop. A shooter staple. I don't quite think that Ellie Grant took Ashley Bourne far enough then on that cutback. If you're going to do that, you need to get them fully out the circle and then cut back, especially with someone as rangy as Ashley Bourne is.
Ashley Bourne is deceivingly long. Like you don't think how long she is, but she's very rangy.
She doesn't look the tallest player, but
no,
she does have like Mr. Stretch arms.
She does, and she's also very. She can jump very, very high, and she's very quick in her feet and her change of direction. So she is very deceiving. Playing against Ashley Bourne, you never really know what you're going to get. Ashley Bourne, one of the 2 police officers on the Valley Volcanoes team. Tish Kidner, the other.
I think trying to work being a police officer or being in the police force and playing netball at this level is something very difficult. So, full props to them too.
It's both playing their retrospective police force netball teams, Gwent Police and South Wales Police.
I don't know whether it says something that they're both defenders as well.
Yeah.
Being in the police force.
Yeah. I don't think I'd mess with either of them, to be honest. I played against both of them, and they're both wonderful to play against. There goes Georgia Jenkins for another shot then for Valley Volcanoes. Score now 13-5. Georgia Jenkins, another one of our Valley Volcanoes' resident capped players. World Youth Cup, under 21s, under 17s. Tia Medic again with those quick hands and quick feet.
It almost looks like at times her feet are running too fast for her body, but she somehow manages to catch it up.
I've actually always said that about Tia Medic. And she always almost tends to linger in the air a bit longer than humanly possible.
Yeah.
And she just stands there and just hovers for a little bit.
I hate that. As a defender, that's really difficult to counteract, so I'm glad I'm not playing against her. But that was a lovely feed right from the 3rd line to the baseline.
Nice feed from Hayley Lewis-Howell into Delith Jones.
Phoenix look like they've changed up their defensive structure a little bit, and it does seem to be slowing them down. But at the moment, I think Georgia Jenkins has come on with great impact, and they just need to work out how they're going to stop her. Again, we're in this situation where they're attack, defence, Nick Cook could have looked in there, straight into post.
George Jenkins has changed the attacking dynamic of Valley Volcanoes and has just like nailed that shot from a super shot range.
The super shot range, yeah. I mean, she's so happy to just sit on that front and just take that shot from anywhere that I think the Phoenix defence have got to start moving their feet a little bit more, getting off the body, giving them space to actually come round. But if they sit so tight on the body, they're going to get nowhere.
Valley's defence just clashed into each other there as Ellie Grant takes another shot for Phoenix to score now 16-7.
I think Phoenix want to make a tactical change in, possibly in centre. So it should come after this next goal. Again, it was great. It was a great challenge, but she just needs to move her feet to get off that body. That's one that the umpire is always going to pull as defence. I know that because this umpire has umpired me. So, yeah, and I've been pulled for that many, many times.
Tips for defence then from Kerry Almond there. Oh, Tish Kidner coming in there on Jess Thomas. And just taking in the contact a little bit too late. And Beth Johnson reading that ball from Hayley Lewis-Howell. That was just slightly off, maybe fed towards the defence instead of away from the defence.
Yeah, I think even with the defender out, the ball just wasn't in the right space. They fed the ball into the space where she was and not the space where she was running into. You do have to be careful when you have a player out because that's actually... It's a dodgy time because you think that someone's free and then someone just flies through. So you have to be doubly careful, even though you would think it'd be easy.
Well, Westfield's Phoenix have completed that tactical change, as you suggested. Anna White has come into the centre position and Hayley Lewis-Howell has taken to the bench. And Tia Medic was absolutely belting it down the court then for that ball to circle edge and landed perfectly on circle edge for Georgia Jenkins, who was just missed that one off the rim of
yeah,
net.
She's definitely not happy with that shot. Lovely little front cut there from Ellie Grant.
And a wonderful shot. Again,
And
that
nailed
super
it.
shot range. These shooters are shooting from anywhere today. Nell Edwards coming through for that contact, for that contested ball, really, on Keris Reynolds. Nell Edwards coming back from her first season after having her ACL done.
Playing really well so far.
Yeah. A lot of... Oh, Tia Medic on the floor again. Tends to be on the floor more than she is on her feet, Tia Medic, one of those players. But will always get back up. A lot of our girls this season are coming back from ACLs. Unfortunately, we have lost some players as well from last season due to ACL injuries. It's one of those injuries, isn't it, that every netballer absolutely does not want to hear the three letters.
Yeah, it's the dreaded one, and it's just, unfortunately, it's part and parcel of being a netballer. At some point, there's going to be a knee or an ankle, but ACL is the worst one because you spend so long out on the sideline and you're out of the game for anything up to a year, and it's not good.
Ashley Bourne and Tish Kidner there showing their defensive combination works. Lovely talking between the both of them as well. And a switch there. And great work to switch between both players. And Ellie Grant just getting away from Bourne.
It was a lovely roll and feed. I would like to see Volcanoes opening up the other side of the court. Oftentimes on centre pass, they're all going to one side. And it does just need someone, possibly Nick Cook in centre, possibly going on the overlap, just so that not everyone's on one side. It does make that easier for defence if you are on one side of the court.
Maybe that was very unlucky for Nell Edwards. She almost ran into the ball then, and the ball kind of fell into her hands. Maybe this style of play works right now against Phoenix for Volcanoes, but it might not work against Northeast Infernos, for example.
Yeah, I think if you if you're getting stuck on one side of the court against someone like an Inferno side who do have the defenders that can counteract that and they can keep them in, that's when they're going to struggle. So they will have to possibly adapt as the weeks go on, and have a look at how other teams are playing in defence.
Absolutely. Well, there is the whistle for half-time, just before the centre pass was taken. The score is 20-9 to Volcano, so they have increased their score by 13 points on that second quarter, and Phoenix up by 6 goals in that second quarter. So we will take a quick break for half-time, and please join us for the second half, where to see how this game finished. Where West Wales Phoenix are taking on Valley Volcanoes. It is half-time. We're about to take on the second half. What would you like to see, Kerry, from West Wales Phoenix now for the second half? What would you be saying if you were their coach?
keep up the ball speed, because the ball speed is working for them really, really well. But also, I think in the shooting circle, ensuring that Ellie Grant and Del Jones are working together, rolling off them, that seems to be working for them really, really well. And just get the ball to Ellie Grant, to be honest, because she's shooting really, really well. And just making sure that if Volcanoes are setting up in that defensive box, get into it. Don't go around it, get into it.
Lovely stuff. Well, some changes again for Valley Volcanoes. They are really mixing it up at the moment on the court. So Ella Porter is now into goal defence. Rhiannon Maggs is into wing defence. Ashley Bourne stays at goalkeeper, so a bit of a switch around in the defensive end. Amber Bates is on at wing attack. Beth Yanu is on at goal attack. And Tia Davis is back on at goal shooter. So almost a brand new team on for Volcanoes for this quarter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the changes work for them if they settle in. A new shooting circle, even though we have seen Tia Davis already, and a new wing attack as well feeding them. So we'll just see how they settle in and see how they actually work together.
Well, Nell Edwards has just taken the ball away from wing attack Amber Bates on that feed. Just intercepted that, which is lovely. Any changes for West Wales Phoenix? We have Emma Roberts on at wing attack. West Wales just in the circle now with Dalith Jones. Combination of Jones and Grant paying off pretty well for this first 3 quarters of this game.
Yeah, they're working really well together in that circle. I think it's just being aware that if Del Jones is outside the circle and both defenders have dropped in to a 2-on-1, that she needs to get in there to take one of the defenders off Ellie Grant, and that should hopefully open something up. But if she's outside and she's got 2-on-1, they're not going to have a shooting option.
Lovely centre pass there from Volcanoes. Straight 3-4 passes straight into Tia Davis. Amber Bates, one of our youngest players we have.
That was a very, very well read. But Volcanoes kind of forced all the Phoenix players into one spot, so it was kind of where the ball was expected to be, but not taking anything away from it. It was a great intercept.
There is Amber Bates there, wing attack for Volcanoes. She's 17 years old, one of the youngest players here in the Fleet TV, which is predominantly adults that play for this league. It is, like we said, for adults to continue playing netball.
But if you're good enough, then you're old enough.
You're absolutely welcome if you're good enough. She does play for Welsh colleges and in the under-17 set-up pathways for the Cardiff Dragons. Anna White now. Advancing for Nick Cook with those rangy arms. Again, one of those short mid-quarters that you just don't realise how long their arms are.
Very, very rangy. Just a nice, simple stick an arm out, get a tip, and pick it up. Always the best ones, I think, as a mid-quarter.
Beth Yanu has just returned to netball after having a second baby. Love to see mums back on court to play netball. We have a lot of mums actually in this tournament. Load of players with 1 or 2, 3 kids.
It's impressive, and hopefully a nice free day for them. They get to just focus on netball for the day and not have to think about that, which is good. Nice break. And a good strong take on that centre pass from her as well.
Absolutely. West Wales seems to be adopting a man-on-man sort of defence through court.
Yeah, and it does seem to be working for them. They are slowing Volcanoes down quite a lot, and at the moment, they are turning this ball over. It is a little bit like pinball at the minute, but whatever they're now doing in defence, whatever their coach has told them, it does seem to be working for them as they are turning this ball over.
Lovely shot from Ellie Grant. Dennis Jones a little bit apprehensive on shooting at the moment. She hasn't put many shots up, but Ellie Grant's happy to take over and put those balls up.
Yeah, if you have a dominant shooter, that's great. It's just then adapting to it if the defence recognise that, but then having the confidence to put that ball up as well.
As Grant sinks another one to make the score 25-12.
And that was very, very well read from Emma Roberts. We love a wing attack intercept. It means that defence don't have to do any more work, but I just think it's all the sweeter, I think, if you get an attacking intercept and then you can score from it as well. So let's hope that they can actually reward that turnover.
And when you turn over a ball, isn't it statistically that first ball you give is the first ball that gets lost?
Yeah, statistically, the first and second ball after turnover are the ones that you're going to lose because you get a bit of a rush of blood to the head, and they nearly did that, but they managed to keep hold of it, but unfortunately just couldn't finish it off. It's something that I'm very keen on with my teams, is telling them that that first ball after a turnover has to go short as a nice simple option, because I'd rather it takes 20 passes to get the ball down than try and just absolutely wang it in from the middle of midcourt.
I absolutely say the same. I'd rather you reset 5 or 6 times instead of forcing it into the circle.
Exactly. It's hard work sometimes getting these men to do that, but we'll get there in the end.
As Volcanoes have just seen, by that ball has just missed out to Tia Davis. But that feeds to Beth Yan, who does not miss, and neither does she. Tactical change here for Volcanoes, with Nick Cook coming off and onto the bench, and Beth Ann Johnson back into centre. And also a change for West Wales Phoenix, with Jessica Thomas hitting the bench and Ellie Mae Austin coming on to wing defence. Ellie Mae Austin, a master's student, physiotherapy at Cardiff University.
We've got a change at goal shooter as well. We've got Rachel Griffiths into goal shooter and Ellie Grant to bench.
Great spot, absolutely. A change of shooter for West Wales Phoenix. Rachel Griffiths is in. Rachel Griffiths says that her role model is Kat Tuivati.
I mean, I couldn't really think of anyone better. She's tough to play against. She loves the flair, but off court, she's one of the nicest people. We had a few battles, and you beat each other up on court, but then as soon as that final whistle's gone, you're best mates.
That's what the handshake's for, right?
Sometimes. But yeah, no, Kat Tuivati was very much that person. She was like, we'll beat each other up for an hour, and then we'll have a coffee afterwards.
We'll have coffee after, yeah.
Or a beer or a wine, whichever way you want to go.
That was good vision from Emma Roberts, but maybe not enough vision of seeing the defender, only seeing her player.
Yes, I think that kind of ball probably needs to go further into the backspace. Obviously, as we've already spoken about, Ashley Bourne's wingspan. It's got to be out of that range of her, put it where she can't get to it without going through the player.
Rachel Griffiths sinks her first shot for Phoenix, taking the score to 27-14. 27-13. They're quicker than I am on the scoreboard. Rachel Griffiths trying to hold that backspace, but Ella Porter and Ashley Bourne working around those two shooters really well. Now they've changed the dynamic of the shooters in West Wales as well, from 2 moving shooters to 1 holding shooter.
Yeah, I think that means then that goal attack Delph Jones does need to get into the circle, because they are dropping onto that holding shooter. So she does need to get in, draw one of them off, and then it then leaves that one-on-one into the shooter, which is what you want. Tia Davis popping out of the circle, but a brilliant interception on the circle edge by Ellie Mae Austin.
Talk about wingspan from both of those players there.
Volcanoes are just forcing Phoenix into each other, which just then means that they can just get a hand in on things, or they have to keep resetting. And so you just need to open the space up a little bit more, use the full width of the court.
They are good at dominating space, aren't they, Volcanoes, and almost dominating which space they want Phoenix to go into.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job on that. Their dictating is paying dividends for them, but a lovely long-range shot there from Del Jones. But they're just reading play nice and simply and just sitting into that box space. But at the moment, Emma Roberts is sitting in the middle of that box, which is helping Phoenix get this ball through court.
So that's something that we said Ellie J. Jones was doing well, was going in and coming out of that box to kind of break it apart. Whereas if you have Emma Roberts sitting in the middle of that box, there's no room for anyone else to do that.
Yeah, but I think it also means that it takes one defensive player out of the way. And if you start with somebody in the middle of the box, it actually can make it easier because you've got somebody in there that can then move and stay in there, or they can pull out, which will move a defender out the way. And then somebody else can go in as well. So there's two ways of doing it, and I like her way at the moment. It's working for them.
Great stuff there from both teams, ending that quarter on 28-14 to Valley Volcanoes. So only 8 goals scored from Volcanoes in that quarter, compared to West Wales Phoenix. Game of the Fleet TV National League with Valley Volcanoes and West Wales Phoenix. Changes again for West Valley Volcanoes. Georgia Jenkins back in at goal shooter. Amber Bates back in at wing attack. Tia Medic is back on at centre. Ella Porter is now in wing defence. Rihanna Maggs has moved across to goal defence. And Tish Kidner is back on at goalkeeper.
Yeah, more changes for Volcanoes. I think they're just working through combos, which will obviously keep players fresh for the game later today, and also help them to understand which combos are going to work better for them as this tournament progresses.
Absolutely. And looking at the West Wales Phoenix team, they also have some changes. Ella Wainwright has come on to goal attack for them.
A lovely read there by Letitia Kidner. I think if your shooter's gone out the circle and you don't give it on that first look, you can't then go and give it on that second one because the keeper's just going to fly on you like that.
Absolutely. It's almost like you have to then give it on the third.
Yeah, I just think that if you've definitely not given it on that first one, you need to go somewhere else, or draw the keeper out with a fake and then get your shooter to play back into the circle.
So like we said, that change for West Wales Phoenix. Ella Wainwright, she is an A-level student, so again, a young player, but does play for the Cardiff Dragons under-17s. or has played for under-17s. 2 tall shooters now in for West Wales Phoenix. So again, a change in dynamic, but a very tall goal attack, which is nice to see.
Yeah, we'll see how that works for them. See if she can play herself in and draw a defender off so that they are more one-on-one rather than sitting on that 2-on-1 in the circle. But we'll see how Letitia Kidner adapts to that and how it actually works in general.
Anna White for West Wales Phoenix in the centre, trying to increase that ball speed, but Valley Volcanoes just slowing it down. Rachel Griffiths puts the ball in the net for West Wales. Again, that fast ball speed from Volcanoes, but Georgia Jenkins was unable to get a hand on it, but Tia Medic was there to clear up. Nell Edwards is all over the court as goal defence, isn't she?
She is.
In the best way possible.
And then we've got a goalkeeper on the floor. No, yeah, she's definitely running her goal attacks hard. I would just like to see her a little bit less costly on the penalties, because I think the Phoenix defence at the moment would be sitting quite high on that stat, which is not what you want.
Lovely talking by Tish Kidner there, calling her other 2 defenders on where to go. In defence, you need that communication, don't you? Because if you have a quiet defence, you have no idea where you're going.
Yeah, exactly. You need that gobby person at the back, I think, kind of directing traffic. So long as it's not taken away from their own gameplay, as it obviously isn't in Tish Kidner's case, but you do need someone at the back just creating that noise, because it also just puts a bit of doubt into feeders' minds if you've got someone that's just shouting because they don't know actually where the space is, because you're cutting that off for them, which is a bit daft when you think about it. Like, a voice is cutting the space off, but it really does work. And yeah, you've got to be loud if you're a defender.
So it's almost questioning your own decision making, isn't it, as an attacker then to go.
Exactly.
Lovely take by Beth Yanu there, and Emma Roberts again reading well, but called for offside by Danielle Coxley. And again, Emma Roberts trying to come around.
She's trying her best.
Trying to come around Ella Porter. Tia Medic gathers and spots Beth Yanu almost under the post. And sinks that one for Volcanoes to take the score to 31-16.
Yeah, Volcanoes at the moment just feel a little bit more static in attack. I think it is just all the changes, but I do think that Phoenix have stepped up the defence, but I think they just need to bring a bit more of that movement into there, so a bit more work from Tia Medic and Amber Bates in the centre and wing attacks positions will just really help out that shooting circle.
Tish Kidner gathers that rebound, but to be called up for contact. Ella Wainwright will shoot and score. Oh, and Nell Edwards comes through again with that clean, crisp interception.
She is everywhere, but I think we could see that one coming from where we're sat. So I think that's where she needs to look at it and then either fake it to get her to run through so your goal attack can play back, or you need to go somewhere else.
And a quick sorry from Tia to the bench.
But it was a brilliant intercept.
Can't take it away from Nell Edwards, who did cite that as well.
She's doing an awful lot of work on this through court as well. But again, just the Phoenix attackers are all sitting around the edges, which just gives her absolutely nowhere to go.
So Ella Porter able to gather that ball. And Georgia Jenkins now from a range that she does enjoy, but just rolls off the back.
Just didn't look comfortable taking that shot at all. She probably should have passed it to a mid-court on the circle edge and played herself back in.
Look for a reset on that one. Tish Kidner was fingertips away from that ball, but Rachel Griffiths just missed that shot. And Emma Roberts again.
She gets her intercepts.
She loves an intercept. She was full range, arms out for that ball, and she took it cleanly with 2 hands.
And fully rewarded as well.
Here come Phoenix again. Beth Yanu there running straight with 2 players on her and still managed to gather that ball. Jenkins again looking a bit more comfortable on that shot. Just falls short. She'll have another chance. and it rolls out of the goal. Personally, as a shooter, I hate those shots when it kind of, you think it's gone in and you're all off for the rebound.
Yeah, those are the worst ones, the ones that just kind of swipe around the rim, because they do just throw you in a really good rebound position, and it just rolls around and you almost don't know where the ball's going to go, but they manage to get the ball back and finish it off.
Well, Ella Porter is pulled up for contact on Emma Roberts. On a sight from Anna White.
Lovely little baseline there as a goal attack. That was excellent to see from Ella Wainwright. I think it was just a case of the body angles from Rhiannon. She just needs to turn that angle and shut that baseline off. But Tia Medic is not going to get that one.
You never know, she can jump quite high. I have seen it with my own eyes. Wainwright just wanted to give that ball away.
Yeah, and Tish Kidner just admonishes herself there and says 2 hands. I do think she definitely could have tipped that one back into court to herself rather than swiping at it and taking it off. So she is correct in saying 2 hands on that one.
And she does rectify her mistake by putting that one in the net. 32-21 now the score, so the gap has closed between these two teams. Phoenix have not let them get too far away.
And this so far is the Phoenix highest scoring quarter. I don't know whether it's all the changes from both teams that have helped that. But they're doing some really, really good stuff, turning some lovely ball in defence and actually finishing it off in the squat, which they weren't at the start of the game. I think it's just taken them a bit of time to get into this game.
Georgia Jenkins on that shoot, on that shot, absolutely comfortable as anything, cool, calm, collected. She is a super shooter. Here she goes again. And sinks another.
She reminds me of Karen Gregg, who would literally take the front hold at the edge of the circle, land the ball, turn, and just bomb it in.
She's got an air of Gabby Sinclair.
Yeah, a little bit. Less movement. She's doing really well on that hold. But yeah, just absolute the confidence to just turn and shoot.
The shoot in action and the confidence. But you want that, don't you? You want a confident shooter that you have faith in. You know that you're going to give her the ball. She'll just turn and shoot.
Yeah, she's just absolutely happy to just land the ball anywhere.
Here she goes.
And just shoot again.
As if she's in training.
There we go.
And she sinks another one.
It's an absolute luxury for Volcanoes to have 2 very different shooters on the bench that are equally as effective.
They have such depth in their shooters in Volcanoes. They have movers, they have static ones, and Jenkins again just proving her talent by drawing out both defence to that circle edge, and then the feed from Amber Yates noticing as well and feeding Bethiano instead.
Yeah, she was very clever in recognising that the goal defence was way out of play, and just pulled the keeper away so that Bethiano could land the ball right under the post. But your mid-court in that have got to recognise that, and Amber Bates absolutely did that.
Well, the younger talent on the other end now, Ella Wainwright, plays it beautifully.
She recognises only 5 seconds on the clock, and that's an incredible kind of, like, to be able to recognise that at such a young age is phenomenal.
That's a great skill to know at such a young age, to recognise that the clock is running down with 5 seconds to go. I have here with me Kerry Almond. How are you enjoying the game so far?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this morning's game, Volcanoes versus Phoenix. It was a good start. A slow start from Phoenix, but they improved as the game went on, which was nice to see. But yeah, impressed with Valley Volcanoes, defensively particularly.
Lovely stuff. Yes, we did see Valley Volcanoes beat West Wales Phoenix this morning on our first game. So on to the second game then of the day. Let's go through our starting sevens just for this second game. So for Northwest Fury, in goalkeeper we have Steffi Stutt. In goal defence, Steph Oliver-Smith. In wing defence, Lily Dudson. In centre, Lucy Moran. In wing attack, Lucy Leonard. In goal attack, Amy Thompson. And in goal shooter, Gwennan Williams. MVP from last year was Gwennan Williams, one of the MVPs there. So looking forward to watch her play. For City Flames, goalkeeper Caris Allen, goal defence Caitlin Bennett, wing defence Beth Proctor, centre Elise Hayward, wing attack Harriet Skinner, goal attack coach captain Sarah Bell, and goal shooter Tasha Charles. Familiar faces again for you here, Kerry?
I think, obviously, I know Sarah Bell from her Dragons and Welsh Feathers days. Yeah, so interested to see how she plays today. Obviously doing a bit of everything, coaching, captaining, playing. That's hard work, so would like to see how she kind of copes with that. But again, interested to see a lot of players that, again, I've not seen before, and just hopefully looking forward to another good game.
Absolutely. So the umpires for this game then, Claire Williams, and Anne Burt Williams. They are about to take the court. City Flames over there in that sunflower yellow dress. And City Northwest Fury in the wonderful green on your left. Claire Williams crossing the court. And Amber Williams gets the players ready as the time will soon be running, and the players still hasn't taken the court.
I don't know if we're going by the clock that's on the wall, whether it's a little bit slow. Obviously going off that, but yeah, the teams do need to be on court when the umpires tell them to. But as both teams are late on court, the centre pass won't get turned over. Northwest
Fury, of course, getting the crowd going, and it is their home city in Bangor for a lot of them. But City Flames will take that first centre pass. Coach captain Sarah Bell feeds to Harriet Skinner. And our resident deep heat expert, Tash Charles, puts that first goal in the net.
Yep, we can smell her from here. No, that was a lovely 1-2 that she did, and just found herself in the back space and landed right under the post. So a great start from her.
Lovely work to start off the game. And again, that first kind of important turnover from City Flames, just like we saw in the last game from Volcanoes, that first sort of turnover ball as well to get them going.
Yeah, did a really,
2 goals
good
in a row.
On centre pass, and it turned the ball over, and it's got them into an early 2-0 lead. Steffi Stutt does have her job cut out for her in today's game. She is giving up quite a bit of a height advantage into that circle with Tasha Charles, who, I don't know, must be around about 6 foot, if not more. So yeah, just like seeing her moving her feet and seeing how she can get up and off the body.
That feed from Elise Hayward just slightly overcooked to Sarah Bell, but Sarah Bell gets a hand on that ball. It is pulled for contact. From last year, from what I remember though, Steffi Stutt does love a jump for a ball, and she does love a fly, so she's not to be underestimated.
Well, now I'm going to be looking out for that. I'm looking forward to seeing her coming out the circle on some of these longer balls through court, so no pressure.
No pressure at all. Here come City Flames again. Great control there by Elise Hayward down the side of the court to control her feet and the ball and her hands. And a lovely no-look feed from Sarah Bell to Tash Charles, who puts the third goal on the board for Flames. Lucy Moran in that centre position for Fury, previous coach of mine. Previous coach for actually a lot of these Fury girls, I think, Lucy Moran, and a very, very experienced umpire.
Oh, well, she needs to be perfect then with this game. If she's an umpire or a coach, Expecting big things from her now.
Very experienced. And Amy Thompson takes that first shot for Fury and sinks that shot. Steph Oliver-Smith, I did warn you about these Fury defenders. They do love a jump.
Yeah, I think that was, she did a good job in just recognising that the feed was coming from Sarah Bell's chest and below. And if you wanted to pass an over ball, that's not where that feed should be coming from. So she does need to get that ball up. I do think as well that given that height difference in the circle, they can look for a one-on-one, but that was a great baseline drive and a fantastic feed.
Fantastic feed indeed from Harriet Skinner. She just watched Sarah Bell take that entire run behind Tash Charles, and was a beautiful feed. And again, that feed could have been absolutely on point by Lucy Leonard. However, Caris Allen and Caitlin Bennett were all over it.
The noise level in this sports hall has definitely increased in this game, and a lot of that is coming from the Fury bench, and they're so loud, which is what we like to see.
The Fury bench is definitely contributing to most of the noise, but we cannot discredit the crowd here as well for Fury.
Not the right kind of feed, but I do think Tasha Charles possibly just moved off her hold a little bit too early there. We've always spoken about the height advantage, but that means that she doesn't have to move as early as she was doing then, and that feed can just pop over in a nice little loop, but she moved off it too early and the feed was overkicked.
Lovely hold, lovely feed, lovely turn, Gwen-Ann Williams. Nice link up with Lucy Leonard. Both defenders out, and Williams has no problem putting that ball in the net as if it didn't even go anywhere. It was up and down through swish. Caitlin Bennett, though, straight through for that interception tip.
There's just only one option on that centre pass there, and I think Lucy Moran is just looking at that a little bit too long. If she's looked at it for longer than a second, she does need to look elsewhere, whether that is another player coming over from the front or whether she does need to turn and have a look to her wing defence and goal defence.
Elise Hayward, another one of those fast players that plays centre for City Flames. She moves almost 2 steps ahead of the ball again, isn't it? Like, the feet are too fast for her body, but she always keeps up.
Yeah, I think maybe in that situation she just does need to slow down a little bit more, just to be a little bit more under control. But if it works, it works.
So, Tash Charles just passing the ball off to Sarah Bell for that penalty. And Charles puts another one on the board for Flames, taking the score to 7-2. Lucy Leonard and Caitlin Bennett are fighting it out on that sideline. Like you said, that ball tends to go play a lot on that sideline. We haven't seen a lot of action on this side of the court yet.
Yeah, I think Fury possibly just need to change up their centre pass a little bit, have a few more options, or certainly different options. It isn't quite working for them just yet, so I would like to see maybe goal attacks and wing attacks working together a little bit more on that line, just to create something different for this Flames defence to contend with.
Harriet Skinner with that lovely 1-2.
And a great front position there from Steffi Stewart. That was exactly what she needs to do. I do think perhaps that feed needs to be set a little bit more, though.
Yes, Harriet Skinner again. Her feet were running a bit too fast for her body because she wanted the ball quicker, so she couldn't really stop herself, and that ball was let go. Caris Allen sighted that ball and wanted it, but Gwen-Ann Williams ran straight around the front. Gwen-Ann Williams is one of the players who's born in Anglesey, lived there for quite a while before moving down to Cardiff University, works as a teacher in Cardiff, plays all her netball in Cardiff, but always plays back for her home county in these tournaments.
I think there's just something about, playing for where you're from. I like that. I like that she's kind of not been swayed into playing for where she lives now. Like, she feels that this is her home, so absolutely, why not? Full credit to her for that. Full
credit indeed. One of our MVPs from last year, Gwen-Ann Williams. Plays with a lot of the City Flames girls in Cardiff for Dinas Netball. Won national championships for clubs this year.
She has a lovely strong front hold. Always looking to find the body of the goalkeeper. I just think the feeds into her from the Fury mid-court just need to be set a little bit more. If she has that front hold, the ball doesn't need to be going into space. It just needs to be going at her instead.
Flames trying to move that ball around, but in through the middle for that interception comes wing defence Lily Dutton. Lucy Moran finds Gwelan right under the post, like you said, had just backed on to Caris Allen for that space. And she always finds herself right underneath the post for that shot, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's got such a strong hold in there, and to be honest, it'd be more difficult not to find her under the post with that hold. I would just like to see the Flames defenders, Caris Allen, just kind of getting off the body, confusing that space for the feeder. If your shooter wants to find your body, then you come off and you make her come find you again, and it just confuses where they need to put the ball for her. Yeah, she is leaning on to Tasha Charles quite a lot. She's making it really, really obvious. Just stand up straight and get off the body, and then you're not going to be pulled for that.
With a height difference like that, it's quite obvious, isn't it, when that happens with a shorter defender and a taller shooter?
Yeah, exactly. And the lean is just more obvious. I think she just needs to start mixing up, being on, being off, being on, being off. It'll just mean, again, like we were talking about Gwennan Williams, the mid-court won't then be sure where they need to put the ball, and you then make the front ball look like it's open, and the feed might be flatter for you to then have a run onto. So I'd like to see her coming off the body instead of trying to fight against her. It's not a battle she's going to win with a tall shooter.
Lovely feed again from Lucy Moran into Gwennan Williams, who again has no problems putting that ball in the net. Lovely turnover from Northwest Fury. But that feed from Amy Thompson just wasn't on for Gwennan Williams. I don't think she expected that ball, but that jump from Lucy Leonard to try and get that ball, that was a little bit out of her reach. Steffi Stutt again trying to come through Tash Charles a little bit there for that ball instead of coming around.
Yeah, probably a little bit too highly penalised for the first quarter. I think Fury coaches do need to have a look at that and just see if there's anything different that they can do. She does need to change how she's playing on Tasha Charles, though.
And there goes the whistle for that first quarter for Fury and Flames. So the score at the end of that first quarter, 10-6 to City Flames. Only 4 goals in it. A nice close game for that second game of the day. So please Welcome back to the Fleet TV National League here in Bangor. It is game number 2 on day number 1, and it is Northwest Fury versus City Flames. Flames currently leading 10 goals to 6. And I believe Ambert Williams might give another warning if these players don't get on the court.
Yeah, if you are not on court in the right time and it's your centre pass, they have been known to turn a centre pass over and turn it the other way. So
here we are. You have been
behave
told.
Yourselves.
Behave yourselves indeed. Changes for Northwest Fury. They have taken Amy Thompson from that goal attack position and put on Ellen Barwick. And as we're talking, wonderful feed from Lucy Leonard to Gwennan Williams as Ellen Barwick drew that defence out.
Yeah, that's really good defence there by Fury, forcing Flames back on that centre pass.
No changes for City Flames. They have kept the remaining 7. And here goes Tash Charles. Just checking her positioning with Ambert Williams, the umpire, and takes that score to 11-7. Only 4 goals in it between these two teams on quarter time. And Fury eagerly trying to get their first win.
Lovely feed and another wonderful hold from Gwennan Williams. I'm surprised she didn't put that shot up though. But she does hopefully put herself into a better position, gets the contact call, and I'm sure she'll finish this off.
Gwennan Williams
is the commentator again.
So the commentator strikes for the first time today. It is a real thing that we do try and avoid as best as we can, so we will apologise to Gwennan Williams for that one. Ambert Williams just laying down the law, one of our most experienced umpires here in the National League. And the score now 12-7 as Flames took that turnover and a lovely centre pass.
Really, really simple centre pass. Middle, shot.
That's as simple as it's going to get. The middle shot. Won't get any simpler than that, but there goes Lucy Leonard straight into pocket.
But then Fury do pretty much the same thing, just a little bit wider. Like, just defences, probably I'm asking you to step up a little bit more.
And it's getting louder in here with these two teams. Like you said earlier, most of the noise for Flames coming from their bench, but the noise for Fury is coming from the crowd. And there goes Steffi Stud right through the middle of Tash Charles's hands, but did catch her on the head a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say that was better from her, but I think on that out and in, she needs to run the front instead of just, like you said, trying to run through the back of her, because that's never going to win you any favours from the umpire. So work her feet and get round the front of that body.
A lot of these Northwest Fury girls were part of the first Island Games back in 2023 when they represented Anglesey. And their head coach for Northwest Fury, Simone Gould, was the head coach for that squad.
I think Steffi Stutt is going to get a talking to at some point. She does need to change how she's playing. There we go.
Is that a commentator's curse or just a prediction?
I think it was definitely coming. She did hip check her slightly while she was in the air, which can be construed as dangerous play, especially with the new rules that we've got as well. So anything where you hit a player that's in the air, you are walking the tightrope. So she does need to change her play now and kind of address that contact.
Absolutely does need to change that play. We have to keep our players safe. So a talking to for Steffi Stutt. Any more from her then will be a straight warning. And further will be a 2-minute suspension.
Yeah, I think that because she's so tight on the body, when she's getting up in the air, she's getting underneath Tasha Charles, which for me is dangerous play regardless of whether she hits her or not, because it can change her landing. So I think either the umpires need to address that now, or the Fury coaching bench do need to possibly have a look at that and make a change.
Well, City Flames were unlucky in that one as wing defence. Beth Proctor thought that ball was out by Lucy Moran, but she had indeed kept it in, and they did turn it over for a goal.
Super quick feet there by Lucy Leonard. Sorry, Harriet Skinner.
And Lily Doodson takes that ball away from Tash Charles.
This is all going this game.
Lucy Leonard.
What a feed.
Lovely feed from her Loughborough player, Loughborough University. Loughborough netball captain. Also working towards her B umpiring awards. So, again, citing Gwennan Williams on that hold.
I think as well what Ellen Barwick is doing really well is she's landing and she's feeding it straight away. And those, as a defender, they're really hard to work out where you need to go. And she's doing it perfectly, but the hold is absolutely spot on as well, so that is helping no end.
Well, Ellen Barwick sinks that one for Fury, making the score 17-12. 5 goals in it now. Tash Charles just taking another hit from Steffi Stutz on the head, but manages to sink that ball.
She is going to be bruised tomorrow.
I think Tash Charles is used to it from playing in Cardiff League. That's why she covers herself in deep heat as a pre-game ritual. And Bert Williams is not happy with Steph Stutz. She is trying to contest for that ball, but unfortunately is coming off on the wrong side, isn't she? And is coming through for that contact.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Because it doesn't look like she's actively trying to come off the body and contest with it. And that's where she is going to pull the attention of the umpire. So I just think she needs to start off the body, give herself the room to move, get her feet round and actually get her feet back and up. When you're stuck on the body, you can't actually challenge the overball because you have no room for your feet or your body to actually move properly.
Great words.
Perfect feed.
Great words of advice there for Steffi Stutz, as we see a wonderful feed for Gwennan Williams, who had almost bodied up on 2 defenders by screening herself. And Steffi Stutz takes one back by getting a contact call off Tash Charles.
Yeah, she got herself in the right space and Tash Charles just ran into her and probably just gave her a bit of a hit check, probably because she's been hit so much already.
Poor Gwennan Williams. She saw the ball, she sighted the ball, but it just slipped through her fingers, and it happens to us all.
Yeah, just not able to reward the hard work from Steffi Stutt at the back.
Well, Caitlin Bennett saw 2 City Flames players, and Harriet Skinner thought it was for Sarah Bell, and Sarah Bell thought it was for Harriet Skinner.
Yeah, and just sailed off the other side of the sideline. So let's see if Fury can actually reward this one.
Gwennan Williams
out
not
the
afraid
circle. I
to come out
want to
with
be in the circle. Get back in the circle.
So Flames go again to try and extend their lead. Harriet Skinner playing high up the court. Footwork called for Elise Hayward.
I don't think she agreed with that call.
She didn't look like she
the eye
agreed.
roll anyway. What a take.
Caris Allen runs straight into the post. And Gwennan Williams sinks another one. 14-20 now is the score. 6 goals difference.
Lovely.
Oh, well held by Ellen Barwick on that single leg.
The core strength and the balance to just somehow manage to keep that one in and then find Gwennan Williams as well. Just, yeah, excellent.
Great work by Barwick to find Williams. And Williams not able to sink that shot. Caris Allen fighting to keep that ball in, and it ends up in the crowds. Lucy Moran looking for a feed. Lucy Leonard rolling lovely off Beth Proctor.
Oh,
And
no.
a replay ball for Barwick. So that was really nice play by Fury not to force that ball in.
Yeah.
So unlucky.
I think the ball just kind of died a little bit as it got to Ellen Barwick, and she just wasn't in the right position to get both hands on it. But they've done enough to slow it down so that Flames couldn't score off that one. But unfortunately, we've now got a warning for Lily Doodson.
A wing defence for Fury received a warning on the buzzer, and I believe for dangerous play, as she stood in the way of a Flames player as they were coming. Croeso nôl, welcome back to the second game of the day here at the Flea TV National League, where Northwest Fury are taking on City Flames. At half-time, the score was 20-14 to Flames. Only 6 goals in it in this lively second game of the day. Changes then on the courts for Northwest Fury as they just turn over the ball. Wing defence, Alice Francis. Goal defence, Beth Phillips. And goalkeeper, Steph Oliver-Smith. So 2 players that were on the umpire's radar was Steffi Stutt and Lily Dootson. So they have been taken off the court.
Yeah, I think that's sensible coaching. If you've got a player on a warning, you can't really run the risk of having them sent off at any length of time. So, yeah, sensible coaching decisions. And we'll actually see if it helps them defensively.
And a change for City Flames. Jill Morgan is on wing defence. As Tash Charles takes that first goal to make it 21-14. Lucy Leonard fighting for space there against Jill Morgan and finding it. Good option by Lucy Moran there to reset instead of forcing that ball in, seeing 2 defenders on Gwennan Williams.
Yeah, I think she turned and looked and there was just like a sea of yellow. And when you have that many opposition players in between you and your player, then I think resetting the ball is the sensible option because it allows your team to just reset themselves in effect and allows your shooters to rotate into where they actually need to be.
Well, that turnover there from Caris Allen was for taking the ball away from Gwennan Williams, and that lovely feed from Sarah Bell to Elise Hayward. There is one slight change as well from City Flames. Elise Hayward has moved to a wing attack and Harriet Skinner is in the middle. Just a switch around there for those 2 players. Lucy Moran finding circle edge in the pocket.
That drive there as well from Ellen Bowick just took a defender off Gwennan Williams and just allowed that nice, easy front pop to post.
Ellen Bowick doing really well just to drag defenders away from Williams. Their partnership has been growing over a few years. Contact calls very high in this game, isn't it? The penalties on the contacts.
Yeah, I think the players in this game are all kind of running very on the body, and they just need to take the angle on the inside rather than running at the player, and that'll hopefully free the game up a little bit. There is far too much whistle in this game for my liking, but it's on the players to clean that up, really. Oh, unlucky.
Bethan Phillips was unlucky there. She almost overran the ball and tipped it back, but into the hands of Tash Charles, who will shoot those shots any day. They are her bread and butter, those shots. But Lucy Leonard's finding circle edge. Ellen Bowick not comfortable in that shooting range and wanting to find Williams, but she was doubled up again by Proctor.
Probably just a little bit too much flair on that one. I think the simple thing would have been to have gone to your centre in the pocket and then play yourself off on a circle sweep, but she took a step and then wanted to play it into the shooter, but it just didn't quite work.
Tash Charles resetting. And no problem for her on that shot. Tactical change then for City Flames. Elise Hayward goes back into the middle. And on to wing attack. Comes Sarah Bell. Sarah Bell moves across to wing attack for City Flames. Change around of the bibs there. And as Zoe Stanley comes on to goal attack for City Flames. Zoe Stapley, a 22-year-old, who grew up in Dubai and captained the United Arab Emirates under-17s squad.
Very nice. And the first action in there, and she just pops the ball under the post, Tash Charles.
On the run
Great
to
start.
Tash Charles. Lovely work. Lovely ball by Elise Hayward, whose bib is upside down. And I don't know if she's noticed. Oh, but we do have an injury to Claire Williams, the umpire. So time has been called.
This is an unusual one, but Tash Charles is indicating that it's a knee issue.
Seems to be a knee issue. And Jordan Dent, the team manager of City Flames, is straight over.
This is not what we want to see.
And she is carried off the court to a round of applause from the crowd. We do not like to see anyone injured, especially our umpires. And Claire Williams' daughter, Charlotte Tapp, will take over in her place.
Quick change of umpires.
Switch, quick switch. And Amber Williams resumes play. We do hope nothing too serious for Claire Williams, but she did look in a bit of pain. Hopefully she'll get it sorted. And
I was just about to say that was a really good start from Fury. She looked across the circle to look at Lucy Moran, but then it drew the keeper out the circle, and then under the post to Gwennon Williams, but she can't quite finish that one off.
And then a lovely transition quickly through court from City Flames. But again, almost that last ball is a little bit too quick for their own movement.
I think part of the problem is that they're landing the ball and they're landing facing the opposite sideline, and they need to turn and look into the circle straight away. And they're not doing that, and it's just allowing the Fury defence to just kind of set up.
Exactly as Lucy Leonard just did, but she was so unlucky there. Gwenna Williams pulled up for contact on Caris Allen, pushing off the player. Caitlin Bennett held that ball wonderfully from going offside.
Me personally, I think that was a really harsh call, but we don't argue with the umpires.
We don't argue with the umpires, especially when they've just come on to replace the other umpire.
We may roll our eyes at them, but we don't argue.
And a lovely draw out from Zoe Stapley to draw Bethan Phillips away from that front ball to Tasha Charles, and a tactical change for Fury here. Lucy Leonard steps into that centre position. And into wing attack for Fury. We see a change. Ella Parry steps into wing attack, and Gwenna Williams has been taken off the court, and Keris Jones is in at goal shooter.
So we'll see how this affects the way that Fury play. Obviously, slightly smaller shooter in there, but again, same as the Flames, that they need to turn and look at the circle.
So now we have two moving shooters in that circle for Fury. And Flames are losing the ball as Fury keep turning over ball after ball after ball. Change dynamic now for the attacking end, maybe?
Yeah, I think now we've got more of a moving circle. We're probably going to see the ball move a little bit quicker. But again, they have to turn and look. And just make sure they're shifting the defenders out of the way. If they just continue to look sideways, it's not going to move anybody. But with that change in there, they probably just need to slow down a little bit while they adapt and adjust. But that is a perfect pinpoint feed.
Elise Hayward, absolutely known for her pinpoint feeds, and Tash Charles, all she had to do was stick out a hand for that ball, and it was absolutely there.
And a brilliant step change on that centre pass by Zoe Stapley. And again, a long bomb feed. These Fury defenders need to start moving around the body and getting on the front. I think they're just being undone a little bit with their lack of height in that defensive circle.
Well, without that height of Gwenna Williams, Fury have to work that ball around a lot more in the circle, and that pass from Barwick to Jones was picked up easily by Caitlin Bennett. And Tash Charles picks up the rebound from Zoe Stapley. And Sarah Bell
Much
just
better defensively.
Just off on that ball. I think not enough behind that pass.
I think it was probably also just a little bit too flat, but Steffi Oliver-Smith in defence then did exactly what we spoke about. She came off the body to promote the flat feed. And then she ran her feet, got the tip and picked it up. But I think Sarah Bell just needs to recognise that and still put that height on that feed. Because Tash Charles is obviously a lovely tall player, so play to her strengths.
That ball just too much for Elise Hayward. Unable to get to that one, so Fury will bring it up, but Jill Morgan read that one for... Oh, and Jill knew the clock was running down and played the ball in, but it was incorrect setting. So that miscommunication there, a bit from City Flames to get that last goal in for the end of the quarter. But the score is 31-16, so Flames have really...
Well, welcome back to the final
quarter of this
second game of the day. Versus
Flames.
pulled away third quarter.
Final score
Of that third 31-16.
with Fury only
Scoring 2 goals. Looking
around for change.
on the court. Harriet Skinner returns
To wing attack for
City Flames. Sarah Bell
coaching
taking the bench.
Caris Allen comes
Out to goal defence
for
Flames. Now goes in
to
goalkeeper and straight away
The noise level from the
Flames in defence. Really bellowing those instructions.
And the only change
that we see for Fury is one that you predicted.
Kerry, is Gwen
Williams back on to go.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I think it just works better for that strong hold and high in that circle.
I was thinking of the last shot, but we'll just go to Charles again. As cool as ever. Lovely quick ball in there
that's totally off-footed defender.
I really think about
getting that
50% scoreys 1 point out of this game.
They are,
but we do need to see
all their players step up
court to make sure they are scoring
off that and consolidating all the defense passes.
Absolutely, as you mentioned, it is 5 points for 3 points.
3 points if you do get a draw.
It's 2 points for losing within
50%
of that winning team. So for Fury to get
that 1 point,
they do need to get a little bit
more
goals on the board. But Harriet Skinner is intact. Bowen
secures that turnover for her team.
That was a really good
circle sweep there from a goal
attack. Bowen a little bit.
But I think
Fury do look more defense. They all look like they're really fresh this.
And even if you are, you
do just kind of have to like you're not and just keep plugging
away.
Absolutely. And Bethlehem Phillips
trying to tip that shot
from behind of Tash Charles. All do was
shooters.
Just that third self on the post.
That third shot
does go in. Sometimes you just need
a couple of
opportunities. Harriet Skinner sights to Charles
by herself under the post,
but goes into the post.
Skinner, but obviously
I deemed that her arms are out, so she can go
pass, and a
bullet feed.
And Charles, lucky not to be called
for using the post on that. She was just
resting, maybe.
Yeah, we shut it down.
Tactical change called for
City Flames. Charles is
taking a well-earned,
and I believe to shoot
City Flames. On comes
Eve Morton.
Fury have just
kind of on the path. They definitely
moved away from what they were doing so
well in that first half. They just need to bring
a lot more
control back. Set themselves. If they need
to slow it down for them.
They definitely could either way do it,
but I think sometimes
coming through the court, they're going a little bit too fast,
and making
a few too many errors. Well, Fury Romo and 2 players on
every one
of City Flames.
And Harriet Skinner's pass
to Chloe Six, a bit too strong.
too strong.
Before she put her foot down in court,
Oh, and that ball
From Alice is picked up by Jill Morgan for
a turnover.
and at least
And Harriet
Skinner play quickly, just short on that.
short on that shot.
And he is pulled up for
Contact on the rebound. Ball from
Skinner. That was well read there from Harris Allen. She was just
in the right place at the
right time and a really strong take on the ball as well.
But I think she felt that one a little bit.
She did. She kept her feet on court and just
expected
the hit. I think she knew it was. Yeah, she sighted that really well.
And
just made sure that she was in position.
but yeah, I think
she definitely felt like it. For City
Flames.
Charlotte Lewis. For the all attack.
I believe
Charlotte Lewis was a player last season. Now moved and is
part of the
Cardiff Dragons
setup has previously played
under 21 and 19s. Lovely feed there from the centre.
but Neve Morton just needs to
Set herself there and finish that off. Just short, Morton. Taylor couldn't find her in the
right place there. Just
managed to get knocked post and then just pick it up.
And Mafuri really need
this one. They score, and then it'll be their
centre pass to hopefully make
sure they are winning There
comes Caris Allen.
Again.
Commentator's curse is
right today, but you've been doing all the work.
It's all me.
I don't mind.
Caris Allen
Straight through, but so we have turned the ball back over.
Comzea strikes for me on that one.
That is just
Short on the shot.
Okay, Zalo.
I think the umpire deemed that
as an intention. She moved that all the way
up to the third line.
It was supposed to be half it, but each umpire does things
slightly differently and sees
things differently. But yeah, so Ellen Bowick
probably does need to be careful
now because she's on her back.
A lot of the Fury players have
been given advanced warnings for
that feed.
By wing attack.
And with only
25 this quarter,
Fury really needs
to step up defensively and stop this ball getting through.
Because at the moment they are on that half.
But if
Flames get this one through, it makes it
very difficult. And that
brilliant tip shot
there. It was running down, and that shot
had to go up.
Well, here between
City Flames and
Northwest Fury 2 to 21.
So a high scoring
game for both teams.
Indeed. So let's just
Quick go to Emma starting both these two teams
taking
on the third game for Power Sparks.
Sparks. We do
Have goalkeeper and goal defence,
Chloe Bolton.
wing defence. In centre
is Mally Davis.
wing attack Williams. Goal attack is
Josie Williams.
and goal shooter is Bailey.
For those wing
Defence centre
is Eloise Spacey.
wing attack Bailey. Goal attack
is Megan Jones.
and goal shooter right.
These two teams
For this third game, Kerry, a pick up from last game
that you would like to see again.
from this game. I'd really like to see penalty count.
Penalty counts down, I think.
So final 2 games we've had
It's going to be bruised and broken.
tomorrow. Actually said that when
She quickly came over to us, so
yeah, I'd like to see them play. Still challenging the ball, but
challenging cleanly.
absolutely. I did see a lot of
Interceptions, a lot of taken
body on kind of ball taken through court.
Did you feel that on court side?
Yeah, we came off the court and
bodies are quite tired after that
game. Every second ball and credit to the other team.
you know, every single
Ball they challenged. And as you said,
sore for tomorrow.
Well, she did
say that she'll be putting on DP all over.
Heat all over her body
So maybe she'll need some DP after that.
after that game.
So.
You did take they just
managed to get into half
score to get that 1 point at 1 point, didn't we?
that they weren't going to get to
That half score. Yeah, we recognised that and we were trying to get the girls to push on
In the last quarter, you know,
just trying to get that goal in. Yeah, and like you said, credit to them,
they played the game
really well and CC come up. Yes, they did indeed.
Well,
As we see now, the Power Sparks in the
orange
on the left foot
and Southeast
plays maybe not quite as ready to
take the court on the right.
in the red. Players for this game things have kind of changed now thanks to
due to the
injury that we did to Williams in that last game
for
City games. Those games, their huddles. And for this one, Power Sparks on the underdogs from last season. I think it'll be
quite exciting this season.
everyone loves them, right?
We do. I think sometimes underdogs are the best performance.
Wow, does
Kayaking, canoeing, yeah. Very athletic, Eve Wright. And Georgina Hearn again coming through for that rebound, that interception.
It's just a very scrappy start from both teams. I think it's probably just the nerves. First game, they've seen the first two, and they just need to settle into this.
I think once the first few shots go in, the teams will start to settle then, won't they? It just takes a couple of minutes.
Eve Wright makes it 1-all. And that's a ball across the circle for Eloise Spacey to just jump up and take.
And she's down the other court in a matter of seconds, like phenomenal.
She's got speed, she's got power. She plays down in the Cardiff League and she can jump. I'm expecting a lot of intercepts from her today.
She is a centre, she's a wing defence, she's a goal defence, she's a goalkeeper, but she's deceivingly long and rangy, and she's Eloise Spacey is one to watch indeed. Well, here come power backs then. Josie Williams just resetting that ball back. And Eloise Spacey does a little bit.
She can do gymnastics as well.
Gymnastics with a little forward roll, showing us all her talents.
But this is really good patience here from Power Sparks, and this is what I mentioned at the start. They're really good at just keeping possession of the ball and playing that short option. They reset there a few times, didn't they, just to have a better option up front.
They absolutely are, and bringing that ball through, opening up their play. Mally Davis in the middle there, whose sister Gwenno Davis played for Valley Volcanoes last year, which you played with as well, Sarah?
Yes, she did, yeah. I've played with Gwenno a few times. She used to play for my same club, Team Central. Very talented players, both of them.
Mally is an agricultural student at Aberystwyth University. A lot of these Powys girls studying agriculture and enjoy the farming life. And Eve Wright with that lovely hold. Ball into space. Third time's a charm.
Yeah. I think if you're missing your shots but you get your own rebounds,
does it count?
I don't think it really matters too much because you are still getting your rebounds. So as long as it doesn't fall into defense's hands, that's the main thing.
Would you be happy, Sarah, if your players missed 4 in a row but still got the rebounds?
Yeah, that's fine by me. As long as we eventually get the goal in.
If Mary Chalhot can miss 6 goals in a row and get her own rebounds and eventually score on the 7th go, it's good enough for anybody else.
Still a goal. And there is that goal from Josie Williams, making that goal score 4-3. It's a very close game here. And Georgina Hearn again.
She's all over the court, isn't she?
She is a phenomenal player. Just finished her first year at Cardiff Met.
I think we've had a ball-to-hand contact, which is very unusual.
Very unusual.
She had herself set in the right position and she just moved the ball into her hand, so it was the right call.
Lara Leah taking that call against Mary Bailey, and Eve Wright on the other end, converting that into a 5-3 lead for Blaze. There's a lot of play going on in the middle of the court in this game, isn't there? And then it turns over quite easily on both sides. On your game, Sarah, we saw a lot. The speed through court was quite essential for you, and we saw a lot of that. Did you think that maybe it got away from you on some occasions?
Yeah, we spoke about that afterwards. We've got great speed in the team, with Harriet and Elise in the middle, but we just need to learn when to slow it down and when to look for maybe a safer option rather than just trying to, get our pocket ball in, I suppose.
And then playing against a tall shooter like someone like Eve or like someone like Gwenann Williams, how does your defence get around that?
So with our defence, what we told them is to play off the body, because I feel like as a tall shooter you like something to kind of hold off and present. So what I found our defence did really well was come off the body and confuse that space to be able to get up for the intercept.
Because that's what we were saying, Kerry, wasn't it, that the Northwest girls weren't doing for Tash Charles, were not coming off the body.
Yeah, they were kind of sitting far too close on the body, which actually meant when they were both going up, the goalkeeper couldn't get up, but then she was underneath and in the landing space of Tasha Charles, which is dangerous play. So they just needed to learn to come off the body. And I think a lot of defenders do need to learn to come off the body. It's difficult because that's what you're taught as a young kid. You want to be on the body to take the space away from them. But then as you get older, you have to learn how to come off and move your feet around. And it's incredibly difficult at that later age to learn that.
Two very different styles of play there. So I think for this style of play for Powys Sparks, maybe Hannah Bailey does need to come off the body of Eve Wright a little bit, as she is, like I said, extremely long, extremely rangy. But she is managing to get some calls off her.
At the moment, Powys are not really looking at the first option. They're kind of looking at it and then just going, I don't really want to pass that one. And going for the more difficult ball through court. And that's where they're losing this ball.
Oh, and goal defence. Chloe Rose just unfortunate there to get the rebound and going straight to Josie Williams.
Oh, lovely.
And a lovely turnover from the Southeast defence after working hard for that ball.
Leah used the outside arm really well then, didn't she? Just to tip that ball away and then pick up the intercept.
But again, that ball, that second, third ball of just panicking and throwing that ball away, that overcooked ball, unforced errors are seeming for both teams on this court at the minute.
Yeah, there doesn't look to be much connection coming through court, which is what's killing both these teams at the minute, especially with, again, Powys. But I do think the Blaze are settling a little bit more, but it's still extremely scrappy.
Like you said, there isn't much fusion between the teams as teams. Maybe that's because, you know, it's the first game of the day. But by this time within that first quarter, you expect them to settle already.
Yeah, you do. And I think, you know, in a competition like this, you haven't got time to have a scrappy start. You know, you need to get stuck in those difficult games where it's going to be goal for goal. You've got to be on the whistle.
Well, Mary Bailey puts that goal in for Sparks, making it 4-6. Very low scoring first quarter. Only 2 goals in it, and only a minute to go. We have seen low scoring quarters so far, but not for both teams. And Georgina Ahern again goes for that ball, but just takes out Fionn Williams with her. And Josie Williams has no problem sinking that shot, taking the score to 6-5. Powys Sparks as the underdogs coming through. Here goes Megan Jones.
I think there was a really easy pop on underneath the post there. I think she just needs to look at that and just use the height that's in that circle.
Yeah.
Or play yourself back with a little 1-2 and bring yourself close to the post. It's a long shot. So just work yourself closer, which I think you were doing really well in your game.
Yeah, and that's what I was just thinking now. You know, she's taking that long one, whether it's because she knows Eve is under the post and getting the rebound, but you've got to work yourself in as a goal attack, haven't you? And, you know, you've got to have 2 of you putting those shots up.
Well, as the final whistle goes, it was a free pass called, not a penalty for Sparks. So the final score at the end of that quarter, the first quarter, is 7-5 to Blaze. So like we said, a very low scoring first quarter. However, like we said, a bit scrappy to start with. And South East Blaze take that first centre pass to get us going. Just looking for changes on the court as they stand. Power Sparks have made 3 changes to their squads. Josie Williams has moved into goal shooter. Rihanna Millington has moved into goal attack. And Mary Bailey has moved all the way to the other side into goalkeeper. We do love a versatile player. Tash Charles, does one can also play goalkeeper, Sarah?
Yeah, she can, and she reminds me all the time, but she's safe in goal shooter for now.
It is quite common, isn't it, to see people that play opposite their position. Have you ever played goal attack, Kerry?
When I was in school. We had a plethora of defenders and we had no shooters. So like, you can play goal attack. I was like, I don't run around. Now I just stick to goalkeeper. I'm fine with that. Dabble in goal defence a few times, but not very often. And that was a brilliant flyover intercept there from Lara Lee.
It was a great intercept from Lara Lee and a thumbs up to her from Chloe Rose.
Why not? We love seeing a goalkeeper coming out the circle.
Eve Wright just struggling to find that shot at the minute. She's right underneath the post. Sometimes they can be the hardest shot, can't they, Sarah?
I find they're the most pressured shots because you're almost expected to get them in.
There she goes, just slightly off the post. And sits better. Rebecca Baker, a very experienced player in wing attack for South East Blaze. Teaming up for that one.
Rebecca Baker's very quick. She's got very good footwork, and then I'll put the pressure on defence.
She is very quick hands as well for Rebecca Baker.
Yeah.
Just like that was demonstrated there by Megan Jones. And again, a super shot, long range.
Yeah, she did a great job there, just playing herself around the circle edge, taking that wide run and then cutting back towards the post and then sunk a long bomb.
Tried another and just missed that one. Just off, so Mary Bailey will take the back line. Rebecca Baker followed that ball, but was just too short for that.
It's actually miles better through court there from Powers. They actually saw an option and gave it first time. And it's actually worked for them to get it all the way through.
So like you were saying earlier about giving that first time ball and looking forwards, and it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Oh, massive difference. We had a great, obviously, like sideline drive from the wing defence, and they ended up with the ball on the 2/3 line, and then they've obviously now scored from that, and they just need to take some confidence from that.
An injection of pace into the squad from Rihanna Millington, who plays in the West Midlands Leagues. She is a water skier and can scuba dive. Loves the water sports. She's just showing off a bit now. She's currently training for a marathon, so
Oh, wow.
does it all.
I feel quite boring compared to some of these players. I've got nothing exciting like that.
But Eve Wright has no problem sinking that one in. Very clinical play there from South East Blaze for that one. And Megan Jones just drawing that goal defence, but also Rebecca Baker, like you said, almost faking that ball as well to throw the defender.
Yeah, I think sometimes that's what you have to do. If you've got a 2-on-1 on your shooting circle, you need to move one of those defenders off. And she did that perfectly. The movement from Megan Jones and the fake from Rebecca Baker was just perfect.
Josie Williams then takes the score to 13-7. Bit of a lead now extending for South East Blaze. They seem to have found more of their rhythm in the second quarter.
Their attacking end seems more clinical in this quarter. The options are clearer. And I feel like Eve is presenting really well into the post as well.
Presenting which side she wants the ball, but still hasn't quite found that first shot. But is getting every rebound.
Yeah, which is okay.
It's fine. Mally Davis just controlling the game in the middle there for Sparks. And hit the post, which you couldn't do if you tried.
And that's just where I think in attack, players just need to land their feet. They're almost too quick and looking for the other option before they've even caught the ball. And that was a prime example there of maybe just needed one more pass before going in.
And a feisty fight there between Rebecca Baker and wing defence Becky Witt. And Becky Witt came away with the ball, so Powys will again move forward. Eloise Spacey, those long arms.
I think, again, that was a symptom of not giving the ball to the first option. She had someone directly in front of her and decided to go into pocket, and just an easy pickings.
So is that more of a vision thing, or is that a decision thing? What would you...
I think it's a combination of both. I think there was a tunnel vision going on. I think she wanted to go to pocket, and she just needed to open up and maybe just turn, because I think if you have someone stood in the pocket, it's really hard to go to them unless they're obviously slightly taller. So just open up your vision from what you want to look at to what you need to look at. Easier said than done, though.
Especially when you're playing with a tall shooter like Tash Charles, Sarah, it's hard to not look at that shooter, right? So especially when they're playing with someone like Eve Wright as well.
100%. And we've said so many times, hit circle edge, regardless if she's on, just protect Tash, because as you saw in that game, you know, defence were all over her, and giving those long balls in, it just doesn't give Tash that time to almost set herself properly. So yeah, it's one of those, and I do it myself. I don't give a circle edge ball, and I'm like, sorry. And I'm the one saying to the girls, circle edge.
Yeah, we were saying that the longer balls are the ones that are easy for the defenders to get onto, so you do have to get on that circle edge and feed them. If you've got a circle edge feed with a really tall shooter, it's nearly impossible for a defender to get.
Absolutely. Well, we are seeing some tactical changes coming in now for South East Blaze. Eloise Spacey has been taken to the bench. So has Megan Jones. And in their place, Victoria Nuttall comes on to centre. And Eden Brooks comes on to goal attack. Taking off Eloise Spacey, Sarah, what kind of decision was that? What would have made you take her off?
I don't know. I was just thinking, I'm quite interested in that change, to be honest. I thought she was having a great game, and you know, I know they're up by 9 goals, but still, any team can come back from that. So, interesting call, but I mean, good confidence from the coach and the players on the bench. So, yeah, let's see how they get on.
Well, Eden Brooks not happy with herself for missing those 2 first shots. It's difficult, isn't it, as a shooter you want to get your first shot in the net.
100%, yeah. That confidence boost it gives you just to get that shot in. It makes a huge difference, especially I feel like that to my game. If my first shot goes in, that's it, I settle.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And as a defender, Kerry, you want to do everything you can to put off that first shot.
Yeah, you want a shooter coming on to miss that first shot, because then it puts them under pressure for the next one, which is easier for you. But you still have to do the hard work to put them off in the first place. And sometimes you can do all the work you want and it still doesn't work. So
credit to Mary Bailey and Chloe Bolton working hard in defence for Power Sparks. They are doing everything they can, and it's working, because that feed from Victoria Nuttall was just over the back line. Sparks now taking a bit more time, moving the ball down court. Happy to reset on the options, which is calmer from them. Josie Williams again resetting out, but Victoria Nuttall coming straight through for that interception, having read that beautifully. And that feed again off circle edge. Sarah, happy about that?
Well, do you know what? There's always one that gets in, and you allow that one. That was a beautiful feed, so I'm not saying anything about that one.
Mary Bailey seemed to be a bit stuck then in defence without no options coming forward for that ball, and almost had to force that ball.
Yeah, everyone was kind of running away from the ball, and someone has to take control of that and just run towards the ball. She had that long drive from wing attack coming through, but a longer drive like that just allows a defender time to get onto it. So their other defenders need to take a little bit of accountability and actually just present her with an option. Well, she's doing a great job on Eve Wright in that circle.
She is doing a great job. Eve Wright called for footwork in that circle, which finishes the quarter. Final score for that second quarter, 17-7. So Power Sparks managing to score 2 goals in that quarter alone, with 10 goals on the board for Power. What do they need to do now to retain that lead that they've built for themselves?
I thought their second quarter was much better. They were more clinical in attack. They looked after the ball, and I felt like Eve presented really well under the circle. And as you said, even if she missed the shot, she did manage to get a rebound. I can see there's a little change now down the shooting end, so they haven't got the height in there. So it's just really important to use the circle edge, use triangles, make sure, you know, for the likes of Beck Baker, she's got a lovely feed in, good vision. Just keep possession of the ball now, they're ahead.
Keep possession of the ball indeed. So we are looking, like Sarah said, at those changes. So for South East Blaze at half-time, goal shooter Megan Jones. So she has moved from that goal attack into goal shooter. Georgina Ahern has moved into the centre position. They have kept Eden Brooks in that goal attack position. Katrin Minto is into wing defence. Eloise Spacey is now in that goal defence bib, like we predicted earlier. And Nia Fishlock is in at goalkeeper. For Power Sparks, Maddie Davis has moved into wing attack. Becky Witt is in at centre, and her sister Bella Witt is in at goal defence. What do we think of the South East Blaze changes?
Wholesale changes, a completely new defensive end, so we'll see how they settle in. Interested to see how Eloise Spacey goes at goal defence after starting so well at centre. It's just seeing how they settle. It's unusual to change a complete unit out on court because it can take far too long to settle, but we'll just see how it works.
Absolutely, a whole new unit almost on both sides for South East Blaze, especially with the change of Eve Wright.
We will just put that one down as a pass. It was a good pass.
I would call that a pass.
Lovely pass from Eden Brooks to Megan Jones. Change dynamic then in the attacking end for South East Blaze. Eve Wright is off, so we now have the two moving shooters, Sarah. How do you work your attack as a wing attack now, as playing in that mid-court? How does that change the dynamic of how you play down court?
Well, you haven't got that feed, like that long feed in, as we saw Beck Baker giving earlier. So you haven't got that post, and you've got a moving circle, haven't you? So you know, for example, when Eve's under there, same with us with Tash, we can turn, we know where she's going to be. This time it's very different. You've got a moving circle. So I think as attack, it's just really important, as I've said many times, hit circle edge, use the triangles to try and draw defenders, and then open up space for the goal attack or goal shooter.
So opening up space is what's needed, and that is what Josie Williams is doing against Nia Fishlock, and takes the score 19-8. Georgina Ahern brings that speed and takes a lovely 1-2 into pocket. So Becky Witt in centre for Power Sparks. How do you slow Georgina Ahern down in centre? How do you kind of compete against that?
I think you have to get ahead. So maybe if she wants to come higher up the court, sacrifice going for that ball to then sit a little bit deeper down so that you can then pick her up on the way through. But I think if you're not as quick as someone, then don't chase the game, get ahead of them initially. Maybe sacrifice challenging something higher up the court to then allow yourself to play for the deep option. Or you can maybe utilise your wing defences a little bit more, and there's role switches you can do. But it's not chasing, because if they're quick, you're just going to get beat. You're just going to get beaten in a leg race. And as we were talking about Georgina Ahern, she is taken off the court in a tactical change for South East Blaze, and Victoria Nuttall is back in at centre as that ball for Eden Brooks is just put over the back line. And as Sarah Bell wanted to see Mary Bailey in goal shooter, but unfortunately she doesn't get what she wants.
I mean, she's doing a great job in as keeper, so, you know, you can't have two of her, I suppose.
Well, her sister is here, but she also plays goalkeeper, so unfortunately, no, you can't have two.
Does she play goal shooter?
There goes Eden Brooks.
I think South East just need to work that ball in closer to post, as you were saying earlier, Kerry, about just getting, play it out, play yourself back in, because they're just putting that long shot up, aren't they?
Yeah, I think definitely. If you have your shooter sitting on the front to do that front hold, but then when you catch that ball, turn to shift the defender back, then play your out and in, because then that's when you can gain your ground. You can turn as they move back, you can step to them, and then play the ball back to circle edge, and then you've already gained that extra ground. So there's ways and means of doing it. Don't just be happy to land the ball where it is and put the shot up from there. Actually use your skills and your footwork to play yourself closer in.
Well, Rebecca Baker happy to reset that ball. Trying to work that ball in like you just mentioned. Both their shooters for South East Blaze happy to take that shot from longer range out, but maybe should be moving a bit closer in. No commentator's curse for Megan Jones as she sinks that one.
I mean, all credit to them for having the confidence to continue putting those shots up, but yeah, just work yourself closer in. Take the higher percentage shot.
Well, an on-court tactical change happening for Power Sparks. Belowitz has moved into goalkeeper and Mary Bailey has moved into goal defence.
Oh, that's interesting.
Very interesting. Hannah Evans has come on to wing defence. Josie Williams out of the shooting circle. Rihanna Millington unable to shake Nia Fishlock though. And South East Blaze worked really hard for that turnover.
They did. Catherine Minto just read that pocket ball. She could see that that's where the wing attack was going to, and she just got ahead of her and just managed to steal the ball off her hands. And Blaze did a really, really good job there of actually forcing everyone away from ball and giving the ball carrier absolutely no options, and that's what ultimately turned the ball over for them.
Well, battle of the wings there as Mally Davis and Catherine Minto just come into the crowd, and Victoria Nuttall goes up for that tip over the back line. And there is Eloise Spacey jumping up and around Rihanna Millington for that outside arm tip. And that jump from Eloise Spacey, that height she gets in the air as well, it's stunning to see from a mid-quarter that can play defence.
Yeah, she's impressing me at goal defence as well. I mean, she looks like she's got energy to burn as well, and she does have the jump to challenge those higher balls in the circle if there are any that go up there. So yeah, definitely impressed with her so far.
Very impressive player, Eloise Spacey. You played against her a number of times, Sarah, and like you said, in Cardiff League.
Yeah, I've played against her recently, and she was playing goal defence, and I found her really difficult to play against. She's one of those players who, she's not on the body and physical, but she will not give you space. Just as you were saying earlier about playing off the body and intercepts coming off, and she does that really well.
Yeah, she looks like, obviously she looks like she's supremely fit as well, so she's able to just run and run and run, which just allows her to sit off the body and challenge for the running drives instead of constantly just having to go up for the higher ball. So yeah, I think maybe playing centre obviously helps her on that front, but it's very unusual to find a centre that plays goal defence or a goal defence that wants to play centre.
I think Eloise just goes wherever she's put, to be honest with you. I bet if she put her in goal attack, she'd do the same job for you there as well. But they are doing a great job, Fishlock and Spacey, in that defensive circle, as Power Sparks are only on 9 goals with just over a minute to go. They've managed to score 2 again in this quarter. Josie Williams was absolutely free as a bird underneath that post, and Mally Davis just couldn't quite find the feed. Sparks, however, are on 23. Becca Baker wanting to calm things down. 6 goals on the board for them this quarter. Not quite finding the target as much as they were maybe in the first half, Sarah?
No, they're struggling a little bit with getting that ball through the net, and I think it's because they're taking those long-range shots. So I wonder whether quarter time now they'll be told, work the ball into post, get those high percentage shots in, build your confidence, and then maybe go for some long ones.
Is there any necessary changes that you feel like you would have to make now for quarter time?
I think for Sparks, they need to put Mary Bailey where they need her the most, and at the moment that is in the shooting circle, as evidenced by the fact they scored 5 in the first, and they've only scored 2 so far in each, next quarter. So I would think about, yes, she's spoiling things in defence, but is she more valuable scoring the goals for you?
Well, there we go. Sarah Bell said it at the end of the second quarter. Kerry Almond says it at the end of the third quarter. Powys need to put Mary Bailey back in goal shooter. 23-9 is the end of the third quarter. At the end of the third quarter was 23-9 to South East Blaze. Charlotte Tapp just ring across the courts to give that ball to Georgina Ahern. Couple of changes then at that quarter time for both teams. South East Blaze goal shooter, as we predicted here at the commentary box. Goal shooter is Eve Wright. Victoria Nettle has moved into wing attack. Georgina Ahern has moved back into centre. Lauren Watkins comes on in wing defence, and Katrina Minto has moved into goal defence. Powys Sparks changes. I'm sorry to say, girls, Mary Bailey has not moved into that goal shooter position. However, Kira Williams has, and she's just put that ball in the net. Josie Williams moves out to goal attack. Alice James moves into wing attack. Bella Witt is in goalkeeper, and Mary Bailey is still in that goal defence position. Thoughts, Kerry?
We'll see how Kira Williams goes in goal shoots. Obviously, she started off strongly then. She pulled, I think, out of the circle quite well and then moved back under the post, and it was a great ball into her under the post. So we'll see if Sparks can do a little bit more of that.
And there goes Eve Wright to put that ball up. So Rebecca Baker has taken to the bench. Sarah, is that something you would have done as well as Eloise Spacey?
Well, yeah, I mean, they were working well in attack together, but when you've got the scoreline as it is, I think you've got a chance. They've got a game 2 coming up. Give the girls a bit of a rest. I think it's a good option, a good call.
Time to rest the legs as wing defence Lauren Watkins runs the ball off the court. Mary Bailey was lucky there not to be called for footwork or held ball. But Eden Brooks runs through for the interception, but is pulled up on contact on Bella Witt. Bella Witt's sister Becky, and I think there's a third sister, all work on a farm together in Paris.
Wow. And I believe they started their own netball club as well.
They did start their own netball club.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Which is impressive.
Absolutely, very impressive. They started Llandovry netball with 3 sisters back in 2019. They now have 4 senior teams and 5 junior teams.
Wow, it's impressive.
In 6 years. Bella Witt actually also plays tug of war. Doesn't play tug of war, competes in tug of war, and they won the Wales Championships.
Didn't even know there was a championships.
Family that can do everything, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you work on a farm, you're quite strong, aren't you? So I suspect
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be in a tug of war competition against her. Becky Witt competed in a tetrathlon.
What is that?
The tetrathlon in the Olympics is the one where they run around the track and you have to stop and you have to shoot with the laser and the... Yeah.
Wow.
Very interesting people.
She looks supreme. She looks like a runner. Like I look a bit like Eloise Spacey. Looks like she could just keep going and going and going.
Yeah. She absolutely does look like a runner. I'm in awe of the people that can do these random things that I would never think of.
Yeah. I've never heard of some of these things before, so...
You never heard of tug of war, Sarah?
Well, tug of war I have, yeah. I've heard of that one. But tetrathlon is new to me.
Well, these girls do it all. Alice Janes in wing attack, taking that contact from Lauren Watkins.
Catherine Minto just having a talking to there by the umpire, advancing that under the post. And she was quite plainly told any more of that and it will be a warning. So she is now on the tightrope.
Catherine Minto needs to clean up there then, as Eve Wright is almost uncomfortable away from that post, isn't she? She doesn't really want to be more than a stone's throw away.
No, she doesn't, and I think it's really important then as the goal attack to recognise that and work around it. You know, a good goal attack would see that and work the top space, you know, drive on top to pull defenders off to open up Eve under the shooting circle.
But as defence, knowing that your shooter won't shoot anywhere really from far away from the post, that's a dream, surely.
It is, and it's recognising that actually in moments when the ball's down the other end of the court, if your shooter is kind of sitting anywhere around the top, it's kind of thinking, well, actually, can I get ahead of myself now and sit behind and try and keep forcing it out of the circle? But it's just game smart sometimes. Like, if you can force them to land the ball further away from the post, you know they're probably going to shoot. You know they're probably going to pass out. But you also can't give them the opportunity to do all these fancy layups that all these shooters are doing these days.
Well, we do love a layup. We like to be fancy every now and then. You defenders have been doing it for years with your lifts, haven't you? And holding each other up. You've got to give us something.
Someone tried to hoist me last year in mixed games, and I was just like, I don't like this. Let me
Put
be the
me
one
down.
that does the lifting. Thank you.
Well, Mary Bailey wins the throw-in against Eve Wright. And Bella Witt. They go again. And there goes Victoria Nuttall.
Again, this is just, I think Powers again just need to open their vision up. They're looking at one option and looking at one option, and that is it. And you just need to be able to see that option and see what's going on behind it. And quite often, Becky Witt is actually calling for the ball, like she wants that ball.
And you see her running, coming through the court the whole way, but then also she's then stuck up here then, and it's almost as if it's very congested netball It's a bit chaotic sometimes in the middle.
Yeah, I do think that particularly wing defence Hannah Evans does need to work a little bit harder on that attack. I think we can sometimes get really focused on defence, just defending, but when we have the ball, they have to attack as well, and it then takes the pressure off your centre, who is literally the one that is just doing court sprints. But I'm sure she's fine doing court sprints.
Centres just run a bleep test every netball game.
Yeah.
That's practically what it is. That's why none of us are centres.
Absolutely not.
I mean, you are a wing attack, Sarah. You do half a court sprint.
Half a court, but yeah, that's enough for me. I don't think I could cope with centre. Might be a tactical change after 1 minute, I think.
Talking of centres, here comes Mally Davis into the centre position for Power Sparks. Oh, and a breaking call. Unfortunate there. That was extremely unfortunate for the wing defence for South East Blaze. She was just caught off guard due to the umpire's whistle. Quick 1-2 hands from Josie Williams to Mally Davis. And a lovely shot from her for a lovely piece of play.
This is much better than the shooting circle for Sparks. Since Kira Williams has come on, I feel like she's just opened up a little bit of space for them.
Again, Eve Wright not quite comfortable shooting from that distance, but Eden Brooks is. And there it goes from that super shot distance. The score now 31-14. So Powers have definitely built on their score in this quarter. They've scored 5 in this quarter, so they've matched their first quarter score already, so that's a change.
Yeah, again, I think, obviously going back to what Sarah said about Kira Williams doing some good job, she's pulling space, which is allowing Josie Williams to run into the circle as well. So they're working quite nicely together. So perhaps if they need Mary Bailey in defence, who is now taking a well-earned break, maybe they could start with this circle and see how that goes for them in the next game.
Well, talking of Mary Bailey, she has been taken off the court and she is now having a well-deserved rest on the bench with Chloe Bolton in that goal defence for Power Sparks. As Eden Brooks, 6, another one.
Apologies, I think they're wrong. I think Mary Bailey has gone back to goalkeeper. Or is that still Bella Witt? That's
still Bella Witt at goalkeeper. Mary Bailey is on the bench, rubbing a towel between her hands after a very sweaty performance.
I'd quite like to see how she works with Kira Williams. See how that goes.
Yeah.
That might be quite an interesting circle.
Kira Williams looks to be quite a dynamic shooter as well, with Mary Bailey maybe also moving around her. So like you said, that could be a nice little combination. And as the final shot from Kira Williams goes into the net and the buzzer goes, cool, calm, collected from Kira Williams. I don't know if she knew that the buzzer was about to go to be that collected. 33-14 the final score here between Power Sparks and South East Blaze. So a much better final quarter from Sparks for that game. 10 points scored for South take the court. Next up is Northeast Inferno facing Coastal Heat. Northeast Inferno, of course, are our reigning champions after beating Valley Volcanoes last season in that nail-biting final game. They will be taking on Coastal Heat in the purple. This will be quite an interesting game. Both teams very feisty players, very quick feet, very quick hands, so we are very much looking forward to this game. Umpiring this game for us, making sure everyone is sticking to the rules, is A umpire Becky Scott and Danielle Coxey. Very, very experienced umpires for this one. Joining me on the mic still is Kerry Almond and also the Northwest Fury coach Simone Gould. Thanks for joining us.
Not a problem.
So your game against City Flames, we just had Sarah Bell with us. She gave us her rundown of that game. So as the girls are warming up in front of us, before we go through the starting sevens, how did it go for you? What's your thoughts on that game?
It's a difficult one, coming into the tournament for the first round. You don't know what you're going to come up against. You look at the team's names, you look at who's playing, maybe who was in last year. You don't know what developments happen. So, for us it was about getting out, shaking off those nerves, seeing how we got, because we've got quite a lot of new players this year in new combinations. We're short of 3 of our main players this weekend, so again we've kind of had to shift in defence. So it was good in the sense that it's given us a lot of learnings moving forward for this afternoon and for the rest of the tournament. But obviously it's not the result we wanted coming into this morning.
But we were talking, weren't we, about getting to that point? Because like we said, you get 1 point for coming in within half score, and you managed to do that, and you managed to bring that back. And we said about the defensive setup and how your defence were working and how important that was, and you did do some changes because of those warnings that you were getting. But we were talking about coming off the body, weren't we, and how that was more important for that game.
Yeah, we were saying obviously because you were not the tallest in defence in that game, and obviously they had quite a tall shooter in Tasha Charles, that a lot of the times the goalkeeper was kind of getting stuck on the body, which meant as she was trying to go up, she was underneath, which is quite dangerous. So we're saying that she just needs to come off the body a little bit to allow herself that room to either get back and up or to make the ball going in look easier, so it's flatter and she can have a crack at that. I think obviously you had to make those changes in the second half, and your defence unit in that second half did try some more of that, which was really good to see, but it's just kind of reiterating to them that maybe that's what they need to do. I think a lot of defenders feel really comfortable sitting on the body when they've got a tall shooter, but sometimes we have to feel uncomfortable against it, because actually giving yourself the room to get back and up means you can challenge that ball a little bit, but also sometimes it's about the work that your centre court does out in front. If they can force the ball to be fed from further out, then your defenders have got more time to get through and really have a crack at that.
Absolutely, and I'm sure your defenders know that and they absolutely agree with that, especially with Steffi Sturd getting that warning on that one as well.
Yeah.
So I definitely understand why you would have made those changes to take them off the court. As the umpires make that whistle there, we will touch back in with Simone Gould for that rundown. We will go through those starting sevens, as we did promise. So for Northeast Inferno, goalkeeper Evie Brereton, goal defence Tash Jarvis, wing defence Georgina Evans, centre is Catherine Hughes, wing attack is Nicole Davis, goal attack is twin Becca Hughes, and goal shooter is Erin Hook. And for Coastal Heat, goalkeeper Liv Hollis, goal defence Meg Baker-Rees, wing defence Lydia Grice, centre Meg Thomas, wing attack Georgina Lillicrap, goal attack Chloe Evans, and goal shooter Chloe James. Northeast Inferno extremely knowledgeable, the wealth of experience on this court, but so do Coastal Heat, as we've seen many times before. And I'm sure what will be evident will be the twin telepathy between Becca and Catherine Hughes, which sometimes I forget which one's which. Absolutely. On that court. But they do have different trainers. They don't anymore.
Everyone's going for these nice white trainers anymore. We moved away from the colourful shoes now, so it's getting more and more awkward.
It is getting harder and harder to tell these two apart. Oh, Becky Scott, the umpire, was not happy with that interception. Chloe Evans will get another go, but that range from Evie Brereton.
Yeah, just using every inch of body that she's got available, which is an awful lot. She's obviously extremely rangy, very, very tall. But we'll see how she goes against this circle. She's obviously very experienced, been playing Northwest Regional Prem 1, or it's changed its name recently, so I've no idea. There for quite a while now with D-side with a lot of these players, so I'm sure she'll be a very disruptive influence for Inferno.
And a couple of your players as well, Simone. Lucy Leonard, I think, is one that plays Northwest Prem, is that right? Or Loughborough netball as well.
Yeah, Lucy's down in Loughborough. We've got Gwen-Anne, who's down in Cardiff. We've got Ellen down in Swansea. So we've got a lot of different locations in our team, which again brings different like playing styles and different experiences, which is great to then put together.
Absolutely, and there is that feed. Becca Hughes just short on that and apologises to her team. Baker Reese straight down to Lily Crapp.
The speed of this game already.
You blink and the ball is on the other side, but both of these teams, aren't they? Like what you know from last year, Simone, is it's just fast. Both these teams are fast.
Oh, yeah. If you put your head down for a split second or, like you say, blink, the ball's gone and you've lost your opportunity. The movement and the speed of this ball and the quality of the passes and the movement is incredible.
And these two teams know what's at stake here. Meg Thomas called for hell ball in the centre. And Lydia Grice just coming through too heavy on Nicole Davis. Erin Hook makes it 4-2 for that turnover. And Becca and Catherine Hughes, they wanted to give it back then.
I think that was the right decision not to give that ball, because I think the keeper was on the side to have a fly at that. So she luckily turned just enough so she could open her vision up and see that.
Absolutely, very experienced, both of the sisters. And Erin Hook as well, NPL player Erin Hook. Welsh caps, Rebecca Hughes. Welsh caps for Evie Brereton. But let's not discredit Coastal Heat, because there's Welsh caps in Chloe James, there's Welsh caps in Baker Reese. There's NPL players all over the squads in these counties. Chloe James holding her space quite well against Evie Brereton, quite strong.
Yeah, very much so. And Evie's obviously just having to have a stab at that ball. She just needs to move her feet round, but for Coastal Heat, luckily, the goal defence for Inferno has just pulled for contact on that one. But that reach of Evie, if she could time that jump, she could get after that shot of that goal attack.
If that jump was on, that tip would be every time.
Yeah, she just needs to time it, keep the distance, really pressure that first shot, and just go hard on the first jump to really take the pressure. But a lot of defenders, when they want to jump the shot, they take a step in, which is shortening the distance. So she's just got to keep those feet planted and just go straight up, because she's got a phenomenal reach. So just get straight up and have a crack at it.
And speaking of time and jumping the shot, Steph Oliver-Smith on your team had a lovely jump shot in your game, Simone. She timed it perfectly, didn't she? You picked it up. She absolutely nailed the little jump shot, which is what we love to see.
Yeah, Steph loves jumping for those balls, and we're trying to get her to work out between when you jump, when when you're holding, and that timing that you've talked about. But when Steph goes for those balls, she wins so much. It's brilliant to watch.
I did warn Kerry about Steffi Stud's long range and jumps and flies and contacts and all this, so she was expecting it. But it was quite a contacty game, wasn't it? It was very body on body.
Yeah, it was so physical, and some of our girls have not played National League before, so that they came off a bit like a bit shocked by the physicality, but wanting to step up and wanting to give it back, because in the Northwest we don't often get that in our games here in our league, so it's a great opportunity, and it's nice to see the girls stepping up with that physicality and matching it. But fair play to the umpires on that game.
Absolutely. We want to look after and make sure that our girls are safe. And a lovely straight through court play by Northeast, right through the middle of the court.
That was perfect. They took their time in the defensive third, played it back to Evie Brereton a couple of times, and then obviously just penetrated through the middle, and it just opened that ball up to Erin Hook under the post. And as through courts go, that was pretty good.
Very clinical through court play by Northeast Inferno. It is what they do best. The score now 7-3 to Inferno. So Coastal Heat just trailing a little. but that ball by Becca Hughes just slightly too much for Nicole Davis. Speaking of Becca Hughes, she just had a little tumble turn.
Yeah, she was in the landing space of Liv Hollis there, so that was the right call from the umpire, though I don't think she agrees with it. But we never agree with the calls against us. So.
No, we never agree that we're in the wrong.
And then Evie Brereton proving my point there. She didn't agree with that, but it was obstruction.
It was definitely obstruction. Even with those long legs, you can be obstructing. Becky Scott, a very experienced umpire, one of our A umpires here in Wales, has umpired me many a times. We'll say no more about that. Second twin now, Catherine was on the floor.
I think it's already setting the tone for the game. We're 8 minutes in and we've got bodies all over.
As Chloe James doesn't affect her, as she puts the ball in to take the score to 7-5.
There's a bit of a grimace there on Catherine's face and a bit of a limp. I hope she's okay.
She does
Walk it
look
off.
to be shaking that knee a bit, talking to the bench. She has just signalled that she wants to tactically change. She is hurting, I believe, Catherine Hughes. So we might see a tactical change come on for North East Inferno, maybe at quarter time.
Doesn't look comfortable though, so I would just be thinking that there's still 2 minutes to go, and that's a long time if she is in pain. So there doesn't seem to be any movement though.
Especially for your centre court player.
Exactly.
Someone that we are missing for North East Inferno is last year's MVP, Caitlin Jones. She is unfortunately on the bench after having her ACL surgery completed recently. A huge loss for North East Inferno this year, but we wish her the best for all her recovery. And Erin Hook sinks that one in as well. Catherine Hughes hasn't signalled for a tactical change and it seems to be running it off. So Simone, you were kind of trailing at this kind of level at this point at the end of your first quarter. What advice should you give to your team at quarter time?
We talked about being a bit more patient with the ball in the attack, because in that first quarter we had quite a few long balls in, and obviously as a coach they're the moments where you like hold your breath, don't you, because you're like, oh god, is this going to work? You know, yes, we've got a holding shooter, but they've got an equally as good goalkeeper. So we talked more about defensive, keep being relentless, keep being persistent, keep doing what you're doing, but attack, let's get to circle edge, let's keep that ball safe.
And I think, to be honest, you and Sarah Bell were saying the exact same things to both the teams of getting to circle edge, because you both had the holding shooter, you both had the strong defenders. So it's something that you almost want to equally do well as each other, right?
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. You know, both teams have got relentless defence who are winning ball and turning ball over, but it's then what is happening with that ball once it's turnover, and that's obviously for both teams. We're saying, right, well, if we get that turnover or we get those opportunities, we've got to convert them. And, you know, that's something that we weren't great at this morning and something that we've gone away and discussed ready for this afternoon.
And that's what we were saying, Kerry, wasn't it, about that first ball that you're turning over? You have to look after that ball. And if you look after your centre pass, you're going to win 50% of possession.
Yeah, exactly. So it's about what you do when you do turn over the ball. And we already spoke about statistically the first ball out. After that is the one that you're most likely to lose. So go short and then open up the long, rather than just deciding to just ping a long ball from end of the goal third to the middle of the centre court. It's just, yeah, you have to go short, give yourself the options, and then you can play through and play out, play smash netball as we call it sometimes.
of this fourth game of the day between Northeast Inferno and Coastal Heat, as Danielle Coxey takes us into the second quarter. Just looking at the court now for any changes. Katrin Hughes has remained on the court, so believe that the little niggle she received in that first quarter seems to have been shaken off.
I don't know, I still don't think she looks entirely comfortable, but we'll just see how the game goes on. She was stretching it in that quarter time break, and we'll just see how she goes.
Made of tough stuff is Katrin Hughes. No changes either for Coastal Heat.
That's a lovely punch through the middle there from Georgina for Coastal Heat. Just opened up the space and just allowing them to play this ball round.
Meg Thomas in the centre, bringing up that speed. She is a previous footballer, so you do see that in the way she runs and takes her body through. She's played for Swansea City, many stadiums, including Manchester United at Old Trafford.
Nah, not my favourite. More of a Liverpool girl.
Ah. Meg Baker-Rees wanted to take that ball away. Becca Hughes takes that shot. How do you slow down a team that's so fast like Coastal Heat? How do you slow down their gameplay?
I wish I could tell you the answer, if I'm honest. I think, for my girls, I'd be telling them to try and, rather than overcommitting for maybe an interception or trying to win ball, I'd probably talk about putting your body in the way of the space they want to go to, so keeping them off the circle edge, keeping them towards the sideline. So rather than running the ball, you're kind of dictating and preventing the movement.
And a shooter like Erin Hook, who will absolutely shoot from anywhere you want and doesn't seem to be missing. And I don't want to give her the commentator's curse, so Erin, I apologise if you missed now after I've said this. But Kerry, how do you stop that?
I think we've obviously spoken a lot about defenders getting off the body, but at the moment, the Coastal Heat defence are giving her far too much room. So I think they maybe need to take that space away from her and actually put some more body on body pressure on. Actually challenge the takes. Like, she's just landing ball really freely and able to just turn and shoot. So put her catch under pressure and just see what you can do from there. Kind of tire her out. Or I think as well that you probably need to shut down all the options so that she has to come out the circle and then keep her out from there.
If you force out Erin Hook, then you put in Becca Hughes, so which is the lesser of two.
But I think if you can create a big enough gap, so if the defensive unit of Coastal Heat can maybe make sure both wing attack and goal attack are over the line at the centre pass, and that then they're not allowing the centre to get the deep overlap, it will then either force the ball to go back or she's going to have to come out the circle because there's too big a gap, exactly like that. But then as soon as she's released that ball, you have to step up to her. She released that ball and she was just given free rein to run and just snuck through on the baseline. And you can't allow that to happen. And I think that's a really unlucky call.
And the balcony is going absolutely wild for Coastal Heat, aren't they? They love to see an underdog come through. And in this game, it seems like they are the underdogs against the reigning champions, Northeast Inferno, which are leading 14-7. Erin Hook makes it 15. Nice to see that my curse has not affected her.
She's not even put off by the balcony.
She's not even put off. The whole balcony of the other teams are staring down at Erin Hook, but she is cool as ever. No sweat for Erin Hook. Chloe Evans hits the floor, but gets up back on her feet. So Chloe James will take the shot. Very confusing circle. And both shots missed by Chloe James. Brereton is there, and in 3 passes from one end of the court to the other.
Yeah, not a lot of defensive pressure there from Coastal Heat. I think they perhaps didn't expect Brereton to take that pass as quickly as she did. They probably expected her to set the penalty, but you just have to play to it. And I think you just get on with it and defend. Like, whether you agree with the call or not, it's not going to change, so just get on with it.
And is that a transition thing then between how quickly they transition from one end of the court to the other? Are you then just chasing the game?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, the speed that the Inferno team move that ball, you haven't got time to hesitate. Like, you can't think about the umpire's decision or whatever. You've just got to have that switch that goes straight away and get back on it rather than chasing. And it's, the back of the court then was still kind of figuring out what had happened rather than recognising what had happened in the other goal third and setting up nice and early.
And now we are getting wing defences throwing goal shooters balls from the third line. It's absolutely going everywhere. At the moment, that ball is flying in. Georgina Evans gave Erin Hook that ball from miles out. So almost Coastal Heat now are spreading the play. But Northeast Inferno like to play wide. They like to play and open up the play themselves and then take the ball through the middle of the court.
Yeah, they're looking to hit the wide, and then they're pulling the defenders out, and then they can hit the middle. So maybe Coastal Heat, I think, possibly need to pack the middle and not get drawn out onto those wide balls and force them just to play around and not allow them to actually access the middle. Again, I do think the defensive unit for Coastal Heat is allowing Erin Hook far too much room. There's a couple of times where it's literally been one ball and into the circle with the goalkeeper nowhere near, and she's just popping her away, and it's just too easy.
It looks very easy and comfortable for Northeast at the moment. Defensively, though, Northeast Inferno are almost playing like a box zone in the middle, but Coastal Heat are doing very well to break through that at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like although they're doing a box zone, they're not necessarily sticking to task and they're getting drawn a little bit. But, the Coastal Heat centre is doing a great job at just ploughing through the middle of that, and she's fast enough that she's just taking that, and that's what's helping break that open.
Absolutely. What we discussed earlier when Valley Volcanoes was doing the same kind of zone, and we needed that centre to plough through the middle of their box zone. Another team that's very good at doing that, and that's how we saw our final last year between Valleys and Northeast Inferno. Both teams as defensive as they come, but Tash Jarvis comes in there, catches the ball between the legs, and again that ball straight in from Georgina Evans, that wing defence, to Erin Hook. There is nobody shutting down that feed.
There's just no pressure at all on the defence through the court at the minute. I think Coastal Heat maybe just need to get ahead of the play. At the moment, they are just chasing backwards, and it's not doing them any favours. They just need to slow this ball down somehow. But again, one centre pass, she lands it in the circle, just allows herself to reset. I think Liv Hollis at goalkeeper needs to just work a little bit harder and recognise that it's all going down one side, and she's really happy to take that ball on the right-hand side and then just pop it away.
There is almost no pressure on the Northeast defence as they're attacking through court. So what should Coastal Heat be doing to stop that?
I think what's really hard at the moment is Northeast keep changing what they're doing. So Coastal are actually not able to settle into any structures or kind of stick to principles maybe that they've worked on or they've trained to. Because, 1 minute they're going long, next minute they're going short, they're using width and they're coming through the middle. So actually, Coastal are, fair play to them, are trying their best, but Inferno are just mixing it up all the time. So as a coach, what do you give them? Because it's going to change continuously.
I think at the minute, Coastal Heat just aren't really doing much. They need to just go, okay, this is what we're going to do, and just maybe stick to that. I think going a hard man-on-man defence is probably what they need to go back to, and then they can build from there.
But
at the moment, Inferno are just playing the ball around for fun, and they're nowhere near.
Stick to your job.
Exactly. Do your own job first, and then you can help somebody else out. And then I think the other problem for them is that when they are actually getting turnover ball at the moment, they're not converting. The shooting just seems to be a little bit off for Heat at the moment. Whether they need a little bit of a change in there.
Yeah, they are not converting at all. The score at the moment, 22-9. It was 11-6 at the start after that first quarter. And as we are getting into the last 40 seconds, 3 goals have been scored by Coastal Heat in this second quarter.
It's that pressure that's now building, isn't it? The shooters are now really feeling that they're not scoring, they need to convert ball, and they're watching that scoreline get bigger and bigger.
Well, Inferno have already matched their previous score from the first quarter. They are now on 22, so have already scored their previous 11. Both defenders now out for Chloe Evans. So they then put the fourth goal in as the clock runs down, and Catherine Hughes will hold the ball, or unable to hold the ball.
This is where we talk about clock smarts as well, is recognising that she allowed the ball to go past because she knew where the clock was, but then her sister threw the ball back to her and then she didn't fumble it. I think when you've got 4 seconds, do not step into the circle. Just, clock smart. Delay it, but don't make it look obvious.
Yeah, book smart on clock smarts, netball smarts, so you win that centre pass. The number 3 for this game here, 5th game of the day here, of Northeast Inferno versus Coastal Heat. score at half-time was 22-10 to Northeast Inferno, our reigning champions. Scanning the court for you for some changes. So at the moment, changes for Northeast. Amanda Davis is in at goal attack. Darcy Hastings is in at wing attack. And Safira Fisher is in at wing defence. So Erin Hook is still in at goal shooter, but Becca Hughes has been given a bit of a rest. For Coastal Heat, at wing attack, Emily Edwards takes to the court and gives Georgina Lillicrap a rest. Amanda Davis, another very experienced player for Northeast Inferno, has represented Wales back in the 2005 Com Games, 2006 World Cup.
And I played with her in Super League season 2008-2009 when she played for back then Northern Thunder.
So very, very experienced. Also has 2 daughters that play netball and wanted to get back in to play for the North East team this year just to prove that she could do it. Why not, after having kids, come back and play?
Yeah, I mean, she's got the basic skills, so you never lose it.
You never lose it. It's like riding a bike. We do have a lot of mums that play in this league, and it's wonderful to see. It's almost like our resident Chelsea Beard playing after having 3 kids, playing for Cardiff Dragons now.
And she's playing phenomenally well. Like she was nailing it last night, like super shots for fun.
There we are. So if you are a mum and you're thinking about getting back into netball, I'm sure if you go on to the Welsh Netball website, onto Wales Netball and find clubs near you, don't be afraid to jump back in. As Olivia Hollis jumped for that rebound. Resetting back to Baker Reese. You represented our Emirates, didn't you, Simone?
Yeah, I did. I lived out there for a few years. And I was lucky enough to play for the European Championship. So, yeah, it was an amazing experience.
Playing all over the place, all over the world. I think we have one of the girls here actually has done the same as you.
Yeah, Zoe Stapley. She plays for Flames, who we played earlier. We played together. Yeah, we were on the same team,
Lovely.
same year. Yeah. So it's amazing to see her now playing. She went to university in Cardiff, stayed in Cardiff, and it's now crossing paths in Wales.
Absolutely wonderful. A lot of the girls do go out to Dubai. Gwenna Davis is one of them, has gone out to Dubai to teach.
Yeah, she went out. Her sister's playing for Powys this year. She was with us in her first year. So, yeah, she's doing really well out there.
Wonderful. There goes Catherine Hughes. And there is that first ball given away.
Yeah, she obviously wasn't able to land it because she was on the run and everyone else was kind of moving away, so she had no options. And Lydia Grice just picked that ball off. And Coastal have got it through to circle, so they were sensible.
They were sensible, but Chloe James.
But then Natasha Jarvis probably could have landed that one. She had more time than she thought she did before she fell off court.
Could have landed it. Didn't judge the distance of the court. So Chloe James did have another shot, but give it back to Tash Jarvis. And Baker Reese sighted that one a mile off. And Chloe Evans sinks that ball. Erin Hook not afraid to come out.
Do you know what? I think Amanda Evans gave her a cheeky little shove then.
She
which
did. I
pushed
saw
her into
that.
being obstruction.
Amanda, I thought that was almost Baker Reese telling her to get into position, but I did see Amanda Evans' hands in the back of Liv Hollis for that one.
Go away with one.
She did get away with that. Sneakily.
You've got to see what you can get away with in these games.
Oh, well, as a shooter, we do get away with quite a lot.
I think at the end of the day, if the umpires don't see it and you're getting away with it, as long as it's not dangerous, then you're going to keep doing it.
Is that what you would say as a coach, Simone, to your team?
Yeah, I think, as you get up through the levels, you've got to push it a little bit more, haven't you? You've got to test your boundaries. And like you said, as long as it's not dangerous, the game is more contested, it is more physical. So, if they're going to give it, you're going to have to try back as well because, that's where it is now.
Absolutely. And if it is contested and you're not given as much as you get, then it also then becomes dangerous, doesn't it? So it's almost as if that battle needs to be balanced as well. Oh, I do love a battle in the circle. I love it.
I do, but I'm also really, really enjoying this battle at centre between Catherine Hughes and Meg Thomas. It's a bit feisty. They're both quick, a bit tasty as well. So, and I'm not sure either one of them is actually on top yet. They're just kind of almost cancelling each other out slightly.
It's nice to see, though. Nice to see the battles. Oh, that feed from Emily Edwards. She sighted Chloe James coming in, but Tash Jarvis also sighted her and backed up. Would you have called that as a contact from Chloe or on Chloe?
I guess it depends on the umpire's interpretation of who's going straight up. I think Chloe probably was going straight up, whereas Natasha Jarvis was coming out on an angle. So you probably would have called that as contact goal defence. Well,
a tactical change there for Coastal Heat. Maddie Newton comes on to wing defence as Lydia Grice takes a rest on the bench. And it's a battle in the air between Evie Brereton and Chloe James.
She just needs to settle herself now and take a breath because they're getting ball in a little bit easier, which is really nice to see, but we now have to get it through that net.
What's your game plan for playing someone as like a defensive circle as tall as this? Do you have one?
You've got to see what works. I can throw Gwenan in, who's our, holding shooter, see how she fares. And I think that you then got to be able to adapt. So you've got to have that versatility on the bench that you can throw something different in if your holding shooter's not working. So, have you got a rotating circle? Do you encourage the goal shooter maybe to come out a bit earlier and your goal attack to enter a bit earlier? So you're going to have to play around with it because although you might have a game plan, you never know what's going to happen.
And Gwenan as well is a very good goal attack.
A fantastic goal attack, although she might disagree with me or kill me for saying that.
But, a quarter in goal attack never hurt anyone.
Oh, and don't you worry, I've been throwing her out at training.
I would never play in goal attack. I was always their goal shooter. But a quarter in goal attack would never hurt anyone, I would say, as a coach. And you also have two holding shooters, right? So maybe a combination?
Yeah, and we've got Sophie, who's not here today, who's one of our other shooters, who's just as tall as Gwenan, and there's a few things we've been trying out at training which we're excited to see. When we're down in Swansea, whereas today we've got Gwenan, our kind of taller shooter, and we've got three smaller rotating shooters. So we're playing around with it. It's still early stages.
Which would you say is the hardest circle to mark? A static, holding, strong shooter, or a constant rotating circle?
For me personally, a rotating circle. I think taller defenders generally don't like the rotating circles because you can lose sight of your shooters quite easily. Whereas at least if you've got a taller shooter in there, you know what's going to happen. So I would always choose playing against taller because even though it's going to go over your head, you know what's going to happen. Whereas with a rotating circle, anything can happen, and I think that might be the way that teams need to go forward against Inferno. I don't think that Evie's not particularly actually doing anything to win ball. She's just using her height to disrupt it when she's on the shot. So actually, Inferno for me are not actually winning a lot of ball. Coastal Heat are just throwing the ball off the back line or missing the shots.
Does that give you maybe a bit of insight into...
Absolutely. I'm going to take tips from Kerry Almond all day long. Of course I am.
A shooter like Gwenan, she has such a strong front hold that if that ball is accurate, it doesn't matter what a defender's going to do. So I would just keep doing that personally, just body ball it in sometimes because Evie's so tall. You could afford to play the body ball in and then she might get pulled on the contact coming around the front. So
so it's the work on the mid-court, isn't
it?
It's actually
exactly.
Provide good ball to the shooter.
Exactly.
And also knowing not to force that ball in, isn't be happy to reset that ball again and again and again, and be happy to reset 20 times before you give that ball instead of losing it that one time.
Yeah, it's that age-old rule, isn't it, that if you've got the ball, the other team can't score, so let's keep it.
So maybe a rotating circle is the option for you against North East Inferno. But it doesn't mean you can't use Gwenan, because like we said, she is a wonderful goal attack and she can move very, very well. We do know Gwenan, another MVP from last year, can do all of that work. But currently North East Inferno are in the lead, 30 goals to 17 against Coastal Heat. And a contact call just in the middle. And as the buzzer goes, Erin Hook gets another go due to the obstruction of Meg Baker-Rees, and as cool as ever, Amanda Evans puts that ball in the net to take the score to 31-17 at the end of that quarter. So, clinical for North East Inferno. Not quite hitting the 11 goal mark on that one, so Coastal Heat did manage to shut them down a bit more in that quarter.
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well is the fact that when
North East Inferno are currently leading Coastal Heat 31-17. Tripped over my own mouth. As Coastal Heat take us in to the final quarter. Scanning the court for changes. In goal shooter, Chloe James has taken to the bench, and Katie Davis sinks her first shot. And for North East Inferno, Amanda Davis has moved into goal shooter, meaning Erin Hook gets a little break as well, a well-deserved break, I believe. And Becca Hughes come back on to goal attack. Amelia Duff comes on to wing defence.
And Amelia Duff is another netball connection for me. She is the daughter of Bev Lovett, who I played with again in that first season at Northern Thunder, obviously a former Welsh captain as well. So Yeah, so another netball connection for me with this Northeast Inferno team.
How is it seeing a teammate's daughter playing in front of you?
Depressing. Reminded me of how old I am now.
Age is just a number, as we see with Amanda Evans playing in front of you as well.
Exactly, yeah. Although I think Amanda's a bit younger than me, but, you know, she's got 2 kids, so.
Maybe next year you can play for D-side. Play for Northeast
I
Inferno.
would have to move to Wales, so, and I'm a Manchester girl, so I'm comfortable where I am.
There goes Becca Hughes. And the confidence Catherine Hughes has in her sister. She already walks away from the circle edge before the shot has been taken.
Their connection's just incredible. You know, there was just a ball then taken from the one channel in the centre third to the opposite channel in the goal third, and they just know where each other is. That twin telepathy.
They know where the other is at absolutely all times, without even looking. I am in awe of how these two play. And I am thankful that one of them has straightened their hair today and one of them has curly hair, so we know the difference because they have swapped trainers and they now match. Thank you, girls. So 33-19 now the score as Coastal Heat fire one in to Katie Davis, who attempts the long shots but just rolls over the back.
But I'm liking the confidence of Katie Davis to actually just turn and shoot and see what happens. And she's shooting that quickly as well that it's not allowing Brereton to get that rangy lean over the shot. So keep going.
Maybe that is the way forwards with these two defenders. The speed and spring of Tash Jarvis and the range of Brereton. You just got to be faster.
Yeah, just turn and shoot. Just back yourself to get that in there.
Back yourself, indeed. And there goes Amanda Evans backing up and backing herself on that shot. Tactical change now for Coastal Heat. Meg Thomas thought it was her, but it isn't. It's Meg Baker-Reese. And coming on to goal defence as Meg Baker-Reese takes to the bench. Just waiting for confirmation on that tactical change.
I think what's so good about this Inferno team is they're just not afraid to play the ball around. They'll just play it and play it and play it until they find something that's available, and then it's there.
Absolutely. Josie Bennett came on as goal defence for Coastal Heat, and as Catherine Hughes leaves the court for Northeast Inferno, and Nicole Davis moves into centre. Amelia Duff now moves into goal defence, and Alexandra Jones moves into wing defence. So a bit more of a change again on the defensive end for Inferno. Tash Jarvis takes a break on the bench. And a shorter Chloe Evans passes over the post to Katie Davis.
It worked though, so, you know, if that's how you've got to do to get the ball away from those arms, then absolutely go for it.
Oh. And the goal defence just come onto the court. Josie Bennett read that one like a book. But Becca Hughes sinks another one to make the score 36-20. Leading by 16 now, Northeast Inferno. Katie Davis backing herself again. Just short on that one. And Chloe Evans.
The shortest person in the circle getting the rebound.
We love to see it. Eve Brereton was almost shocked, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. Didn't expect it at all.
Chloe Evans is very bouncy. She can jump very high.
She also just looks completely unfazed. Right.
Coastal Heat adopting the unfazed look of Northeast Inferno. Lovely take by Meg Thomas. looking very strong in that centre position. And Amelia Duff doing enough to pluck Chloe James off. And the range of Brereton is just so difficult. You have to almost gauge how far you are away from the post, but also how much you need to put on the shot to get over the arms.
Yeah, or
as a
how much
shooter
you might need to step back a little bit to get away from it, and then your range is different as well.
It's very difficult to shoot against someone like that, but it's almost as if you have to go back to that mentality of a shooter, I think, of forget that they're there.
Yeah, just visualise the post, just stick to your technique. You know, any of those practices you do where you've got your eyes closed and you're practicing your shooting in the garden, it's back to that, isn't it? It's all about technique when you've got someone with their hand literally over the ball because of Chloe's height.
Or a hand in your face. And she's just stepped in against Brereton, so I don't think that was the wisest of moves.
No, but she's trying every trick in the book to get around her. It's not quite working on occasion, but maybe sometimes she just needs to recognise when Brereton's hand is already on the ball and make that really obvious to the umpire, because she is doing that quite frequently. But this game is just getting a little bit too feisty. There's lots of push and shove going on now, and
there is
we've
a
seen
lot.
a few challenges on the circle edge which have been allowed to go, and I think the umpires just need to settle this down a little bit.
I agree. Josie Bennett came in strong on the contact there. Oh, but Alex
that was a great
came
intercept,
through.
but I'm not going to ignore the fact that she did just give Emily Edwards a bit of a shove before she took that intercept, so I'm not giving her full credit for that one. Not saying that I've not pushed people before, of course, but
You would never shove a player and take an interception, would you?
No, not when they're on the run, to be honest. That is dangerous.
That is quite
If
dangerous.
it's a static shooter, then absolutely. Why not?
Absolutely, yeah. Static shooter, it's all to play for.
Exactly.
Well, the score here now, 37-22. Northeast Inferno keeping as cool as ever. The wing attack. Nicole Davis looking for a call from Becky Scott, the umpire. Becky Scott not giving in. Contested on the contact. Katie Davis backing herself again. Well, a couple of those shots now, we've seen her shoot from that further range out, which she's obviously confident in doing, but she's not quite hitting the target.
I mean, Chloe Evans, again, read that like a book. That was absolutely brilliant, but again, first and second pass, and they've lost it.
It's that panic ball, isn't it? As soon as you get it, you have to want to get rid of it straight away to move quickly. But it's not that almost being collected.
You have to have someone that's just going to give you that settler option of that nice short ball. But I think sometimes when you're on that defensive mind track, your first thought isn't, oh, I need to go towards the ball, because you might still be on the back foot a little bit, but that's where you just have to try and land it as best you can.
Who's your go-to player on the court for you, Simone, that you know will always calm the game down?
Ooh.
Knowing that they're probably going to be listening to you answer the question.
I think it sometimes depends in what position. So, like, we've got Lucy Leonard, who is characteristically calm, but then every now and again we'll do a launch in from the centre third, and we're like, oh, Lucy. Lily Dudeson's quite good at being just that calm, you know, get the ball, look, you know, for a lateral, for a reset before just launching it forward. So I'd say kind of Lucy or Lily in the middle for us are quite good settlers.
Oh, and Liv Hollis just tips away that ball from Becca to Amanda. And as the buzzer goes, the final score here between Northeast Inferno and Coastal Heat, 38-23. So only 7 goals scored by Northeast Inferno in that final quarter. So a lot of defensive work done really well by Coastal Heat in that last quarter.
Yeah, I think it was a much more defensive quarter from both teams. I think, again, the change
running this morning with Valley Volcanoes taking on West Wales Phoenix. North West Fury have taken on City Flames. Power Sparks have met Southeast Blaze. And North East Inferno have just beaten Coastal Heat. So every team has now played once. And the second round of games are about to begin, with West Wales Phoenix taking on City Flames. Joining me in the commentary box is Kerry Almond and also now Caitlin Jones, our MVP from last year. Caitlin, you are not in a netball dress.
No, sadly not this year.
Sadly not this year.
No.
What happened?
Playing in a current competition, and I've gone over and I've torn my ACL and meniscus, so I'm out for a bit now.
Out for a little bit now.
Absolutely gutted.
We all know how bad that can be. We all know the dreaded 3 letters, ACL.
Yeah, I think you count yourself very, very lucky as a netball if you escape without doing your ACL. So obviously just wishing you the best in your rehab and recovery. It's a long process, but I'm sure you'll, like every other player before, you'll come back 10 times stronger than you were before. So just keep plugging away at your rehab, and I'm sure we'll see you back next year.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I did it when I was 17, so I'm part of the ACL club. So it is quite an exclusive club, so don't you worry about that.
Yeah.
So Caitlin will be joining us for the commentary for this game of West Wales Phoenix. Let's go through the starting sevens. Phoenix then, Nikki Howells in goalkeeper, Nell Edwards in goal defence, Ellie Mae Austin in wing defence, Anna White in centre, Emma Roberts wing attack, Ella Wainwright in goal attack, and Rachel Griffiths in goal shooter. And in the yellow dresses on the right-hand side, City Flames, goalkeeper Katie Darlow, goal defence Carrot Allen, wing defence Jill Morgan, centre Elise Hayward, wing attack Harriet Skinner, goal attack Sarah Bell, and goal shooter Tasha Charles. Umpiring this game for us is Becky Rowland and Anne Burt-Williams. Here we go. West Wales Phoenix searching for their first win of the tournament. And City Flames hoping to continue and take their second win, with Caris Allen going up for that shot. Wonderful reach from her. And the first turnover goes to City Flames. Caitlin, goal defence, your position, also playing wing defence.
Yeah.
So that we gave you MVP last year because of how many balls you turned over, how many balls you were taking in the air. How important is that first turnover of the game?
I think super important, not just for it lifts the whole morale of the team, especially when you get that first turn. Everyone is just wanting to bring that back to goal, and it can change the mood from so low to so high in just a split second.
Absolutely, and that's what's happened here for City Flames. They have powered down the court. Tash Charles, first shot for her, and sinks that one in to make the score 2-0. So we spoke last time when the Flames were playing Northwest Fury about how defence needs to come off the body there. So you want that to see that now. That's what the best option to do with Charles, with that beautiful turn as she just did.
Yeah, I'd love to see the defence actually just getting off the body, especially sitting off the back and actually giving yourself room to run at that and get up and challenge it off the body. But if Tasha's going to throw in them rolls a little bit, then she's definitely mixing it up for this defence, and they're going to have something else to think about. Obviously, Sarah was listening to our conversation earlier about it, so she's told Tasha to do a little bit more moving, but she definitely is already. Maybe it's the deep heat.
Maybe it is the deep heat that's now settled in to Tash Charles' muscles. Those creaky joints have now loosened.
I definitely think you're right, and you've got to come off the body on that hold. Try and confuse the space as well for that when that feed comes in, and just hope that you're going to force the error.
Yeah, it's just about confusing the space, confusing where the feeder's going to put the ball with such a tall shooter in there. But she's just changed the game so far a little bit, so we'll see if she continues that or if she does go back to just holding.
Well, as Ella Wainwright gets another chance at this. Katie Darlow comes away with the rebound. And City Flames seem to be in acres of space. Almost something Inferno-like about their play then through the court.
Yeah, it was a really, really good middle punch up the middle from Harriet Skinner. It just allowed then Sarah Bell to sit a little bit deeper and just got the ball through the court at extraordinary speed.
So as we were talking to Sarah Bell earlier, she did say that sometimes their speed was too quick for the ball. And as we were talking earlier, we said something that Northeast do really well is nothing seems to phase them, and their control through the court is really well. Is that something that you feel when you're on court?
Yeah, definitely. I think sometimes we can go a bit too fast for ourselves too. We do get told at quarter times you've got to slow it down, but the twins, they just sometimes playing fast is the best way for them to.
The twins seem to have some sort of telepathy and know where each other are at all times, which
Yeah.
is something I've always been in awe of. As did Sarah Bell, they knew exactly where Tash was, under the post. Lovely calling by Darlow and Allen.
Oh, great
And
tip.
a great take. Lovely outside arm tip there from Allen.
Yeah, she got her feet round and just managed to get that shoulder through so it didn't look like contact. So excellent footwork there. But also just really impressed there with the talking from Rachel Griffiths. She literally looked at someone and went, no, do not give me the ball. And sometimes your shooter just needs to do that because sometimes the centre court just want to get the ball in. And she's like, no, I don't want it yet.
Absolutely. It's quite important as a shooter to be able to control your circle, isn't it?
Which
to
is something
say
that
when you want it.
Tasha Charles is doing that really well. Like, I'm actually enjoying seeing her move around a little bit. Maybe that's just due to wants to try and avoid some of the extra bruises that she might get in this game.
She does command the circle, and then it's a battle of who commands it better, you or a defender. Elise Hayward pulled up for contact there. Good option by Anna White not to force that over the top of Katie Darlow, knowing that Karis Allen has that reach to also come across.
Yeah, this Flames defence is not especially tall, but they're very rangy. And I'm enjoying watching them use their footwork to get around. They're not just relying on that as well, and they're working quite well together as well.
They are working very well together. A lot of these Flames players play together in clubs down in Cardiff and in the Swansea League. Very well aware of each other's style of play. And I've grown up playing with the same players as most of you have as well. Especially you guys in Northeast in the D-side and Mould area.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful when we come to these competitions that a lot of us do play together in club. Because the connection, and we've already got the units that work so well together. And this year we're lucky to have Gina and Evie who play in defence in D-side.
Absolutely does help when you're already a settled squad. 11-2 then is currently the score here at the moment for City Flames, with that power ball in from Sarah Bell to Tash Charles to make it 12. 10 goals now, the lead from City Flames. A much better start to them this year in comparison to last season, as Sarah Bell was telling us earlier. Do you see a difference in them this year, Caitlin?
I definitely think their defence looks really strong. They're moving their feet around the body really nicely and getting loads of tips and turnovers. And their communication looks really good as well.
Very much a different team, City Flames, this year than they were last year. Speed of hands and feet. Nikki Howells called there for obstruction as Tash Charles turns towards the post. What's currently Phoenix's biggest downfall and how the style they're playing?
They're getting the ball through to circle edge really nicely. I think it's the shooting circle that is letting them down a little bit at the moment. Like, they're struggling to actually get the ball in, and then when they are getting it in, their shooting percentages are probably not as high as we would want them to be. I am actually quite surprised that they've started with this shooting circle and they've not started with Ellie Grant, who had such a strong game in the first game. So maybe that's something they'll need to look at after this one.
Absolutely, yeah, I think I agree. Ellie Grant had an incredible game in the first quarter, but she maybe is on the short side. And knowing, I don't know if Phoenix are going for that taller shooting circle, knowing Ella Wainwright is a taller goal attack. But Ellie Grant is a lot more of a moving shooter as well.
Yeah, and I think that might kind of counteract this defence as well a little bit. It'll just give them something else to think about. Like they'll know that they've not just got that one person that's kind of going to hold them and post up a little bit. So yeah, just give them something else to think about. And it can't be anything, harder than dealing with what they're going through at the moment. This is a very high scoring first quarter.
Well, maybe something for head coach Nicola Roberts to think about for West Wales Phoenix quarter time. I think Nicola Roberts has almost all of the experience on her bench with assistant coaches Wendy Lewis and Helen Thomas. Both been coaches for probably 30, 40 years, maybe a combination of 70 years between them.
That is definitely incredible.
Incredible coaching experience on the West Wales Phoenix bench.
Ooh. That's a call you don't hear very often. Inevitable contact. It just means that the goalkeeper and goal defence have sandwiched the shooter so much that when she tries to move, she's going to contact them regardless. So notes to defences out there, ensure there's a little bit of room for movement.
Ensure you have to leave some space. Sarah Bell working more as a wing attack at the moment on the court. Instead of maybe a goal attack, she's just letting Tash Charles take the ball and doing all this, but working as a wing attack in and out of the circle. Is that difficult for you as a goal defence?
It can be, because sometimes you don't know where to place yourself. Do you go and double mark the shooter, or do you come out and then stay on your goal attack? Because what ends up happening is you double mark the goal shooter and the goal attack can play themselves in. So it's a confusing one. It definitely messes up your head as a defender.
Well, Sarah Bell is definitely working hard to do that. Well, a short break in between those two quarters for us as they return to the court. West Wales Phoenix and City Flames on for the second quarter. And straight away, that first interception again, Katie Darlow for City Flames, reading that one like a book.
That timing on that was brilliant.
Just scanning the court for you for changes.
That's probably not the most ideal ball to give. She was sandwiched between two defenders, but I also think that in that situation, if the umpire has not called it, just get on, defend, and help your team out. There's no point remonstrating with the ref and having a go, because you've lost the ball and you're not going to get it back.
Absolutely. Well, the changes that we do see are for West Wales Phoenix. We did maybe call a change in the shooting circle, and we do have one, but it's not Ellie Grant. It is Delith Jones in that shooter for West Wales Phoenix, and Jessica Thomas comes on to wing defence. City Flames just playing the ball around. A lovely triangle work there for Tarbell. To Elise Hayward. As Charles puts the ball in the net. Tactical change now. Coach, Captain Sarabel comes off. And Zoe Stapley comes on. Previous UAE player, as we were just talking with Simone Gould. Grew up in Dubai and represented UAE. So Sarabel getting to rest her legs a bit now. With an advantage like this in your score system, would you expect maybe just to bring in some changes to feed them in?
Yeah, I think so. Given that obviously the quarters are quite short as well, you may as well. I was going to say rest legs, but there's no more games after this. But this is probably an opportunity for Flames now to try out different combinations for the next games that they've got coming up. Have a look at what they probably need to work on within combos. And just see what works really well for them. That
lovely,
was beautiful.
Lovely, quick hands, quick feet front between brilliant. Zoe Stapley and Harriet Skinner. And Tash Giles watching it all and taking the glory ball at the end. As us shooters do, take all the glory. I did ask Kerry this question as well, but do you prefer marking a static shooter or a moving shooter?
Oh, I personally prefer a moving shooter, mainly because I'm not tall enough for a static shooter to get up for the
But you're
high,
also a goal defender,
ball.
so you run around anyway more than I do. I prefer the more static, but that's because I don't like running.
Yeah, I agree with you there, I think. I don't like running either. I am the static shooter.
So I'll
Oh, brilliant tip.
Beautiful tip.
That was perfect timing. She really nailed that one.
She did nail that tip.
But then I think Elise Howard was just off balance on that one and just couldn't get it through.
Casey Zalo's hard work is brought back. Can she do it again? No, but Karis Allen will give it a go. Elise Hayward in plenty of space. And the City Flames defence bringing the ball up, but Zoe Stapley there looking for another option, but Elise Hayward was marked by two players. So where was that other option available there? There was no one really other one for Zoe Stapley to pass to?
No, I think sometimes as well, just slow it down, look back and reset it on the transverse line to your defence. You know, there's no rush, just keep possession of the ball.
Well weighted there from Skinner to give that right ball. As Anna White.
Yeah, I think
Brilliant
she
pressure
just
from
wanted
defense.
to offload that one to the goal shooter, but I think she saw Kate Tadalo coming through and she was just too off balance to be able to keep her feet where they should be. This is why I'm a big proponent of staying on 2 feet.
Absolutely a massive fan of staying on 2 feet. That we often see that one step as if it's going to give us an advantage. But as we've just seen, Phoenix lose the ball. Yet to score in this quarter are Phoenix. And a lovely little run from Zoe Stapley. And a wonderful shot.
I think that's why you can't just double onto a tall shooter, especially if you've got a goal attack that can actually shoot. You have to have someone that can play off onto them. And in that situation where she's running from one side of the court to the other, it's got to be the back defender to play onto that. You never want your front defender to move off the post. I think Phoenix just need to work out what they're doing in that circle, because dropping to Tasha Charles on that just isn't working for them.
Absolutely. And as we are speaking of Phoenix, a tactical change on for them with Ellie J. Jones coming into that centre position. Another one who put her bib upside down. I think they might be looking down at the bib and seeing that is the correct way, because Elise Hayward did exactly the same thing when she came on in that first game for City Flames.
It's the adrenaline. You just want to get on.
You just want to get on. And Anne Burt-Williams advanced the penalty due to wing attack Emma Roberts throwing the ball away.
Little bit of dress pulling there as well. New sneaky tactic, but it didn't work.
A little bit of dress pulling. Oh, Tash Charles wanted that ball a little bit quicker, but it still worked from Zoe Stapley.
I'd just really like to see everyone, when they're coming through court, turning. At the moment, a lot of players are quite happy to just land the ball facing the sideline and just stay there, but it's not going to shift the defenders and you can't see what's coming. So just turn fully, sight all the options, and then you can play to that lateral option.
Karis Allen again on that rebound, denying West Wales Phoenix their first goal of this quarter. Oh, Tash Charles shakes off Nikki Howells, who goes running into the post. And umpire Becky Rowlands has called time just to secure the post, as they did almost go flying backwards. We do have weights on the backs of these posts to make sure they don't fall. And as Becky Rowland restarts the game, Tash Giles has no problem recommencing a shot. Ever ran into the post, Caitlin?
Too many times.
Surely you should get your bearings and know where they are, like Tash Giles does. Exactly that. Ellie J. Jones now injecting a bit of pace into West Wales Phoenix play, maybe?
Yeah, let's just see if it does work, 'cause at the moment, they're really, really struggling to get this ball through. So extra speed is great, but it has to be with control.
And there is their first goal of the quarter by Ella Wainwright, with almost a minute and a half to go.
And that was a really, really good front position there from Nikki Howell. She got her feet round, got her shoulder through, and just managed to tip the ball away and get the contact call as well. So that was excellent work.
Exactly what was needed against a shooter like Tash Charles. A bit of tunnel vision there from Wainwright to want to give that ball to Dallas Jones. She's not confident in her shot at that range. Are you more of a keep your shooter out defender, or do you just...
I think it depends on the player, really. If they're quite nippy and fast, you want to keep them out the day, because it can be really hard to keep up with them when they're in then.
Absolutely agree.
This little battle at the back here between Tasha and Nikki Howell is getting a little bit spicy, and I'm quite enjoying it. I don't think Tasha is enjoying what Nikki Howell is doing to her. She's really kind of bodying up to her now, but she is kind of doing it cleanly, but she does not like it.
Well, Tasha Charles is one of the feistier players. And she is known for arguing with an umpire many a times. But West Wales still can't capitalise on the buzzer. And they scored 2 in that quarter as they take to the bench for half-time with the score standing at 30 goals to 7. Welcome back to game number 5.
Round 1
Here of Bangor.
We are Wales Phoenix take on
City Flames.
and current City Flames are
Absolutely dominating
this game, 37. As we're ready
to start the third quarter.
we are looking for
The changes on the court, and what
we see is making an impact already
is Ellie Grant.
she has taken on to
The goal attack position.
and Ella Wing
Ellie Mae Austin
has moved centre into goal defence.
Nell Edwards
Has moved into goal.
Ellie J. Jones,
Is it the centre? Almost a brand new team.
the brand new team setup for West Wales
Phoenix for City Flames.
or City Flames. They have
Charlotte Lewis in that goal attack with Tash Charles
still staying there.
strong under the post as goal shooter.
Oh, Schuster.
Zoe Bennett comes off as goal defence as
Caris Allen takes to the bench.
bench for a well-deserved rest. Thoughts on the change?
Thoughts on the changes, Kerry?
Yeah, not surprised to see so many changes. They can afford to again test those numbers out ahead. From Phoenix, I think for them it's all about to build on what they've already done, and just their goal difference. The goal difference may be key come the end of the league. So they do need to actually start making use of the centre passes.
Phoenix.
How long was their possession? As Ellen right, Ellie Golds
Who again shot
falls short. Caitlin Bennett was
almost picked up for
replayed ball there.
I thought about it, but I think it's I think just leave that one.
Jessica Taylor's a lovely little tip. Just to knock the ball away from Charlotte
Lewis's hands.
I know he didn't there from Del Jones.
That was great. That was great vision.
Lovely piece of play
By West Wales
Phoenix to tell us show what are capable of.
And Katie Darlow
Comes through, steal that ball right back.
Really well, and she set off early. She vision for one player, so you know, Katie Darlow is where that one in my hands.
Elise Hayward knew where she
wanted to plant that ball.
Knew where the space was. Tash Charles
just didn't quite
turn to get there. Tash
I would come off the body of my goal attack and get my hands up over the ball and put more pressure on that feed coming in from outside.
Top tips from our resident MVP. Nell Edwards coming around the body really cleanly there.
And that's what we've been talking about all day, about getting off the body and moving your feet. And because she started behind Tash Charles, it made it look like the nice flat early feed could go in, and she just worked her feet beautifully and came through with a clean two-handed intercept.
Very nice work from Nell Edwards. Nell is on her first season back after ACL.
Oh, that's good
So
to
there
know.
you go. Also part of the ACL club. A lot of players back from injury this season. There's a player at Coastal Heat that got injured in the first game last season and absolutely smashed it this year. Katie Darlow just telling Caitlin Bennett that she's got it.
She's got it and just kept both her feet on the floor, didn't even need to jump for that rebound. Also being way too nice there in the middle of the game. She got pulled for obstruction, then patted Ella Wainwright on the back to say, apologise. You're in the middle of the game. What happens in a game, it happens in a game. Apologise afterwards. You're only obstructing. It's fine.
These two do play, a lot of these girls play together in leagues across South Wales, but, you know, if you don't want to be that nice on court, that's up to you, Kerry.
If I've like flattened someone, fair enough. If I'm obstructed,
fair
I'm not
enough.
apologising for obstructing. Oh, if your shooter's out the circle, give her the ball on the first one. They don't come out there very often. And she probably should have been pulled for contact there. She just absolutely flattened Jess Thomas on the circle edge.
Tash Charles, don't stop for nobody.
Getting away with murder.
She is getting away with murder. She does what she wants.
Oh.
Nell Edwards spotted that ball, but her timing was just off. That was unlucky. Great vision, though.
Yeah, I do think she probably could have released it early. She just hesitated and looked at it for a little bit too long, which gave Nell Edwards the chance of coming out on it, even though her timing was off. So see it, give it, for me.
Do you agree, Caitlin?
Yeah, definitely. As a defender, you want to just basically slow them down and make them think they're free.
Absolutely. Well, West Wales Phoenix have made a tactical change. Ellie J is now into wing attack, and Hayley Lewis-Howell comes on as the centre, and she's put the bib the right way around, which is lovely to see. Oh, and Tash Charles gives Anne Williams a little cheeky smile as she's pulled up for contact against Nell Edwards, the goalkeeper. Not getting away with it this time.
The bench were really pleased about that one.
Beth Proctor.
Just running her feet through on that one, sighting the actual angle and where the ball was going, and ran straight through the line of the ball rather than at the player and picked up that cleanly. That is
lovely
textbook wing defence in step through court.
Textbook indeed, as was Elise Hayward's feed straight into Tash Charles before anyone else even set the penalty. Again, Zoe Stapley absolutely free as a bird as well on that side of the circle. Circle edge available. Lovely running from Ellie Grant, but Wainwright is doubled up by defenders. How do you counteract that? Do you give that ball? Do you reset?
I would have resetted that. She's got two on her. She's got one behind her, one in front of her. Definitely would have passed out. Reset the ball.
Agreed. She looked at it and she kept looking at it, and it was that tunnel vision of not seeing any other option. So look at it. It drags the defenders this way, and then you can open up something else on the other side of the court, or go back to the third line.
Ellie Mae Austin pulled up for contact on Charlotte Lewis. That shot just short, and contact called, going for the rebound. West Wales are getting the opportunities out there to bring that ball down court, and like we said, they are bringing that ball down. It's just they are not able to move the ball from circle edge to conversion.
Yeah, I think they are working it through really, really well. I think that the City Flames defence in that circle at the moment is just absolutely dominating. They're taking the space away. They're forcing the shooters into the same space, and it's just not allowing them to find easy ball in that circle. So whatever Sarah Bella said to them before this game, it's really worked, because I think they've stepped up another level from the last game.
They absolutely have, as they've kept Phoenix down to currently 10 goals, which is only 3 goals difference. And they did notice the buzzer. And Anne-Bert Williams says the goal stands due to the contact call from Nell Edwards on Tash Charles, taking the score to 42-10. That is the highest scoring game we've had so far today. A difference of 33 goals in between these two teams.
Yeah, that was
here at the Fleet EV National League. It is Game 5, West Wales Phoenix versus City Flames of Cardiff. And the score currently stands at 43 goals to 10. What a score City Flames are putting on this board versus West Wales Phoenix, while shutting down the attack of West Wales Phoenix at the same time. When you see a scoreline like this, Kerry, what if you just saw the scoreline, what would that say to you about what you would expect to see from the game?
I think in half an hour of netball, you would definitely say that the City Flames defence is hot on, as we've just seen a turnover straight away there. I would say that City Flames are definitely on top, and that their defence is probably smothering the Phoenix shooting circle, which they definitely are.
Absolutely. And talking of City Flames, changes for them on the court. Tash Charles takes to the bench for a well-deserved rest, and Niamh Morton takes on the goal shooter position. Sarah Bell has moved into wing attack, and Caris Allen moves back into goalkeeper, with Caitlin Bennett sticking on in goal defence. For West Wales, Nikki Howells goes back into the goalkeeper position after Nell Edwards took that contact hit at the end of that last quarter, and Rachel Griffiths comes in to goal shooter.
It's an excellent rebound there, and she managed to just ease it to Niamh Morton under the post as well. It's exactly what you want.
Niamh Morton, another staple under the post player for City Flames, to give Tash Charles a break.
West Wales are definitely getting the opportunities, but they don't seem to be setting up well enough in the circle for the rebound. Every time it comes back down, they're not bodying up on anyone in the circle. They're just stood under the post, expecting it to come back to them.
Ali Grant not quite comfortable with that shooting distance, but she will shoot from there and just falls short as Caris Allen takes the back line. City Flames play a little bit slower in this last quarter, with Harriet Skinner in the middle as a centre.
They just need someone to punch straight through the middle of the court. At the minute, everyone's hanging back. We're just waiting for the overhead, and it's just City Flames aren't going to let that happen.
That overhead ball will more than likely be taken by one of the defensive players from the back, just watching it. As Charlotte Lewis sinks another goal for City Flames, taking that score to 46-10. But a held ball called for a confused-looking Sarah Bell.
Yeah, I think it was better defence there from Phoenix. They actually did the smothering. They kind of forced the shooters high, and Sarah Bell didn't want to give it, and she stepped in, which then allowed Jess Thomas to obviously shorten the distance, which just allowed to get that held ball. It's just they now have to capitalise off it.
Caris Allen timing that jump for Rachel Griffiths. Does capitalise, as you just said, and puts the first goal of the final quarter in for Westfales Phoenix, taking their total to 11. But Caitlin Bennett is all over that drive from Ellie Grant. Almost stops Ellie Grant in her tracks from driving further.
Yeah, it was really well read, but again, I think Flames forced them to one side of the court, which just meant that they knew where the ball was going to go. When you see the rest of your team is on one side of the court, somebody has to open up the other side just to give that extra option.
Caitlin Bennett again taking that turnover for Flames. Flames shutting down every opportunity Phoenix have to convert to goal. Charlotte Lewis did step into that empty space, so Nikki Howell's well within her right. There you go, Phoenix now a bit more patient on the ball. Happy to play it around a bit more. Ellie Grant asking for the ball, and Lewis Howell urging her to keep going backwards as she sinks her first goal of this quarter.
It all just feels a little bit too easy for Flames. Even on the through court, there's not a whole heap of defensive pressure from Phoenix. Looking at that ball just went through Niamh Morton's hands, but they need to step up a bit defensively if they do want to try and put a few extra goals on this board, because like you said, goal difference may become so important at the end of this.
Absolutely, because currently they are racking up a big goal difference, City Flames. Caris Allen really wanting to tip that shot, isn't she? She is timing that jump very well. If she waited an extra half a second, she would either get a held ball or a tip.
That was a lovely feed in there for Rachel Griffiths. Just had enough airtime on that ball to get through.
The goal shooter, goal attack combination now for Phoenix is really working nicely. Goal shooter is pulling out of the circle, it's drawing out the defence, leaving the D open for the goal attack.
So working a lot more smoothly for Phoenix in that attacking side as City Flames make a tactical change. Charlotte Lewis is now in at goal shooter, and Zoe Stapley is back on at goal attack as Niamh Morton takes to the bench. Caitlin Bennett pulled the contact as Ellie Grant sinks another shot for Phoenix. This is better from Phoenix. They have put more goals on the board this quarter than they have in any other quarter so far.
Yeah, they've started this quarter really, really strong. Like you said, I think this combination's working really well for them. Just have to be careful when goal shooter is coming out the circle that she's not running into the line of where the goal defence is coming in like that one. Caitlin Bennett read that really well, went on that diagonal drive and just shut her off and managed to get a hand to ball. And finished off beautifully.
Zoe Stapley, lovely shooting from her in that goal attack position. And a lovely turn and feed into Charlotte Lewis. Beautiful play by both shooters there. Shooter-to-shooter combo. Lovely work. City Flames really showing the depth of their bench now to show they can put on a lot of these players and take off Tasha Charles and still have this kind of combination to continue on the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. For them now, in the last couple of minutes of this game, it is just about solidifying those combos or looking at what they can do in different games to counteract different styles of defences. So I think that's why we're seeing so many different shooting combos, because I think they recognise that they've got some tough defences to play up against in, and like Northeast Inferno, that's going to be a tough defence for them to play against. So what have they got that can counteract that? So I think they're using this game really, really well. They're still getting the goal difference, but they're working out what actually can be utilised for them in the games ahead.
And if you're Phoenix now, knowing that you've lost this game with this much level, would you be doing the same? Would you then be working at your combos? Would you be utilising this time as well to think about the other games that you've got ahead?
Yeah, I would probably do the same. It's also about maybe giving some players a bit more court time as well. But again, definitely seeing what combinations work well together, what they can actually do. Like I'm enjoying watching the shooting combo, and it's what they can do against other defences again, a bit like the City Flames.
Absolutely agree. And Rachel Griffiths there unfortunately pulled for a replay ball as she balanced on the ball and rolled it to herself to pick it up.
Yeah, if you're going to balance on the ball, you have to stop the ball dead, and then you can pick it up. But if you roll it, it's still classed as moving, so it then would go down as a replay ball. So a good decision from the umpire.
There we are. Lovely
Not just
decision.
saying that because she stood right in front of us, but it was a good decision.
Very experienced Amber Williams. Oh, Beth Proctor saw that but pulled out just in time before she took out Jessica Thomas completely. Is it as important to know when to go for ball as it is to when not to go for ball, Caitlin?
Yeah, definitely. You know, if you're going to go too late, then you're taking out the player. You're giving away that penalty, but you go too early and you've left someone completely free.
Absolutely. Well, a bit scrappy there from Flames moving through the court. No one knew who was going for what ball. And Harriet Skinner late on that contest. 15 seconds left on the clock then, and the score is 48-15. 5 goals scored so far by Phoenix in this quarter. Ellie Grant maybe makes it 6, hoping. Makes it 6 goals.
Good shot.
Apologies there, Ellie, if you had fallen to the commentator's curse. 48-16 final score then here of West Wales Phoenix versus City Flames. Well,
Phoenix actually won that last quarter.
they did. They absolutely did. We are on the second round of games this afternoon. We are on to game number 6, where Valley Volcanoes will be taking on South East Blaze. We have just watched West Wales Phoenix take on City Flames, and City Flames took the win in style with a 48-16 point win. Joining me on the mic is Kerry Almond. Thank you very much for staying with me today.
I'm happy to be here. It's been a long day, but a good day.
It's absolutely been a long day, but a good day, and still more fun netball to come. Hopefully you've been impressed so far with the skills and talent.
To be honest, I've been impressed a lot of times with the mid-courts on teams. They're very quick, very speedy, some really accurate feeds into circle, so that's where I've been really impressed. But I also think some of the defensive units have stood out as well. I think in that last game, City Flames defensive unit were excellent, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Letitia Kidner and Ashley Bourne again for Volcanoes and seeing where that defensive partnership can go. Absolutely.
So, as we just named a couple of players there, let's go through the starting sevens for these two teams. So, Volleys Volcanoes then in the pink and grey. Goalkeeper Letitia Kidner. Goal defence Ashley Bourne. Wing defence captain coach Nick Cook. Beth Johnson in the middle bib centre there. Tia Medic as wing attack. Kerridge Reynolds at goal attack, and Tia Davis at goal shooter. And in the red for South East Blaze, goalkeeper Lara Leah. Goal defence Chloe Rose. Wing defence Georgina Ahern. Centre Eloise Spacey. Wing attack Rebecca Baker. Goal attack Eden Brooks, and goal shooter Eve Wright. Eloise Spacey back in that centre position for South East Blaze.
Yeah, not really surprised. I think that's where she's probably strongest. Obviously only seen her there for a short time, but I think that's where she's going to thrive. Obviously she's got the fitness, she's got the speed, she's got the elevation. While she probably can play goal defence, I think keep her in at centre.
Well, that centre is where she starts for South East Blaze. The umpires for this game, Charlotte Tapp and the ever trustworthy Becky Scott, take to the courts as the players just finish their warm-up dance to YMCA. Valley Volcanoes came second last season after that nail-biting final with Northeast Inferno. I am sure the emotions replayed. Southeast Blaze hoping to take their second win after beating Powys Sparks this morning. And Ashley Bourne, she saw it.
Getting in the action already, and Letitia Kidner getting in the action as well. I think, yeah, Ashley Bourne, if she'd just taken extra steps, that she'd have picked that up cleanly.
She'd just taken her feet to the ball.
Exactly.
Kidner versus Wright then.
I think in this game, Wright is going to have to make sure she nails that shot first time, because Kidner and Bourne in there are not going to let her have the rebounds all her own way like she had in the first game.
Tia Medic with a lovely run to pocket, keeping the defence on her back at all times, citing Nick Cook and Bethan Johnson. And Kerridge Reynolds doing a great job keeping that ball in play for Tia Davis to take the shot and equal the score. Eloise Spacey doing a wonderful job.
Yeah,
at centre, like you said.
Second phase there, and she just landed, turned, and just released that ball into the right space for Eve Wright. A little bit off balance, but backed up ably by Eden Brooks, who finishes it off.
Managed it beautifully, as is that feed in to Tia Davis, who puts that shot up first time.
We just see Valley Volcanoes there just drop into their little zone box/diamond formation, and it just set up Ashley Bourne beautifully for that intercept.
Valley Volcanoes do that so well in the way they set up their defensive method to allow one of their defensive players at the back then to come through and take that ball.
All started from that centre pass when there was a bit of a mismatch with Nick Cook on the goal attack Eden Brooks, and it just actually allowed them to set in that box formation and pick the ball off with ease.
And that first turnover came to Valley Volcanoes with Tia Medic looking for Tia Davis, who holds her space extremely well under that post and commands that circle really nicely, doesn't she?
Yeah, she started off really strongly in this game. She was a bit up and down, inconsistent in the first game, but she started off well so far.
Eden Brooks in a load of space on that circle, in the corner of the circle there, and is happy to shoot. Kidner and Bourne almost taking Eve Wright completely out of the game.
Yeah, she really closed that space down, and I think that's what they're going to have to do, and I think we may well see a little bit more doubling onto her in this, but I think this defensive combination will know when someone needs to come off and peel onto Eden Brooks in that circle.
Volcano's doing well there to keep the ball moving and playing as Tia Davis regathered herself and picked herself up from the floor. Lovely quick hands and quick release from Medic to Reynolds, but Davis unable to keep her hands on that ball from Reynolds. Rebecca Baker linking up with Eloise Skinner. But as we've so often said today, Ashley Bourne coming off the body of Eve Wright.
Yeah, she was far enough off that Eloise Spacey was lured into that false sense of security so that she could put the ball in on a relatively flat angle, and she just flew through and didn't quite manage to get both her hands on it, but got a really good tip onto it, and it's now forcing Blaze to play around with it, and they've forced the error.
Really lovely play so far from both attacking ends and both defensive ends, really picking up on these turnovers.
Yeah, I think Blaze dropped into a little bit of a box formation then as well, and Georgina Ahern just came through and took the nice clean intercept.
And Eve Wright taking the shot a little bit further out than what she's used to.
Yeah, she definitely can do it, and she should just back herself to just turn and shoot a little bit more often.
But Rebecca Baker is penalised for contact. Therefore, the ball is back in Valley Volcanoes' hands with Kerrish Reynolds as strong as ever. Both defenders out as Tia Davis sinks another shot in the goal to take the score to 7. Apologies, 6 points to 3. A very low scoring first quarter so far.
But an excellent feed from the centre third. However, teams shouldn't be feeding from the centre third. It just shows that the defence isn't doing enough of their job in that goal third. But again, it's that same old, I'd like to see players turning fully, seeing the whole of the court, and then taking that option. At the minute, they're just happy to just ping the ball lateral when they could actually make ground and go forward like that.
What a lovely transition of play for Valley Volcanoes. Nick Cook and Kerrish Reynolds straight through the middle of the court, with Tia Medic drawing 2 players and then changing direction so quickly on the turn. Tia Davis unable to put that first shot in.
Just a slight miscommunication there, but I'm sure they'll tidy that up on the next one. Been impressed with Kerrish Reynolds so far at the start of this game with her circle sweep. She's playing that really, really well, recognising when both defenders have dropped onto Tia Davis, and she's taking that sweep around the circle edge, which is pulling one of the defenders off, but she's still getting the ball quite easily, and then she's able to either shoot or just pop a nice, easy one in.
Definitely a miscommunication there between the defence of Volcanoes, Bourne and Kidner. And Southeast Blaze able to quickly put the ball to Eve Wright, who puts it up in the net. Takes the score to 7-4, only 3 in it now. So Southeast Blaze definitely keeping in contention with this Volcanoes team. Johnson to Reynolds. High shot from Reynolds, but just short. And is pulled for contact. And Nicola Cook does what she does best and just has to stop herself from going offside.
I mean, that was absolutely superb.
And there does Letitia Kidner does exactly the same thing. Just take the ball so cleanly on every interception.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of pinball there. Nick Cook gets an intercept, and then Lara Lear gets an intercept, and Letitia Kidner gets an intercept, and now another one.
Spacey gets an intercept.
If I was both teams' coaches now, I would be telling everyone to just chill out, settle down, start playing some smart netball, take a little bit of pace off this, as both teams feel like they're going at 100 miles an hour, and it's not doing them any favours because there's so much turnover ball in this game already that I would definitely not be happy if I was a coach.
Knowing the kind of coach Nick Cook is, I know she will not be happy with the way this team is playing at the moment. However, Southeast Blaze have really brought this back to a 1-goal lead now, 7-6 to score, but a Volcano centre.
That was lovely control there from Tia Medic. She kept looking at Tia Davies, knowing that Kerish Reynolds was on that drive in, but just kind of fooled the defence into thinking that's where she's going, then a nice simple ball.
Really well weighted from Medic. And Tish Kidner forcing Eden Brooks to take that shot, and take it she does. Sinks it. Georgina Ahern with the turnover, reading that one to Tia Medic. Gina Ahern again, youngster. Again with the netball smarts to not pick up that ball.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of times Evan Blaze wanted to go long, but Tish Kidner she was out hedging in the middle and they decided not to. But then they spotted when she was going back into the circle and they could go long onto that one. But then again, she hedged that one beautifully, gave herself enough time to get back into circle for that back and up.
That long ball to Eve Wright is just not going to work for Southeast Blaze here against this team.
Yeah, they're going to have to get on the circle edge and really take the time out of the air on that ball, because if that ball's hanging, Tish Kidner is coming through for it.
Bethan Johnson being extremely smart there, knowing how long is left on the clock and resetting all the way back, trying to run the clock down whilst by not feeding and by not forcing the ball into the circle. So now they also have enough time for their centre pass. That's very clever netball from Bethan Johnson.
Yeah, it is, because it also means that when they do score, there's probably going to be either not enough time for a centre pass or there'd be enough time for them to take it but not get the ball through. As it is, we've had a penalty and the clock's gone. So yeah, really, really good game smarts there.
And Kerrish's shot is off from Kerish Reynolds. However, extremely clever play there from Valley Volcanoes to keep possession just enough so the next centre pass was theirs and to take it to goal. But 9-8 is the final score of that first quarter. A very, very close game between these two teams. quarter of the 6th game of the day here at the Fleet TV National League for Welsh netball. Valley Volcanoes are facing South East Blaze, and the score at the end of that first quarter was 9-8 to Volcanoes, as South East Blaze kick us off for the second quarter. As we scout the court for changes, we see Nicola Cook has moved into centre court, and Bethan Johnson has moved into wing defence, so a switch around for those two. No changes to be seen for South East Blaze, as they keep with their starting 7.
Yeah, some really good pressure there from Volcanoes on that first centre pass. Tisha Kidner got a hand in on a couple of balls, which set Blaze off on not being able to actually capitalise on that. And I think then there was an offside in the circle, so great job from the Volcanoes defensive unit.
And great defensive work means the ball has come all the way down to Tia Davis, who capitalises and extends that lead to 10-8, and it's now again a Valley Volcanoes centre pass. And Kerish Reynolds working hard to fight her way into that circle. Tia Melik again doing the work and waiting for her instead of just forcing that ball to Tia Davis.
Yeah, she did a great job prior to that as well, where she didn't actually move too much. She just rolled against her defender, Georgina Ahern, and then just presented forward for the ball, which then meant that Georgina Ahern had to step back, which then allowed Kerish Reynolds to come through, and she just had that extra couple of seconds just to wait. So great job from her in recognising when to move and when not to move.
Tia Davis, Tia Medic, the master of protecting her own space. He goes Eve Wright from a bit further out and still sinks the ball.
We
Very
know that
capable
she
of doing
absolutely can shoot from that distance, so I'd like to see her do it a little bit more instead of passing the ball out and in, because the extra passes just create more opportunities for defence to turn the ball over.
As confident as she is under the post, she can absolutely sink them from further out. Tia Davis going up high for that one. An obstruction called against Leah. South East Blaze now coming up the court to try and close this gap. That's small gap that's extended by Volcanoes. Both Nick Cook and Tia Medic hunting through the mid-court.
Well, some good, calm, smart play here from Blaze in not forcing the ball through the court. And they just played it around with very, very simple, ground the ball through, and then a lovely feed into Eve Wright under the post. Impressive.
South East Blaze attempting to penetrate through the box defence of Valley Volcanoes. And Rebecca Baker is the one who does so. But Tish Kidner takes the ball away from Eve Wright. And now here comes Tia Medic, who just stays in the air for as long as she wants before landing.
Yeah, really, really impressed with her so far. She's so springy and so nippy.
Tia Medic is a netball coach at Hartpury University.
Oh, nice.
Hartpury College. She is a previous Wales under-15s, 17s and 21s player, and a 7 Stars under-19s and 21s player. Very experienced netballer, Tia Medic. Very good netball brain, which kind of comes through her play.
Yeah,
obviously, I think.
I think working with those different teams as well and different coaches just brings different flavours to her game, and yeah, she's utilising that really, really well. She is definitely a pocket rocket.
Absolutely. A wealth of experience in this Valley's Volcanoes team. Nick Cook changing direction to go into pocket, but Eloise Spacey reading her.
That is not a ball that I would want to give with Eloise Spacey on that front position. She's got such a good spring on her and she is rangy. That ball to pocket has got to be perfect. And when she is that close and that tight on Nick Cook, that ball just cannot go.
Eloise Spacey has arms for days, and Tia Medic again will always get on the end of a ball that you give her.
At the moment, both these teams are turning the ball over, but they're just not converting that turnover. Or they're converting it and they're not converting their centre pass, which if you've scored off a turnover, you have to consolidate your centre pass. And it's very, very frustrating from for a defender's point of view if you're turning the ball over and your team's just not converting and capitalising on that.
And as we're talking about converting the ball, Tia Davis comes off at a tactical change for Volley Volcanoes, and George Jenkins comes onto the court as goal shooter, just as Kerridge Reynolds is picked up for contact. And a turnover again for South East Blaze. And as we were saying, Carrie, there are so many turnovers back and forth. It's like waves of play are coming from one team, then the other team, then the other team. It's almost as if it just keeps going and going, but the scoring is not consistent.
Yes, somebody has to take control of this. It doesn't have to be your captain. It can be anybody, but someone just needs to settle both these teams down and just say, listen, you know, when we've scored, when we've got a turnover, we've won ball, we have to just play it through nice and simply through to goal. And at the moment, that's just not happening. It's very, very scrappy. Too many basic errors that are happening, and it's quite disappointing. And as a coach, I would 100% not be happy with this so far. But that is a beautiful ball.
Absolutely lovely ball in by Eloise Spacey to Eve Wright under the post. Both defenders caught flat, facing the wrong direction. And Ashley Bourne just unable to get high enough. As Georgia Jenkins, the cool, calm shooter, sinks one in one side. And on the other side of the courts, South East Blaze tactical changes bring on Megan Jones as their goal attack. And again, that feed in from Eloise Spacey. She just off the circle edge.
Yeah, she saw the space between Letitia Kidner and Ashley Bourne in that box. Spotted that she was right in the middle of it, and just again a pinpoint feed, a bullet ball in, and nothing they could do about it.
Absolutely lovely feed in from Eloise Spacey, and the score is currently tied at 13-all, and Georgia Jenkins was unable to convert that one and has a word towards Becky Scott, who is absolutely unfazed. George Jenkins feels that she was contacted on the arm. South East Blaze now have a chance to make their mark and take the lead on this game, in which they do. And it's also their centre pass. And tactical change called by captain coach Nick Cook. And she switches Tish Kidner and Ashley Bourne on the courts.
That was a really, really smart play there from Eve Wright. She spotted the swing and she played onto the back defender, which left Ashley Bourne at the front overloaded, and then they could just play nice and smart into the post. So lovely play there from Blaze.
And Megan Jones absolutely caused that as well by just running straight through and drawing the vision of Ashley Bourne, opening up that gap for Eve Wright to take that front ball. Both shooters for Valley Volcanoes getting caught in each other as they recycle the ball, and Tia Medic hits top of the circle beautifully. As Jenkins takes us back to 14-15. However, here goes South East Blaze again. And Eve Wright steadies herself.
It was a really, really smart play from Megan Jones there out. She recognised that she had a wing defence on her. She played her up the court, played into backspace, And then even though Eve Wright had 2 players on her, just a perfect feed into. But unfortunately, Eve Wright was just a little bit off balance, but played a really smart in and out.
And the Valley Volcanoes defenders are doing everything they can to disrupt that feed. And the crowd was shouting, the bench was shouting to put that ball in. But it was not in the net, or had not left the shooter's hand before the whistle was blown. Therefore, the score at the end of the second quarter is 15-14 to South East Blaze. Of this 6th game of the day of Valleys Volcanoes versus Southeast Blaze, and it is an exciting one. The score after the first quarter was 9-8 to the Valleys. However, at half-time, it is 15-14 to the East. As we wait for the umpires to bring the ball back in to restart us for the second half. Becky Scott will be passing the ball to captain coach Nick Cook as we restart for the second half, looking for the changes. Tia Medic has hit the bench for Valley Volcanoes, and Bethan Johnson comes in to wing attack. And Rhiannon Maggs comes in to wing defence. Bethan Johnson, another very experienced player for Valley Volcanoes, has played Wales seniors and age groups. She has some World Youth Cup under her belt, under 21s and under 17s, as well as the Cardiff Dragons, the Bath under 21s and Steven Stars. So as Tia Medic's abilities, she has very much a plethora of experience under her belt as well.
Yeah, probably not a bad like-for-like change, but I think for me, I probably would have left Tia where she was and I would have switched Bethan and Nick back over. I think Nick was the stronger wing defence in that one. But we'll see how it goes. I probably also would have switched Kidner and Bourne back round as well, because I do think Letitia is just dropping to circle a little bit too much to the goal defence too early, and it's just allowing Megan Jones of Blaze to kind of run and do what she needs to do unimpeded.
Well, as Kerrish Reynolds slots that in for Valley Volcanoes, no changes have been made to South East Blaze. And a better centre pass setup for Valleys. They have seemed to return to their clinical play.
Yeah, that was a really, really smart centre pass. A nice little pop through on the centre pass and a straight ball pinged straight into the pocket. Circle swing, and it just opened up Georgia Jenkins nice and easily in that, what we like to call the super shot zone, but that's not.
The super shot zone, we'll take it. George, ball in. Megan Jones into Eve Wright, who was contacted by Ashley Bourne. Tish Kidner just drawing the jump, but not quite. Would you class that as intimidation?
Every umpire is going to view that differently. Some will, some won't, and obviously this one decided it wasn't. At the end of the day, you just have to play to the umpire, and whatever they want you to do, that's what you do.
Well, we definitely class that one as contact by Georgina Ahern as she clashes into Beth Johnson. But on we go as Georgia Jenkins onto one leg, sinks that one, absolutely no problem for her. And Valleys are absolutely back in the lead and in charge of this game, 19-16.
Yeah, so far these changes are working. Obviously, Nick knows more about her players than I do, so but they are working so far. But I'm going to reserve that because at the moment, feels like there's more of a scoring end.
Okay. We'll reserve and return to it at the end of that quarter. Kerrish Reynolds, quick hands with Nick Cook, working the ball into Jenkins, who again has no problems in putting that ball in.
That's the one there, as I think, as a defensive pairing. If you have someone that's playing through on that front ball and it's dropping in on the open side, can the back defender have a crack at that little drop ball on that open side and just have a go and just see? At the moment, they're not really working together as a defensive pair.
Jenkins and Reynolds also working a bit better now in this shooting circle together and working off each other a bit more and not playing as themselves, playing as a unit.
Yeah, I think in that second quarter, Jenkins was probably sitting a little bit too high and into the space that Reynolds wants to run and sweep into, but she seems to be sitting back a little bit more, allowing Reynolds to play in, and then she's coming forward for that pop ball.
Well, Volcanoes have already put 8 goals on the board to Southeast is 1 for this quarter. So any changes that were made have definitely been working, as Georgia Jenkins is just short for their 9th.
Really good rebound there from Chloe Rose. Let's just see if they can actually capitalise off this and reward that good pressure on the shot.
And Ashley Bourne is actually working really hard on Eve Wright and confusing the space for them to put it in, because Rebecca Baker wanted to put that ball in then to Eve, but hesitated.
Yeah, she's doing a good job. I think it's partly that the range that she's got as well. She's obviously not the tallest of defenders, but she does have really, really good range in there. So that change again is working well. I would like to see Letitia Kidner stay on the goal attack a little bit longer than she is and make her work a bit harder, but it's working well so far.
And as we are talking of defence, Catherine Minto has come on to go wing defence for South East Blaze, as Georgina Ahern takes the bench in a tactical change. And right through the middle, Eloise Spacey takes that ball away from Brianna Maggs. Bourne penalised for holding on to a player, which takes the score back to 22-18, and South East Blaze are now attempting to come back into this game. Not if Maggs had anything to do with it. And a lovely feed from Megan Jones.
It was, but again, she was all alone, and she just had all the time in the world to just turn, sight the space and feed that in, because she's got absolutely nobody in front of her. So I think Kidner needs to work a lot harder and actually put some pressure on her at the minute. She's very much wants to just drop back into circle, and if that's the case, just flip them back and allow Ashley Bourne to do some hard work on the goal attack, because she's just got too much time and space at the minute.
And there goes Georgia Jenkins. All the time and space for her as well. Lara Leah unable to shut her down. Rebecca Baker working extremely hard to get the ball to circle edge, which she does to Eloise Spacey, who'll find Eve right under the post. Only 3 goals in it now. 23 plays 20 with just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock, as Jenkins again finds the space right underneath the post.
Yeah, she held her space really well then, and just the ball was placed into the right space for her to move onto.
South East Blaze almost have been given direction to give every ball.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's probably working for them, because they're getting out of a centre pass and they've got nobody on the 3-foot mark. And if you can sight your tall shooter, you've got no arms in front of you. It's a lot easier to put that ball in. So I think Nick Cook needs to talk to those defence and say, listen, get your hands up.
Absolutely. Arms up over every ball is the call. Beth Johnson saw that. Beth Johnson wanted it. And Ashley Bourne takes it away from Eve Wright. But again, how difficult is it to stop that feed from that close range? As Eve Wright takes the score to 24-22 on a South East Blaze centre pass. Contact against Ashley Bourne. As Eve Wright takes it now to 23-24. Tactical change called. And we see Tia Davis come in as goalkeeper. Tia Davis is a goalkeeper.
I thought she was running the wrong way then, but no, she's gone into keeper, so we'll see what she can do. I probably would have switched Ashley Bourne out to goal defence though, because I don't think that Tisha Kidner is working hard enough for me, but that was definitely uncalled for by Catherine Minto.
And an advance given.
I know plenty of umpires that were given that a straight warning.
To Catherine Minto.
But a held ball.
For the contact on Nick Cook. But Bethan Johnson straight in with a turnover. Not happy to have lost that one. And Lara Leah is penalised for obstruction. And Kerrish Reynolds makes sure that her team does get the point on the buzzer. However, Nick Cook will hold the ball. Again, netball smarts, which means they will get the centre pass on the next one because she didn't take the pass.
But the umpire was actually pointing for a Blaze centre pass. So I don't know if that was really good game smarts from Eloise Spacey, who threw the ball at Nick Cook. So
of this tense but incredible game to watch between Valley Volcanoes and South East Blaze. Exciting, isn't it, this one?
this is a really good game. I'm really enjoying this one. The twists and turns in this game so far have been really exciting, and we'll see where this last 10 minutes takes us.
And you were absolutely right. Eloise Spacey was the smart one and gave the ball to Nick Cook because it was their centre pass.
Again, game smarts.
What a little genius she is. However, Tia Davis, in at goalkeeper, forced Eve Wright off the back line. So Valley Volcanoes are the ones that managed to take the ball. And the changes that we see, Georgia Jenkins has hit the bench and Beth Yanu is on at goal shooter. The only change there for Valleys. For South East Blaze, Eloise Spacey has moved back to the goal defence position. Valleys complaining to Becky Scott, the umpire, that the ball was knocked out of hands, but play on, she says. Katrina Minto is now in wing defence. Victoria Nuttall is in at centre. And the attack stays the same with Eve Wright, Meg Jones and Becca Baker. That's what you wanted to see more of from Tish Kidner?
I don't know. Again, she's just allowing Meg Jones far too much room and just allowed to do what she wants. If she's going to drop back into that circle, She has to drop back in such a way that one of her or Tia Davis can then play back onto Meg Jones. At the moment, they're allowing her to land the ball around the top of the circle, anywhere on that circle edge, and then just staying in that 2-on-1 situation, and it's not actually working for them.
So the 2-on-1 not quite working in the defence for Valleys. But what is working for them is their attacking end, as Carriage Reynolds sinks another shot for them, keeping Tia Davis pulled up for contact there.
And I don't think the Volcanoes defence agreed with that call, or the bench, sorry, didn't agree with that call. There was a few heading hands.
There was a few, many hands in that contest, but they do come away with the ball, Volcanoes. Like they say, karma does find a way to get back to you.
Really, really good
And a held ball
circle
called for Valleys.
Ooh.
And again.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I think that came off Tia Davis, but
to be fair, I was expecting a lot more of those from Eve Wright today with their hands over the ball.
And that really should have been an obstruction call from the goalkeeper. She made absolutely no attempt to get back to any form of 3 foot. Just stood there, even though she didn't have her hands in the air, still clearly impeding Nick Cook on the circle edge.
Carrish Reynolds working extremely hard to get herself around there, but unable to capitalise. Oh, and a big contact.
And that's why we go short on a turnover. That ball was too long and allow Bethan Johnson the chance to play onto that ball and get that contact call.
A big contact between Johnson and Minto, and Johnson comes off with the ball. Johnson, both very strong players, but Minto is coming off the court.
I think she's made that change herself.
I also think she's made that change herself, as nobody was ready to come on in her place. But Georgina Hearn comes on into the wing defence position as she's struggling to put the bib on. Minto is putting on her T-shirt on the bench. She might be a little bit hurt from that contact with Johnson. Hopefully there is no injury. Lovely little pop there from Yano to Reynolds.
Great rebound position there from Eloise Spacey.
And Valley Volcanoes again, just trying to come through on every ball. 28-25 now the score. Tia Davis, fingertips away from that one, but Eve Wright sinks the shot.
Oh. I was just going to say, Blaze need to convert this one, but then we have a coach killer, a break-in on the centre pass, or an incorrect setting as it's now called.
And who's there to stop that ball but Eloise Spacey in her long arms?
She came from nowhere.
She absolutely just appeared on that ball. And Carrish Reynolds sinks this one to make the score 29-26. Volcanoes are hanging on to this lead barely. Just scraping. Southeast Blaze thought they had that turnover, but Becky Scott does not agree. And Bethan Johnson will feed Carriage Reynolds. And a lovely long high shot from Keris. It was just about missing, but in it went.
Yeah, she had to get enough high on that one because Eloise Spacey had some jump on that.
Tish Kidner trying to run through the back space of Eve Wright, but she doesn't. She gives herself too much to do, I think, if she tries to come back on that space.
Yeah, I think it was the right idea to try and have a run at that, but I think she was too far away from it at the start. She just needs to be a little bit closer in, but she just feels a little bit off the pace for me at goal defence in this game.
And a lovely high shot again from Carish Reynolds. Lovely technique from her as she shouts to her team to lift up their spirits.
Sitting into
going.
their box formation, but Tish Kidner is by the halfway line and Meg Jones is in the circle. I mean, Volcanoes get the ball, but as a coach, I'd be questioning why my goal defence is over a third away from my goal attack.
As Carish Reynolds sinks another and shouts again to her team. Contact call as Volcanoes are really starting to pull away. Southeast Blaze heads start to drop a little as Carish Reynolds sinks another, calling her team for a turnover as they put arms over ball. And that ball for Spacey was just out of even her reach this time.
Yeah, I think they panicked a little bit and they really didn't have to. They could have just nice and calmly reset themselves and then taken the ball through. But it just feels a little bit frantic. There's still 2 minutes to play and that's still quite a long time.
Rebecca Baker feels it because she's fell to her knees, either tired or frustrated. Maybe a bit of both. Rebecca Baker knows that this game's gotten away from them and they could have won this one.
I think if they'd have put that one away, it certainly would have been within reach. But yeah, they had an opportunity, but their start in this quarter just hasn't helped them, and it's just kind of gone wrong from there, really.
Absolutely. 35-27, the score now, a difference of 8. And Tia Davis sighted that ball. She started running yesterday for that one. She saw that coming.
She started running even before that ball had left her hands, and it was set up perfectly. But as a Blaze coach, you'd be looking at that and going, you know she's going to go, fake it, play across, and then play in. Like, you do not feed into the goal third from the back half of the mid-court.
I did tell you she was a goalkeeper.
I'm, impressed on that. I'll let her off.
And here come the Valleys again, showing why they were finalists last year and how they keep their cool in final moments of games. Showing why they were champions in 2023.
I actually think it's the moving circle for me with Beth Yanu in there as well that's kind of helped this score blow out for Volcanoes. That combination's really impressed me, and it's just given that defence something else to think about.
Absolutely, more movement in there, more dynamic between those two shooters. As one of them hits the floor, and is pulled for the other's pulled for contact, and the final whistle goes. Well, 36-27 is the final score between Valley Volcanoes and Southeast Blaze. What a game that was between those two, neck and neck. All sunny Bangor, North Wales for round 1 of this year's competition. We have seen 6 games today already, and we are now on to game 7. Kerry Allman joins me at the commentary. How have you found it today?
I've really enjoyed myself, to be honest. It's been really nice watching some very different styles of play and getting to know some different players that I maybe have not seen before. And yeah, I think that last game was probably my favourite one so far of the day, but I'm hoping for big things out of these last 2.
Absolutely. The last game was definitely a nail-biter between Valley Volcanoes and South East Blaze right up until the final quarter. It was neck and neck. Well, the game number 7 out of 8 today, the penultimate game, is between Power Sparks and Coastal Heat. So let's take a look at those starting 7 positions. So for Power Sparks, starting 7 at goalkeeper, Chloe Bolton. At goal defence, Mary Bailey. At wing defence, Fiona Williams. At centre, Rihanna Millington. At wing attack, Marley Davis. At goal attack, Josie Williams. And at goal shooter, Kira Williams. And across to the purple squad on the right, Coastal Heat. At goalkeeper, Liv Hollis. At goal defence, Josie Bennett. At wing defence, Maddie Newton. At centre, Lydia Grice. At wing attack, Chloe Evans. At goal attack, Chloe James. And at goal shooter, Katie Davis. So a bit of a change around for both squads. Players in different positions across both areas. Let's just look at quickly at Power Sparks. You said in the last game, we were sitting here with Sarah Bell. Mary Bailey, we've said she can play in most positions. She's now playing goal defence, and Kira Williams is starting a goal shooter, which she made the difference in the last game for Powers.
Yeah, I'm really pleased she's getting the start in this one because she did come on in that last game and she came on with great impact. And I think that was Sparks' best scoring quarter. So really, really pleased to see her getting the start in that one. And let's just see what she can do right from the start.
Absolutely. Well, Becky Rowlands and Danielle Coxey taking on these two this game as the umpires. Coastal Heat as well have made changes to their starting squad with Chloe Evans out in the wing attack position instead of the goal attack, and Chloe James out on the goal attack to the goal shooter. So they have moved forward almost one player with Katie Davis starting as goal shooter. So a bit more movement there as well.
Yeah, we'll see how this combo goes. Obviously in the last game we saw Chloe James mostly at goal shooter, so we'll see what she can bring as a goal attack and see how this circle works for them.
Well, Sparks did turn over the first ball, and they've turned it over again.
Great pressure there from Josie Williams. Good hands over the ball and a nice tip.
And here goes Kira Williams. Just short of that post. As Heat bring the ball down to the middle of the court. Katie Davis asking for that ball, and as cool and calm as ever, pops it into the net. So
really good defensive work there from Coastal Heat, really slowing Sparks down through the court.
But Kira Williams pops that one in the net.
She saw that, but she gave it too late. If she'd have given that ball as soon as she saw it, that would have gone. But Mary Bailey read that well and just got the tip to take it out of court. She probably could have got 2 full hands on it.
Mary Bailey is one of those players that just attacks every ball in whatever position she plays.
Yeah, there's not many players that can go from one end of the court to the other and do it well, and then also add goal defence in as well. So yeah, she's impressively
probably goal attack.
Far. I mean, I'm sure she'd probably play wing defence if you asked her to.
Mary Bailey actually does play goal attack, goal defence, goal shooter and goalkeeper. The reasons for that is because she plays at 2 different clubs. One club prefers her in attack and one club prefers her in defence. And she listens to both coaches and plays all positions.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
However, today is her birthday.
Oh,
So happy birthday, Mary Bailey.
I feel like there's another birthday somewhere as well.
I believe there is another birthday, and
Like
I
someone's
will
21.
find it. Josie is 21.
Is it Josie's birthday
Josie
today?
Williams is 21 today. So happy birthday to Power Sparks, Josie Williams, whose birthday is today. Mary Bailey, birthday today, so they do share a birthday.
Yeah, Mary Bailey is 27 today. She has said that she's a bit sad about turning 27, but it's also going to be a special one for her to remember representing Power Sparks up here today. And yes, Josie Williams is
turning
21
today. Well, what a wonderful day to celebrate your 21st birthday here with us in Bangor. Where else would you want to be?
Exactly. And who else would you want to spend it with apart from your netball besties?
As Katie Davis sings another one for Coastal Heat. The score is still quite even. It is only 3 goals to 2.
It was a lovely, lovely feed in there from Rihanna Millington.
Rihanna Millington earlier as well was playing goal attack, and now she's playing centre. So some versatility in this Power squad. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Whatever happened to those players that just play one position or stick in their circle area? You know, if you're a goalkeeper, you're also a goal defence. You don't go and play centre as well.
I'm a goal shooter. That's just me.
Fair.
To be fair, I do play goalkeeper. I do tabble.
I think it's good to have some versatility. A couple of my male players, I've got one player that will and can literally play everywhere, and it's so annoying. It's great to have that versatility, but it's also really irritating that he's just so good at every position he plays at.
Absolutely. Well, Chloe James is one of those versatile players that just plays in her speciality area, shooter and goal attack, what you expect. And Katie Davis just plays goal shooter, so that's what you expect from her as well. So the complete opposite from Coastal Heat compared to Powys.
So far, not loving the start from Heat here. I kind of expected them to have their foot down and out, given how they started in the Infernos game earlier on. So hopefully it's just first quarter and they can just build through it.
Almost reacting to their opposition a little bit.
I think so. I think sometimes, yeah, you can kind of, how you play can and does change depending on who you're playing. I know certainly sometimes teams I've played in, we've played top teams, we have kind of dragged up to their level a little bit. So maybe it's just a little bit of that, both of them kind of stepping up. I think Sparks are definitely playing better than they played earlier, but Heat just are not playing at the level that they did.
I absolutely do agree. We have seen Sparks pull out some performances over the past couple of years, over the last year. Starks were a new team last year, so were Coastal Heat. They were not included in the first Netball National League in 2023. So the 2 new teams were added last year, and they definitely have brought some spark, pardon the pun, into this National League. That was totally unintended, but intended at the same time.
No, it wasn't.
As Rihanna Millington tries to give that ball to Josie Williams, but throws it away. There is just under 3 minutes left on the clock here for quarter number 1. And Coastal Heat lead 7-2.
That is a lovely, lovely just land, turn, fire it into the right space, even though Katie Davis had 2 players on her. So cracking ball there from Chloe James.
Chloe James is that player that will always know where her other players are. I've played with Chloe James quite a few times, especially at university. And she will sight her player, turn for ball and give ball.
Oh, okay.
So she will almost sight the player before she goes for ball. So she almost knows exactly where her players are.
Oh, that's a clever player, because it just
Before
allows her
she-
to land and just let it go, which is nice.
So then she can land and let it go because she's already sighted where the next ball is going.
Oh, okay, very Jess Shaw of her.
Very clever player, Chloe
Or very
James.
Beth and Dyke, to be more precise.
very Beth and Dyke of her, yes. Well, Chloe Evans trying to sight Katie Davis, but Mary Bailey was all over her.
Yeah, that was a really good backing up from Mary Bailey. She read the space really well, got the tip on the ball, and then picked up her own deflection.
Powys playing the ball around as Coastal Heat are just not giving them the space. Kira Williams finding it difficult to get free in that circle as Josie Bennett and Liv Hollis just shut down every ball. Kira Williams getting a bit stuck behind the defence right at the moment.
Yeah, I think she is struggling a little bit, but I was very impressed then with Josie Williams' footwork. She was very nippy around that and then just changed her feet to get the defender on the back, but couldn't finish it off. So I don't know whether it's a case of Kira Williams is keeping the defence busy a little bit and allowing Josie to play. So long as they can keep putting the ball through the net, I don't think it matters too much. But yeah, I would like to see her use a bit more of that fancy footwork that we saw in the first game.
Absolutely. Well, Chloe Bolton and Mary Bailey did really well to shut that ball down on the feed. Chloe Bolton, another one in Powys that plays mixed netball.
Oh.
Something that's up your street.
Yeah.
Bit of mixed netball.
We love a bit of the mixed netball.
She's also a British Olympic weightlifting coach. See all these talents coming from Powys.
This is impressive.
The Powys lot, extremely impressive bios from them.
Yeah.
Extremely impressive. That's Chloe Bolton, who's able to do a plethora of different things as the final whistle goes on the first quarter. Score on the buzzer, 9-4 to Coastal Heat. Join us in a couple of minutes for quarter number 2 to see if Powys Sparks can Well, here we go then. The second quarter between Coastal Heat and Power Sparks in the penultimate game of today. It's competition day 1 of the National League here up in Bangor, as Coastal Heat start us off for quarter number 2. Just looking at the changes for both teams. As we've seen, Chloe James has taken to the bench for Coastal Heat. Chloe Evans has moved into goal attack, and Emily Edwards has come on to wing attack. No changes though for Power Sparks, who have kept their starting 7 the same, as Liv Hollis goes up for that really long ball over the head to Kira Williams. And I think it was just a little bit of a slip there from Linda Grice.
The umpire just spotted that as she fell over, she put her hand into the circle to steady herself. Tried to get away with it, but didn't quite.
Eagle eyes there. Didn't quite get away with that one, did Linda Grice? But great cover on the direction change as Mally Davis fires that ball in to Kira Williams. And she sinks that shot to make it 10-5. Katie Davis fires back.
It was a lovely drive to the top of the circle, but yeah, Katie Davis can't quite finish that one off.
There goes Chloe Bolton. Mary Bailey going backwards as she's just not able to see the players she wants in front of her. Anne is called for late takeoff.
Yeah, would agree. It did look just a little bit on the late side, but good spot there from the umpire.
If a footwork doesn't look like a footwork, but it just looks wrong, more than likely it's a late takeoff, right?
Yeah, usually. Good decision there from Emily Edwards, but again, probably a slight curse to the commentator. But yeah, really good decision there to play back to the line and just give her that space to get towards the top of the circle.
Emily Edwards, another very experienced player for Coastal Heat, with a number of caps to her name at Wales under-17s, 19s and 21s. Played the Tri-Series in South Africa, but is currently a PE teacher and plays netball in Swansea League. There goes Kira Williams, but Liv Hollis on the jump. Lovely timing.
It was lovely timing. I was thinking on the last shot that she does have a very low release point. And I was thinking, oh, someone's going to get that shot at some point. And yeah, Liv Hollis just timed the jump. She was obviously just jumping on the same spot and just timed it well to bring her hand down at the right time and get that tip.
Well, tip it she did. And Chloe Evans is called for contact on the centre pass. She didn't seem happy about it.
Yeah, I think Mary Bailey played that quite well. I don't think there was too much in that contact at all, but she just did enough to rock her body back to make it look like there was more contact than there actually was. She definitely plays shooter.
Over-dramatising it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, well, shooters love a bit of drama, don't we?
Oh, I know. Played against few in my time, and they do.
It's just in our blood.
Mentioning no names. Wouldn't want to get in trouble.
There goes Chloe Evans to redeem herself when it just pops out of the net. Was chased down by Emily Edwards, but Maddie Davis beats her to the ball.
Just got a little bit scrappy so far in the first half of this quarter. I think both teams just need to settle down a little bit. Someone just take control, slow the play down, and just play some like short, sensible netball.
Maybe a change in that attacking shooting circle for Coastal Heat, maybe bringing back the two Chloes in like we saw in the first game.
Yeah.
that might be something to kind of push them a little bit further ahead. They are using Katie Davis there, but she is more of a static shooter. But it doesn't quite seem to be working for them in this.
Yeah,
right now.
I would potentially look to bring in slightly more of a moving circle and kind of negate the impact that Chloe James is having at the back and that Mary Bailey is having. Having the static shooter is just allowing them both to come together to play that 2-on-1, and then Mary Bailey playing back off onto Chloe Evans. So yeah, maybe bring Chloe James back into shooter and see how they adapt with that.
Well, changes here that we are seeing for Power Sparks. Becky Witt has come on to wing attack, I believe. Oh, absolutely wonderful timing by Josie Bennett, but just couldn't take her feet with her. And Olivia Hollis takes the interception instead. Kira Williams gathered herself back to her feet as Chloe Evans, lovely screen work by Chloe Evans to just block off Chloe Bolton from her being able to come back on to Katie Davis.
Yeah, that was really, really smart play all the way through court by Coastal Heat. Good, strong rebound and sensible play through, and Katie Davis just using her body extremely well to just allow a nice, easy ball into the circle.
15-5 the score now between these two, so 10 points the goal difference.
Do you think, even though the score was blown out a little bit, I am impressed with how Power Sparks are actually just improving. They've definitely improved since that first game. And just really interested to see how they go through the rest of the league and just see if they can keep improving game on game.
I definitely see a difference from last year as well with Power Sparks. They've definitely grown in the way that they bring the ball through court and the way that they manage transition as well. I think the way that they react to certain situations has also changed a lot for Sparks, and there's nothing that they just keep growing, which is really nice to see. They are definitely not to be underestimated or messed with as a team that brings in different background and different knowledge and different things, like, you know, the mixed netball from Chloe Bolton, and like people like Mary Bailey who plays across the court, and like you have these kind of experiences from all these players coming together. So they might not be as set a team maybe as Northeast Inferno, but they do bring different bits into it as well, which is quite nice to see.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see the improvements. And I think the more exposure and more experience these players get, the better. And you can see that has helped them already. Obviously, we can talk about Chloe James. Obviously plays mixed netball for Northern Steel, who are in the EMNA Mixed North League. So we actually have faced them once already, my team, which is Manchester Thunder Mixed. And we faced them once already, and she did play in that game. I've just found the picture on my Instagram. And yeah, so that's going to help them because she's going to bring that wealth of knowledge that she's going to get from playing against teams that she's playing against. And that's going to help her in this. So she's probably one of the more experienced players, and having someone like her in that team is just going to help them game on game.
Absolutely, and some of these players as well for Power is also playing the West Midland Leagues, and like you said, those Northern Premier Leagues as well. So it definitely is something to take into consideration and not discredit. Coastal Heat showing their strengths as Chloe Evans runs herself into the post.
I think that may constitute as using the post. I don't know. We'll see what the umpire decides.
I mean, she tried to take the space, but there was no space to take.
Are they calling her as? Is they calling it a contact?
I think they
on
might
defense?
be calling it
I
as
think
contact.
That's a bit harsh.
Contact against Mary Bailey, which seems to be quite harsh.
I guess it depends on what the umpire sees.
Well, if Chloe Evans ran into that space, Katie Davis just takes the penalty. And the score now is 18-7. Correction, 17-7.
Liv Hollis read that all the way into her hands. That was perfect goalkeeper fly.
And a lovely little pop pass to Chloe Evans. Started from Liv Hollis' interception all the way through the court. That's what you like to see as a defender, right?
Yeah, the worst thing as a defender is when you come out and you get an absolutely incredible fly interception, just as she did, is then seeing the ball coming straight back at you because your attacker's thrown it away. That's just a kind of moment. But
Trust me, it feels worse for the shooters.
I hope so. But yeah, I think that was a really smart play from them, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more.
Well, there's 1 second on the clock, but Powers cannot put that ball up. And we finished that quarter with the score of 19-7 to Coastal Heat. So they have really taken away this game now. 10 goals scored by Coastal Heat in that one. So just one more than the first quarter. half of game number 7. West of Coastal Heat versus Power Sparks.
West Wales Phoenix have already played twice today, so
Oh, I'm losing my mind.
folks.
I just see colours. I see colours everywhere. Coastal Heat are currently leading 19 to 7. Can't even say numbers. 19 to 7 at the moment as they kick off this second half of the game. Changes for this third quarter. No changes coming from the Coastal Heat bench. However, Hannah Evans comes in to wing defence for Powys. And Hannah Bailey comes in to goalkeeper for Powys. So the Bailey sisters in the defensive circle.
Yeah, we'll see how their telepathy goes. Just see if that works for them.
See if it works for them as well as it does for our other resident sisters in this tournament. Katie Davis from long range. There goes Hannah Evans, who has only been playing netball for 3 years. Hannah Evans. Powys' wing defence, very impressive. Only started playing in 2022. She is previously a dancer. She's just actually got married, so congratulations to you, Hannah Evans. And just got back from honeymoon in time for this competition.
That's commitment.
That is commitment.
That's two types of different commitment in the last couple of weeks.
Very punny, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
As Maddie Newton takes on Rella Millington. Trying to get the ball to Kira Williams and does so.
That's some really, really good ball movement from Sparks as well. It really drew Coastal Heat out of their defensive structure and got the ball through to circle, but couldn't quite finish that one off.
Josie Williams just maybe need to follow her shot on those shots because Kira Williams is not going to beat Liv Hollis and Josie Bennett in the air for those rebounds.
Yeah, I
so
think
Josie Williams does need to go in for those shots, right, to follow those.
Absolutely, but I do think there's a lot of these teams today as well that can possibly learn how to set up, how to help your team when they're shooting. So sitting in front of screens, or are they holding for a pop ball or something like that? So how you're working together to actually create the rebound opportunity if it doesn't quite go in.
Absolutely. Instead of forcing a shooter to shoot from further out, just give them the opportunity to shoot from where they're comfortable. Just as Josie Bennett is trying to do for Katie Edwards and Emily Edwards. Katie Davis and Emily Edwards, as Katie Davis sinks that the shot from the hardest point of the court, right smack bang in the middle
but
of the
absolutely
post.
Nailed it. And then Chloe Evans just overcooked that one. She saw the space, but it just wasn't the right kind of ball. It was a flat rising ball, whereas it just needs to be a bit more of a curved, arced ball to get through there. I think Mary Bailey just took a crack on the nose there, but she's absolutely A-okay. And a bit of a snowball there from Becky Witt.
Snowball because it comes down with snow on it.
Exactly.
Learning all the new technical terms for these kind of passes today. Oh, what a beautiful pass from Chloe Evans.
It's a really beautiful passage of play as well. Josie Bennett took a great ball in the midcourt, and Emily Edwards just cut up and then played into the backspace. And then that no-look pass from Chloe Evans.
Well,
but again, we're not rewarding it. Like the attacks on these teams are not rewarding the hard work from the defences.
The defence on both sides are working extremely hard. The attack unable to capitalise. But a good vision to Kira Williams, who receives cheers from the crowds.
Okay. I have no idea what happened then.
Well, Becky Witt, playing wing attack, actually ran to the wrong side of the court before the whistle had blown for centre court, so they expected the umpire to blow to either get onside or to reset, but the umpire didn't actually see Becky Witt get onside. So Coastal Heat were expecting the ball to go in their favour. Big shout from the head coach, Wendy Brethen, was to play on. If the umpire doesn't see it, it hasn't happened.
Exactly, just carry on playing.
Coaching bench of Coastal Heat, Wendy Blethen and Sharon Walters.
And that was a textbook centre pass. Emily Edwards started wide, cut into the middle. Chloe Evans just drove into pocket and a nice, easy front ball into Katie Davis. Couldn't get any more textbook than that.
Wendy Blethen on her feet, as always, on that coaching bench. Always tends to be the loudest one in the room and is not sorry about that either. Absolutely loves it. Very experienced coaching staff for this Coastal team, which definitely shows in their passage of play as Katie Davis just hits the rim on that long shot from that super shot range.
And a lovely little roll there from Hannah Evans in mid-court, but I do think it was footwork. But we'll allow her it. It's absolutely fine. The umpire didn't see it. Doesn't matter.
The umpire didn't see it. It didn't happen. Josie Bennett. Edwards finds Evans. Lovely split from Evans and a lovely shot as Powys Sparks bring on a tactical change. Becky Witt goes into centre court. Rihanna Millington hits the bench and Alice Janes comes on to wing attack for Powys Sparks. And Chloe Evans keeps the board ticking over for Coastal Heat, who are now leading 26-9. Only 2 goals scored by Powys Sparks this quarter. Josie Williams asking for that ball, but not being given it by Becky Witt, so obviously should have re-offered, should have moved again, should have done something different.
I think Becky Witt, if she wasn't going to give that front one, possibly then should have gone back to the reset option on the line. And Josie Williams, the first time she called for it and it didn't go, she then does need to do something different, pull out of that space, allow Kira Williams to come into it, and then maybe roll back to post and see what opens up. But you can't just keep going into the same space, calling for it if it's not being given to you.
Absolutely agreed. Well, Katie Davis just sank a beautiful shot there for Coastal Heat, but turned over on the second time by Sparks as a tangle of legs and feet stops Alice Janes in her tracks. Emily Edwards is reaching high for that one and gets his fingertips on it to give it to Evans. There is Davis in the range she likes. And Evans is there to capitalise on the rebound. Another tactical change happening here for Sparks as Josie Williams comes off for Rihanna Millington to take the goal attack position.
I think Josie Williams may have cramp.
Josie Williams is being stretched out on the side of the court. It is a long day for these girls. 2 intense 40-minute games, but also that break in between. It's taxing on the body, isn't it?
It's really hard to cool your body down and then re-warm yourself back up, especially after such a long gap. I think if you've only got, half an hour, 40 minutes off, it's fine. But to have a couple of hours off in between is really, really difficult, but you've got to refuel your body, rehydrate your body, get the electrolytes back in. But even then, it's so difficult to work your way back up, and warm up once you've cooled down is so difficult.
Absolutely is difficult, hence why Tasha Charles uses that deep heat so well.
And leaves the smell of it all over the building.
Remnants Tasha Charles is still here. We can still smell her, even though she has gone home back to Cardiff. Well, at the end of that third quarter, it is 28-9 to Coastal Heat. So 9. Leading 28-9. Power Sparks really need to get some goals in the net to even get 1 point in this game to come within half a score. You do get 1 point for coming in within half a score. 3 points if you score more than 2 points, for losing within 5 goals. 3 points for a draw, 5 points for a win. Changes on the court for Sparks. Smiley Davis is back in the centre position. Mary Bailey is back in at goal shooter. Bella Witt is in at goal defence. And Chloe Bolton is back in at goalkeeper. Josie Williams is still off with that cramp that she had, so Rihanna Millington has stayed in at goal attack. Couple of changes as well for Coastal Heat. Georgina Lillicrap is in at wing attack. Meg Thomas has come into the centre, and Meg Baker-Rees has come in to goal defence. A few changes then on both sides for this final quarter. Are we putting out combinations? Are we testing things out?
Yeah, I think for Coastal Heat, I think they probably are testing things out a little bit. Surprised that this is the first time we've seen Meg Thomas in this game. I thought she had a really strong game in the first game against Inferno. And again with Meg Baker-Rees as well in our goal defence. But I think, maybe it is just to test combos and just see how it goes. I think for Sparks, again, it's probably just to get some more goals on the board. And again, build those combos for the 2 weekends coming up in June and July, and just see if they can keep building and keep building. A lively start to this quarter so far. We've had a no-look pass. We've had a fly intercept. It's been a great start so far.
It's been a very lively start so far. And Chloe Bolton is absolutely taking on that contact and flying through.
There's some great defence there from Coastal Heat, just getting a held ball. Belowitt just had no options.
Well, there goes Casey Davis again, and doesn't miss this time with a beautiful shot. As the ball comes flying at us at the commentary desk. Lovely take by Baker Reese away from Rihanna Millington. Meg Baker Reese also has a wealth of experience under 17s to 21s Wales and junior Dragons. Also played basketball for Wales under 16s and under 18s. Meg Baker Reese runs her own chiropractic clinic. So if you've got any back issues, any problems, contact Meg.
Yeah, anyone in the Port Talbot area, head on down there. A little bit too far for me to go, but
Sure, she'd book you in. Anyone in the Swansea Talbot area, go see Meg Baker Reese if any jointed aches after this tournament.
I think there's probably going to be many after today.
Lovely ball. Oh, and did we see a dress pull?
Probably. I would really like to see Chloe Bolton start to get on the front of Katie Davis. Like, she's really happy with that front hold. And obviously, as we already know, like, she's absolutely comfortable shooting from the circle edge. So why not get in front of her and just see if you can challenge the ball that way? Because I'm sure Chloe Bolton can get up and challenge any high balls.
Chloe Evans knew exactly what she did wrong before Meg Thomas let go of that ball. She apologised before the ball was even gone. She almost forgot to run out, but Meg Thomas has a wonderful tip on that ball. And covers off Alice Jane's run. But Mary Bailey knows exactly where Millington is. Millington just short. Hollis comes away with the ball. Lovely speed. Thomas and Newton through the court. Katie Davis is getting frustrated there, isn't she?
Yeah, and I can see why. She was hooked a little bit. There was an arm wrapped through hers, and she wasn't able to move forward onto that ball because she was being pinned. So I think she's right to be frustrated, but if the umpire doesn't make the decision at the same time, you just have to get around on defence, because no amount of pulling your face, flipping your arms out, rolling your eyes, whatever, is going to make the umpire change their mind.
Nothing will change an umpire's mind once that call has been made. Oh, Mally Davis, acrobatics.
Well kept in.
Very well kept in.
Twinkle toes.
And great support by her teammates as well to pick up that ball.
Liv Hollis just saying, anything you can do, I can also do.
You can also do. Well, great balance and footwork by Meg Thomas to feed that ball, stay on side, and get the ball to Katie Davis. And here comes the switch we were thinking of. Tactical change for Coastal Heat. Chloe James comes on to goal shooter, and Power Sparks make their own change as Hannah Bailey comes back on to goalkeeper.
Sparks just flirting with the 3 seconds there. I think
Bailey
we've got
was
an injury.
screaming for that ball. Oh,
Yeah, we've got an injury. She is
Alice
in a lot of
James
pain.
does not look comfortable walking off the court.
Don't know what happened, but yeah, it's obviously something with the ankle or calf. But yeah, she is not happy at all.
Well, Becky Witt comes on, and as she's coming on, she rechecks what bib she's wearing just to make sure she's in the right space on the court. Looks like it's a hip injury for Alice James. We hope nothing too serious. And we'll see her back on court in a month's time in Swansea.
Yeah, fingers crossed it was just a bit of a clash of bodies and it's just a bit of one of those shock injuries and she'll be absolutely fine. Good hustle there from Hannah Evans. I've been impressed with her given that she's only been playing netball for 3 years. She's doing a great job.
Very impressed, especially in wing defence, a position that seems to go kind of under the radar quite a bit, doesn't it? And has to work hard off ball as a wing defence as much as you do on ball.
Yeah, it's a thankless position, I think. I do really enjoy a wing defence that is so tight on the body that you know the ball's not getting to the wing attack. And she is doing that really, really well. So, full credit to her for doing so well in only 3 years of playing. Yeah, I would like to see a few more wing defences play smart body on body.
A few wing defences come to mind. That shut down their wing attacks. Elle McDonald is one at the moment in the Cardiff Dragons, isn't she, who is playing very well in that wing defence position.
Yeah, very, very impressed with Elle McDonald at the moment, considering that I think she's mostly a wing attack centre, but needs must for Dragons in that position.
Chloe Evans.
That was brilliant.
That was a wonderful passage of play. And I think everyone, even the Powys bench, was impressed with that passage of play from Chloe Evans. She knew that her feet were too fast for her, but she took it anyway and put the ball in the net. Lovely work.
Great accuracy. Really good body control as well to be able to do that. Some other people like me would probably just be flopping around on that one, but yeah, really good body control to be able to do that. That should make her highlight reel for sure.
Good decision by Meg Thomas on who to feed that ball to then.
Yeah, really, really smart decision. And I think that Chloe Evans there played the front on that extremely well. It pulled one of the defenders out of the way to just allow that nice, easy ball in.
Fast hands by Chloe James. Just missed the shot. The action not quite on. But she'll have another go. And sinks this one to take the score to 41. Nope, 40-10. Again, they're quicker than I am on the scoreboard, these guys. With 4 seconds to go. They want that ball in. In was the screams, but there goes the buzzer. 40 points to 10 is the final score here between Coastal Heat and Powys. So again, a really big goal difference on the board for Coastal Heat for their first win. Powys still looking for theirs. The score doesn't reflect the gameplay.
No, Powys have definitely improved through the day. I think that Heat probably started slowly, but again, they got better through that game. I think the scoreline probably is a little bit flattering for Heat, and definitely doesn't reflect the good play that Sparks actually did across that 40 minutes. So just, yeah, looking forward to seeing how much they improve over the next 2 weekends of the league. Obviously hoping that Alice Jean's hip is all right as well and that she's able to take the court in the next couple of rounds.
Absolutely. Well, what a goal difference that they just put on the board. Coastal Heat as they head back down to the Swansea area ready for next month's tournament, and Powys Sparks also back to the drawing board for them as we wait for the ultimate game of the day. It is the last game of the day. The two North teams clash. North East Inferno will be taking on North West Fury, and that is with you in about 20 minutes or so. just before 10 to 6. We will be bringing that to you live. So join us to see the two North teams take on each other and see who will be coming out victorious. Croeso nôl, welcome back. It is the final game of the day here at the Wales Netball National League Free TV 2025. We have the two North teams coming head to head. North East Inferno, North West Fury. Kerry Alman, thank you for being with me all day long today. We have had so much netball to watch. We've had a number of different teams take the court. What can we expect from these two teams now?
I am really looking forward to a gritty derby kind of game. Derby games are always my kind of favourite, so this Northern battle hopefully is going to be an absolutely belting game.
Absolutely. Well, let's run through those starting sevens for North East Inferno. At the back in, goalkeeper Evie Brereton, goal defence Georgina Evans, wing defence Lexi Jones, centre Katrin Hughes, wing attack Nicole Davis, goal attack Becca Hughes, goal shooter is Amanda Davis. And for North West Fury, goalkeeper Steffi Studd, goal defence is Steph Oliver-Smith, wing defence is Lily Dudson, centre is Lucy Moran, wing attack is Lucy Leonard, goal attack is Amy Thompson, and goal shooter is Gwenann Williams. Apologies, goal attack is Ellen Barwick, not Amy Thompson.
Steffi Stewart there had absolutely nobody to go to. Everyone was running away from her, but Katrin Hughes read that perfectly and got the ball back for her Inferno's team.
So Inferno's kick us off with that first goal as Fury come back.
Looking forward to this Williams-Brereton battle in this shooting circle. And that's going to be a really, really good one.
As Barwick slots that one in for Fury, the crowd behind both these northern teams. So it will get loud in here as Becca Hughes takes that one. And the first turnover comes to North East Inferno with Lucy Leonard called for offside. And lovely triangle play, quick hands in the attack between the two sisters, Becca Katrin Hughes and Amanda Davis.
Yeah, different game in that circle this time for Steffi Stuart. I think she's obviously got a more moving circle, so we'll see how she copes with that one. This moving circle at the moment is working really well for Infernos, and just as I say that, curse the commentator. But they are getting the ball into that circle really, really easily.
Steffi Stutt and Steph Oliver-Smith just banging into each other there, losing sight of their shooters. And Fury go again to try and close this gap. As Georgina Evans is pulled for contact on Gwenann Williams. She is asking for a low ball, but Barwick sends it herself.
Yeah, I think Williams sold that little contact there really, really well. There wasn't much in it, but yeah, she just managed to make her body move just enough to get that contact call. Not saying that shooters are dramatic.
Oh,
again,
we
but
love a bit of drama in that shooting circle. I think Becca Hughes was actually fully contacted there, though, by stats on that one.
Yeah, there was no dramatics on that one. She was fully body checked, yeah.
Oh, quick hands by Gwenann Williams, but quicker ones by Katrin Hughes. Lucy Leonard screaming for the ball. Is re-offering and re-offering, but they just couldn't get that ball to Williams. Brereton is called for contact, though. Barwick just short on the shot.
I think the toe was just out there by Georgina Evans.
Oh, out of court. I didn't even notice.
I think so. Oh, unless it was using the post, actually.
Using the post. Barwick had a lovely run across the back line there.
Yeah, Barwick was asking for an overball there across the entire circle and over Evie Brereton. But when she's that tall with that long arms, that ball's not going to go. So she has to move her feet to get around that body and play the front ball.
Well, Barwick's shooting is absolutely on point as she sinks that one. Steffi Stutt comes through, but is just coming through the body instead of coming around on the outside arm. And Becca Hughes has no problem sinking that one. 6-3 the score. And Lucy Leonard does extremely well to keep balanced enough to throw that ball.
That was well held. Some good core strength on that one and managed to get it to her teammate. That's the right idea, not quite the right execution. Eva Brereton just getting a hand onto that one, but just a little bit more of that.
Lovely move, just short. Again, it's measuring the height of your shot versus the height of the defence, and there goes twin telepathy. Absolutely no problem. I think the whole court then was dominated by the Hughes sisters.
Yeah, cross-court ball, pinged it straight back, and then in.
They just know.
Example of how to use that sisterly connection, and it just working so well for Inferno so far.
Again, just know that she's there. And there's the shot from Becca Hughes. Lucy Moran, lovely running centre pass to keep the ball moving. I think Becca Hughes might have just got a tip to that.
Yeah, just a little tip on that one. The umpire did see that.
The umpires for this game.
Apparently she's had some Weetabix before this game.
The umpires for this game, Becky Rowlands and Anne Williams, keeping everything in check. And Becky Rowlands forgot which way she was going. Wing defence. Lexi Jones is pulled for causing contact. And Katrin Hughes just pulls her arms out just before running into Lucy Moran. Wins the contact as well. Here they go. Count the passes before they reach the circle.
Lovely.
Because it isn't very many.
Middle exit from that circle from Amanda Evans. Just working her feet, working her feet. Steffi Stutt has definitely got a work cut out for her. Does need to move her feet a little bit more on that one. But yeah, excellent shooter release.
Becca Hughes unlucky with that feed. Nicole Davis just couldn't quite find her on that one as Oliver Smith comes through the court. And Lexi Jones again penalised for contact. Lovely roll from Gwenanne Davis. Gwenanne Williams try and find the space and the player.
I think the Inferno's defence are going to have to change up what they're doing at the minute because they are getting pinged out of play quite a lot. They're doing a really, really good job on forcing the ball, but the umpires are not liking the contact that they're doing at the moment. So we'd just like to see that slight adjustment from them.
Ball across the circle. And there it goes, the score now 10-3 to Inferno. 7 goals the difference. Gwenanne Williams wanting that quick ball to Lucy Moran. Fury almost quickening the pace of their own game to try and match Inferno's without realising this is not their gameplay.
Yeah, and I think that's not sensible. I think they have to go back to playing their own thing. I think get Gwenanne Williams in that circle on a nice strong hold, get her in front of Evie Brereton, and just slow the pace down a bit because I think going at an Inferno's pace just suits Inferno's more than anything. So just bring some control back in and play your own game.
Control is absolutely what's needed. As Steffi Stutt is pulled again for contact, she needs to be careful here. She was on a warning from the last game. It hasn't carried over, of course. It is a new game, but she is on an umpire's watch list.
Yeah, I think too many penalties in the first quarter will ultimately draw the attention of the umpires, and as the game wears on, it will only get worse. So she just needs to come off the body and play smart, play the right body angles. But that is a brilliant ball through court from Georgina
Catherine
Evans.
Hughes absolutely ran her socks off to get to that ball.
Can't afford to be giving these shooters an extra shot.
Well, there's just over 10 seconds on the clock, and Lucy Leonard knew it. Gwenna Williams knew it. Just short, but it is a Fury ball. Gwenna is asking Barwick to be quick with the ball.
Be aware of the clock. Like, you have to be aware of that clock. They could have had a shooting opportunity.
Williams was very aware of the clock and was asking for the ball from Barwick, but just wasn't quick enough. 12-3 the score at first quarter time. Fury's game?
I think so. I think they've just got to play smart. That last centre pass actually showed what they're capable of. Gwenna Williams had a really, really good front hold, which just allowed the ball to go in easily, just didn't put the shot away. So a little bit more of that, and they can certainly cut this deficit down.
Well, cutting down the deficit is what's needed for them to stay in this game against Inferno, who will no doubt run away with the game if they let them. Join us in a few minutes to see what happens in quarter two and what changes become of the Battle of the Norths. Crows and all, welcome back. It is quarter number 2 of the last game of the day here at the Wales Netball Free TV National League. It's competition day 1 and the teams have been battling it out all day. And this is our final game of the day of North East Inferno taking on North West Fury. Quarter number 2 is about to get underway, as the two centres have a little cuddle in the middle of the court. Catherine Hughes takes that centre pass. And we are just looking for the changes across the court. Northwest Fury have put Lucy Leonard into centre. Amy Thompson has come into goal attack and Ellen Barwick has moved into wing attack. Thoughts on moving Barwick into wing attack?
We'll see how that goes. I don't think we saw her there in the first game, or did we? I can't remember. It was that long ago. But we'll just see if her extra movement helps them outside the circle.
I thought Barwick was shooting quite well in that first quarter as well. She was shooting like rangy shots as well. So yeah, hopefully they can keep this going. They have just turned over a northeast ball. Yeah, and Gwenna Williams has put the ball in the net.
A great start. And Ellen Barwick was a big part of that with her speed around the circle edge.
And here goes Williams again. And sinks another one.
A really, really great screen in there, meaning that Evie Brereton couldn't use her height over that shot, which gave Gwenna Williams an easier shot.
Williams has always had a wonderful shooting action. It's just textbook shooting action. It's clinical. It's lovely. Well, 12-5 the score now. As Fury are trying to disrupt every part of...
This is really good defence from Fury. They actually... Inferno tried to play a screen.
And they win the hell ball.
They tried to play a screen on them, but the defenders recognised and got themselves out of it and then held ball out of that. So, yeah,
great work.
Fury.
Great work from the Fury's defence. Both Stephs in the defence.
But Inferno's doing a great job man-on-man here and just turning the ball over.
That's what Northeast do so well. Inferno are very good at sighting the ball, knowing when to go on that. And Steph is unable to disrupt the shot this time. As Inferno take one back. Barwick, lovely quick hands.
That was clever, quick play there from Gwenna Williams.
Amy Thompson for her first shot. Just rolls off and Williams is not able to collect it, but some really nice netball to see then to work that circle edge, wasn't it? It was really nice to watch.
Yeah, it's just a shame they couldn't finish that off, but I think like we spoke about in the last game, how can the shooters work together to make it easy for themselves? They did it on that turnover, and I think they just need to do a little bit more to kind of counteract Brereton's height in that circle, which she is using to advantage to disrupt.
Gwenna Williams calls for contact on that one, on that feed that she didn't really ask for.
Yeah, Brereton did move her feet very well on that one to come out with a clean intercept. I'd like to see her doing a little bit more of that.
Oh, lovely take. Lucy Leonard fed that ball away from the defender for Gwen to be able to take that. And there she does. Williams sinks that one as well. The score now 13-6. Oh, and Amanda Davis. Her feet are too quick for Steffi Stutt. Well, wing defence Lexi Jones has been picked up a little bit by the defence, by the umpires so far. A few times.
Yeah, she probably just needs to adjust that now, either a distance or the body-on-body style. Just, again, come off a little bit and allow herself the room to actually run at ball instead of at the player.
A big miscommunication in the circle there from Fury. Amy Thompson puts the ball out to the circle edge. The feed comes back over, and the quick hands, just no eye contact between the players. And Inferno capitalise, extending their lead, 15-6. Lovely hands, lovely weight. Catching here was already running back to the centre, knowing full well Becca has that in the net. That first time ball option for Fury is getting better. It is moving better.
Yeah, they're definitely moving through this mid-court better, so that change has worked for them. They've just got to start finishing it off.
I think at the moment the shooting circle is what's letting down.
Yeah, definitely. They're
Letting
getting the
Fury
ball.
down.
They're getting the ball into circle. They're just not finishing that off. That's a really, really nice mismatch, though. Amy Thomas pulling Eva Brereton forward, and that easy one-on-one ball going over into Gwennon Williams.
Gwennon Williams, I think, is doing really well in that circle, and I don't think I've seen her miss many, if any, this game. But I think it is difficult if your goal attack isn't matching you as well, and you're having to do the extra work as a shooter.
Yeah, and especially because she's having to work a little bit harder because she does have that height in front of her. So we probably just need to communicate a little bit more. Let's just see what happens here on that swing. That was a really, really good play there. Well, I was about to say really good play there from Georgina Evans at goal defence, but the umpire just deemed her as having her arms out to stop that move.
Lovely pass to land underneath the post, but we'll call it a pass.
Yeah.
Gwennon Williams, Amy Thompson deemed it a pass. Simone Gould just thinking.
That was nice there from Ellen Barwick, but Catherine Hughes just read that perfectly, just read the cutback. I think sometimes that's one where you have to look at it and then fake it, pull her out of position, and then go somewhere else.
Well, there's changes coming on to Northwest Fury. Ella Parry is coming on to wing attack. Ellen Barwick is hitting the bench. Would you have put Barwick back into goal attack?
Possibly, yeah, I think. But she may just need to sit and have a look at the game. She's talking with the coaches now, but just give her a chance to look at what's going on in the circle and then go from there.
Catherine Hughes, as always, picking up that loose ball. She is absolutely everywhere over this court and knows where her shooters are at all times. Oliver Smith was very unlucky there not to get that ball. (19-8). So still a 9-goal deficit, 9-goal lead. Fury holding their own still. Lovely screen.
I think a bit of communication there from the defenders on that one would have helped them. And I think we could see the screen from here, but they just need to actually talk, and the back person needs to help out the front person by actually telling them that they're stuck and can they get their feet round.
Again.
Or someone on the outside of the circle point it out as well, because you can see what's going on in there.
Lexi Jones picked up again for contact.
So, I mean, the two shooters do need to help each other and get in between that so that Brereton's not got that long reach over the shot.
Brereton, there's reach goes over Amy Thompson.
It did, but she was just a smidge too close on that one. That was a really nice outside hand there by Oliver Smith.
Lucy Leonard knew what she wanted. As she's saying.
I think in that situation that she probably needed to go back to the line, help herself out. Turnover ball, and you've then thrown it from mid-court all the way off the back line. But
she's shouting to her team that they got to do something.
Yeah, if you don't like the options that are going forward, then go back.
Absolutely. Well, the only option she has now is 1 in front of her and 6 behind her. So wait, she did. And Brereton can easily pick that up from the air.
Fury only have like one option to ball at the moment, which is what's really killing them. I mean, Inferno's a force in that, but they just need some help from something and open their vision up.
Well, on the buzzer after the second quarter, 29 is the score. So 8 goals on the board for Inferno and 6 for Fury. So not that much difference in that quarter in the way of how much they scored, each team.
Yeah, I think the changes for Fury actually work really, really well for them. They just have to keep that control and keep the calm heads that when they do get a turnover, they're playing sensible netball to take it through the court and to goal. But they do also need to make sure that they have more than one option to ball, particularly when they are on that circle edge. And again, if you're not happy with what's going forward, make sure you've got your wing defence and goal defence on that third line to help you out in a reset option.
Absolutely. Well, it is half-time here on the last game of the day. 20 goals to 9 for Northeast Inferno. Join us for the second half to see how this day finishes off with the battle of Inferno versus Fury. Welcome back, Chris and all. It is quarter number 3 of the final game of the day here at the Wales Netball Fleet TV National League, where Northeast Inferno are currently leading 20 goals to 9 over Northwest Fury. Some changes for you on the court, as Northeast Inferno have put Erin Hook into goal shooter, Darcy Hastings into wing attack, Amelia Duff into wing defence, and Saphira Fisher into goal defence. No changes for Northwest Fury from the team that ended that final. The team that stayed on the court at the last quarter. As Williams sinks that first goal for them. And there goes Erin Hook. Hook, line and sinker.
Yeah, I think Steffi Stutt is now going to have to make sure she is not on that hook. And that, you know, she's, again, she's working the feet. A completely different, you know, challenge for her again now. But I'm sure that she can get that all sorted and she can get that some nice clean intercepts.
Definitely. Well, Lucy Leonard always looking for that ball to Gwenna Williams.
That's a lovely ball. Who
was taken out a little bit by Evie Brereton, who did hold on to Williams from falling over. We do have a keeper that hold on to you in case you fall over.
I have, yeah, there's been a couple of times where, like in training, I've gone for a fly and I've known I'm not going to get it and I'm going to hit my player, so I will hug them and then catch them in midair.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever done it in a game. I mean, I have obviously previously, as a defender, taken a few players out, but never smashed them into a wall, thankfully. And I think that's what Eva Brereton was
about to do.
Aware that was going to happen if she didn't get her hands on Williams to steady her.
Oh, Steffi Stutt
we
wanted
nearly
that
had that
one.
nice clean intercept as well, but we'll take it one off the back line instead.
Stutt went one way, Oliver Smith went the other way, took each other out, cancelled each other out, but we did get to see them get the back line.
That's nice. Some good through-court play there, but not
there
the best
ball. There
ball
comes
to
Amelia
pocket.
Duff and steals that ball. As Erin Hook sinks the other one. And another one. Erin Hook does not seem to be missing. She is absolutely on fire. Oh, that is a big contact. Sophia Fisher and Lucy Leonard. But they're both up, but they're both laughing and they're both apologising to each other. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, you do like to see that. I do think that the timing was off from Fisher on that one. But the umpire obviously gives her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure there's absolutely nothing in it. It was just, she just mistimed it. Didn't hit her too hard, thankfully.
Just going for ball. As we see tactical change for Northwest Fury, Bethan Phillips is coming on to goal defence as Oliver Smith takes a seat and coach Simone Gould goes straight over to talk to her. So maybe just, as you said, giving some advice on how to come back onto the court maybe and make that change again.
Yeah, sometimes it is really beneficial for a player to have a couple of minutes on the bench, just kind of watching the game, watching what's going on, and just working out how to address those issues. Don't wait for it to get back up, Fury. Just feed that ball straight in.
Let me just give time for our defence to get back up. We've got to be ruthless.
And that
and
is
there goes
shot.
Amy Thompson's first shot of the day. The whistle didn't even go, but the Twins are going.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have a centre pass check. Catherine Hughes was off.
Catherine Hughes was correct. Was incorrect, thinking it was
she
hers.
Tried,
but
she tried.
Both of them wanted to just go and take it. Fortunately.
Oh, lovely roll there from Gwen Williams. But I think she was thinking about the shot before she caught the ball.
Took her eye off the ball. And Steffi Stutt's voice is booming from the back. And she gets it!
There's the clean intercept
she gets
we were
the
asking
clean
for.
interception.
She read the change direction from Erin Hook.
We've been waiting for her to take that one all day. And she gets the ball. Catherine
Hughes just reading that, like, she's so athletic. Just unlucky there that she went offside.
It's insane, isn't it? And Gwenanne Williams just off on that one. The ball lifted nicely, but didn't quite drop into the net as you would want.
No, I think she's almost putting a little bit too much height on it to counteract Brereton's arms. I think either give yourself a little bit of extra room, or like as we said in the second quarter, get your goal attack to help protect that and get in between straight away.
Or you would take a little step back to get away from that hand as well, just to help yourself out.
Exactly.
Now Katrin can go.
They're the ones that I probably would like to see Steffi Stutt having a bit of a crack at. The ball's in the air long enough for her to actually
That ball was in the air longer than even Brereton's arms.
Yeah, I think she's just a little bit too focused on what Erin Hook's doing. But if you just time it right and read it, then she can definitely get those.
It did linger in the air for a bit as it was flying into the corner. She could definitely get some flies on those balls. Very strong man-on-man marking by Fury at the moment. But are they being outrun by Inferno? Because they seem to be chasing the game a little bit.
Yeah, I think they are doing a good job on the man-on-man stuff. It's just when one player gets out and free, then that's when they really break down. I think Steffi Stutt does need a better body angle on that baseline, because I think both Evans in the first half and now Hook are both using that one-step change direction, or they're doing a double dodge, and it's killing her a little bit. So I'd like to see her just adjust that body angle, not get too flat on the baseline.
Well, someone who wasn't flat on the baseline then was Gwenanne Williams, who saw Sophia Fisher's run coming straight at her and jumped in to take the ball, but just couldn't quite sink the shot. Good vision and decision from Brereton. And Becca Hughes again citing Hook. And I don't want to say it, but Erin Hook's stats are very good this game.
Yeah, she's come on with great impact.
We said it.
You said it. you. That was you. That was not me. That was all you. Yeah, no, she's come on with great impact, and it's just if you have two shooters that play so similarly, and then you can just interchange them, that is such a luxury to have for them. Obviously, they don't have the tallest circle, although having said that, Brereton can also play in at shooter. But they're moving so well that it's just pulling these defences away from where they want to be, and they're just utilising it so well. Height is not everything, apparently.
Height is not everything when you can move like these two can and shoot from anywhere like these two can.
Yep.
Especially when you have that connection between your attacking unit. Lucy Leonard's apologising to the whole room for taking the centre pass when it wasn't hers to take.
I think she was just repaying the favour from when Katrin Hughes tried to take theirs. So
Erin Hook again, as calm as ever.
now it's your centre pass.
Now you can have it, Lucy.
Oh, Sophia Fisher wanted that one. I think if you want it, just go and get it. Don't pull out of it. As soon as you hesitate, you're not going to get it.
Gwenanne Williams can shoot from there, but doesn't really want to. There she is. She is.
Oh,
That was a lovely draw out
that
by
was
Williams.
such good movement.
That was
just
great movement by
not
Williams.
the right ball at the end.
But for Hook, though, any ball is a goal for her. Hastings making an impact on at wing attack. Becca.
She
I
did
feel like
such a
these
good job to get a full hand on that, but just into the hands of Becca Hughes.
Magnets. I feel like they're
Annoying.
using magnets
I think they must be.
Must
yeah,
be
there's
magnets.
something there.
on these hands, especially to sink shots like that from the super shot area. 34-13 is the score on the final buzzer at quarter time. 34 goals 14 goals Northeast Inferno put on the board that quarter in comparison to the 4 Northwest Fury put on. Quite often you see games change in quarter number 3. We saw that game change in quarter number 3.
Yeah, I don't think too much really changed. I think obviously they made a few changes, goal defence and wing defence as well. But I think that combination of Darcy Hastings on at wing attack really settled them. She was quick at getting over the line. I think, again, the change of Evans off and Hook on, I don't think it made that much difference because they're very similar players, both extremely accurate shooters. I just think for Fury it was not adapting to changes quick enough. Steffi stuck, like we said about her body angle, she was a little bit too flat, which was just allowing that baseline movement of Hook. And they're just throwing a little bit more ball away on the through court. I'd like to see Barwick probably back into goal attack.
Well, we will see for the final quarter if Barwick does indeed come back on to goal attack. Join us for the last quarter of the day in a couple of minutes to see if Fury can build on their goal difference, if Inferno can build on their goal difference, and if Fury can close that gap to try and take at least 1 point away from this game. Join us in a few. Well then, here we go, the final quarter of day number 1 here at the Wales Netball Fleet TV National League. Fury versus Inferno, East v West, North v North. Inferno are leading 34-13 as they take us off into the final quarter, and we are looking for changes. Changes from Northeast Inferno.
Yeah, we've Eva Brereton is going for a well-earned rest on the bench. We've got Saphira Fisher who's dropping back into goalkeeper, and Georgina Evans is into goal defence.
Lovely stuff. And for Northwest Fury, we see the Lucy's move around. So Lucy Moran is in at centre. Lucy Leonard has moved into wing attack. And in at wing defence comes Alice Francis. No Ellen Barwick.
No, I'm surprised at that. I'd like to see a little bit more movement, but then Amy Thompson was shooting quite well. So,
well, talking of shooting well, there goes Erin Hook again. And she's out with a circle for that ball. And Becca Hughes apologises to her.
Yeah, there's a lot of sorries going on in this game. I'm not really sure what's going on.
That was me. You can hear Becca Hughes apologising to Erin Hook, as she knew if Erin's out, she needs to be in. Can't have an empty circle with no shooters.
No, and if you shoot, to be fair, your shooter should probably only be going out the circle when they know the goal attack's running into the circle. Like you said, you can't have both your shooters out the circle because then who have you got to aim at?
Absolutely. Well, there goes Gwennan Williams on the pass from Lucy Moran. Needing to get within half a score here for Northwest Fury.
They're going to have to go some to get this half score, unfortunately.
They're going to have to pull something out to get this half score. Like you said, they are currently quite a way away from that half score. They need to at least keep their own possession, but Gwennan Williams drove really well for that ball.
Yeah, she just pulled Fisher out to the top of the circle and then just drove back underneath the post and took a lovely ball.
Lovely work from Williams.
There we go, there's another sorry. Just because the ball rolled to her feet and hit her.
Look, we're just polite people.
I think, yes, Steffi. well read. I do think she got enough of a palm on that she probably could have pulled that one in, but it's good to see her having a challenge on that outside the circle.
It is good to see her. Steffi Sturt is a PhD researcher.
I have no idea what that means, but it sounds impressive. And she just did a great outside arm as well. So
clever and athletic is what that means.
Which is an unfair combo.
It is an unfair combination, you're absolutely right. Combination I wish I had. And Alice Francis just took the ball away from Darcy Hastings. Williams is there.
That's a really, really nice triangle there from Fury.
And some really good passing out and in, but just couldn't quite get the ball in the net. And Katrin Hughes knows that that ball was a bit too much for Darcy Hastings. Now here comes Fury.
Switch to play. This is where I think Fury needs to make sure they switch to play. Lovely circle release there.
Gwenanne Williams dictating the play, but Saphira Fisher reading it better. Katrin Hughes calling for a tactical change.
So we've got Amanda Evans coming back in.
So
goal
on
attack
for Katrin and Becca Hughes leaving the court. Amanda Evans is on at goal attack, like you just said. We also have changes in the mid-court for Northeast Inferno. As Nicole Davis comes on to centre. With the range between these two teams now, the scores 39-16. Again, chance to put on some combinations, work some different things out.
I think so. I'd like to say rest a few legs as well, but I feel like it really doesn't matter to Katrin and Becca. They both obviously supremely fit athletes. But yeah, just an opportunity to give extra people some court time. And like you said, try a few different combinations so when they come up against City Flames and the Valley Volcanoes, just so they know what players can do.
And as we were talking about combinations, that Northwest Fury put on a tactical change of their own. Lucy Leonard caught on one leg, but here comes Ellen Barwick into goal attack. And Keris Jones is in at goal shooter to the applause of the crowd. Gwenanne Williams and Amy Thompson walk off for a rest. A well-deserved rest, I believe, for Williams. She's worked extremely hard today, Gwenanne Williams. She's done extremely well under that post.
Yeah, she definitely has. It's been a tough day for her under that post, but she's done her job well.
Lucy Leonard controlling the speed of the game.
Ellen Barwick, I would just like to see her with a little bit more control when she does land that ball. She does like to go on one foot quite a lot, and that is when she's losing possession.
Yes.
So just set yourself, get on 2 feet, and then feed the ball from there.
Quick hands.
Lovely play
and
there
a quick
from Amanda
shot
Evans.
from Amanda Davis.
That deserves the applause it's getting in here.
Absolutely deserves the applause. Lovely play. Just to show the depth of the bench that Northeast Inferno have to be able to fully change their attacking and defensive end and still play.
Oh, it's just a shame she couldn't control that because that was brilliant. Goalkeeper's worst nightmare when you get a great inset like that and then you just miscontrol
Drop the ball. Lovely timing though from Steffi Sturt. She has gone a lot cleaner throughout this game, hasn't she?
Yeah, and I think it's helped her that it's a moving circle, so she's not actually able to find that body a lot. So she is coming through with some great tips and intercepts, and I'd just like to see her do that against a holding shooter.
Great vision there. Nicole Davis sees Amanda Evans. Apologies, Amanda Davis under the post. And Steffi Studd takes that one cleanly as well. That ball in the air for quite a while from Alice Francis, but gathered by Lucy Leonard.
Yeah, really sensible decision from Lucy Leonard there to go back, set herself, and then get herself on circle edge. I think lucky to get that call, though, personally.
Lucky indeed to get that call. But Keris Jones unable to sink that shot.
Nice little tip there from Alice Francis.
The call of left, left, left by Steffi Stutt. Manages the ball over the sideline. And Bethan Phillips gets fingertips on that ball. But Amanda Davis' split was just enough. As Darcy Hastings feeds Hook. And Hook, as always, sinks it for a 43-17 lead. Well, no half a score is coming for Fury with just over a minute left on the clock.
Lovely little tip there from Amelia Duff. Read that well, picked up her own deflection, and about to set up another attack for Inferno.
Oh, Alice Francis read that really nicely. So did Stutt, but the quick hands of this attacking side of Inferno is just too fast sometimes.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. They move the ball with such speed that it's really difficult for the defence to actually get anything on it. But we get an attacking contact.
Darcy Hastings picked up for contact against Beth Phillips. 30 seconds now left on the clock, and Fury furiously attempting to get that ball in. Lovely follow on Ellen Bowick's shot there. And Safira Fisher with a jump to the shot.
I think probably shortening just before she did jump on that one.
But Bowick gathers herself, composure, and manages to sink that, whereas Lucy Moran attempts to go again. Bowick is aware of the clock.
This battle between Bowick and Evans is going on is quite feisty.
Bowick knew it was coming. That is the end of the final game. The final score, 44-18 to Northeast Inferno. They are showing why the champions from last year, showing what they can do with the depth of their bench. And Fury, of course, showing the depth of their bench by bringing on all their players. Well, thank you very much for joining us for today. Thank you very much, Kerry, for joining me for this one. I hope you enjoyed all the talent that was on display.
I've really enjoyed my day, yeah. Some excellent netball out on show. And just hoping that the next 2 weekends of this are just as good.
Absolutely. Well, the next weekend will be down in Swansea. But if you can't make it down there, that is on the 29th of June. If you can't make it down there, please join us back on the Fleet TV National League link, where I will be back commentating for that one and bring you all the live action for round number 2 before finals weekend is in Cardiff House of Sport on the 2nd and 3rd of August, that first weekend of August. So please join us in Swansea if you are able to. But thank you very much for joining us for today. And from Karen Almond and I, signing out from Bangor for this weekend.